Hello, hello, hello. I just want to see if anybody can hear me. If you can hear me out there, give me a thumbs up. Having some issues with the audio today. Trying to get that together. Can you guys hear me okay? Just a second here. And it says I am on stage, but I'm not seeing my come on. Y'all gotta bear with me. It looks like it's gonna be a bit of a struggle stream. Hold on. Okay, let me just see. So okay, you guys can hear me, but I don't see me on the stage. What the heck? You're in the stream with audio only. Why did that happen? Well, hello to everybody coming in. I see you guys. I see DJ Witch Doctor, CTG Policia. I see Kills in the building. Hello, hello, hello. We have Sak Passe. Thank you for coming in. I see you, Soul Provider. Thank you as well. Y'all bear with me. I'm just trying to get this together real quick. Can you guys not hear me? I see you there. I've been talking for a hot little minute too. Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me right now? Anybody? Well, I'm gonna keep talking. First of all, I said happy Saturday to anybody out there. Thank you for coming through. You could be anywhere, but you're here with me right now, so I appreciate that. There's a lot going on in the world. I hope that you are taking this last month of the year to be as productive as you can be going into the start of 2026. Hoping for peace and prosperity, some new projects, and let anything that does not serve you, anything that should be dead. Okay, good. I see that you guys can hear me now. Sorry for that. I said I'm struggle streaming. I was trying to figure out what's going on right now with this, with me not being able to add myself to the stage. It says I'm on audio only, and I have no idea which setting caused that. I've played around with like the layouts. If anybody knows, if you have any idea, just let me know in the chat, or if you want to come up and try and like direct with that. I'm not seeing any reason why it should be on audio only. And I'm trying to get a hold of Tiff because Tiff is usually pretty good with like helping me figure these things out. So, Tiff, if you're out there, if you wouldn't mind coming up, I'll drop the link. I'm going to do an open panel later if anybody wants to come and talk about the rebrand. Like, basically, the whole point of this stream is that I've been seeing a lot of news or like a resurgence of talks about Pearl, the Red Pill, Manosphere, and I just want to preface by saying, as I state in a lot of my videos, this is not a gender war channel. This is not a Manosphere BWE channel. This is a neutral space where we just come to have conversation. Um, so I see now that we have Cynical One in. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you being here. I hope everybody else heard me say hello in the initial greeting before we started with all the struggle streaming. But I thank you all for coming through. Um, yeah, I just kind of want to go back and touch on like the rebrand. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is this the new grift? Are people waking up and realizing that being on the extremist sides of things really doesn't serve them? And are people coming back more towards the middle? Or is this more of let me chase the money? You know, where the money resides, where the money resides. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been a content creator long enough to be able to tell. I've been in spaces and, you know, around various, I guess you would say, sectors. And I've seen people come and go. I've seen people grow, become very popular off of a lot of toxicity and negativity. And, you know, while we love that for them, there are always consequences to, you know, for every action, there's a reaction. Um, it's about money. Big J says, Big J, Big J, Big J, Big J. Big J, you know, I've been trying to get a hold of you for 2 days now. Anywho's, um, I had some questions for you. So I'm hoping you'll get a chance to come up. I know you say you don't do panels anymore. But when it comes to some of these rebrands, I know as far as the YouTube historian, nobody knows more about it, most likely than Big J. Um, but anywho, and hey, Rogue C, I see you came in. Thank you for coming through. So back to basically what I'm trying to get to here. I see that we have a few name changes happening in the space, and I was listening over on DJ Witch Doctor's channel. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor and the Not for Humans podcast. This is basically like an offshoot of conversations that I heard on his page. And basically, what was happening was we had Sir Ism up there kind of taking yes, Big J, I was. Go look at your community wall. Um, but we had some conversations going on about, you know, Sir Ism claiming that he's made some channels, like he's come in and he's helped to do a sweep of the place. And I've been listening over the last course of a couple of days where he basically is saying, you know, this creator, this person, that person. I popped up into your stream and I gave you all of this game on how to rebrand yourself and how to get out of the manosphere, red pill. What did they call them? What is Bronzeville's words? Rim brothers, you know good, manosphere, rim bro, suckers, or whatever he says, trying to get them out of that rut of being stuck in the manosphere box. So I've been noticing Yeah, I have seen some name changes of, creators who have been tied to the red pill, tied to the manosphere, tied to these spaces for a very long time. And I'm kind of wondering, like, where is it coming from? Where does this stem from? Is it just for money? Are you now realizing that it's more lucrative to have a balance of people, not just one specific gender in your chats, in your space? Um, or have you had a change of heart? Because that does happen as well. People are allowed to grow, people are allowed to change their minds. What you thought might have been the best thing for you in the past, you may realize going into your future that it no longer serves a purpose. And we do away with childish things, right? But I see some comments down here. Big J is saying DJ Cud and Ism both lying. I missed that. Okay. Soul Provider is saying it's for the money, and some people leave that sector and move on. And that's, you know what, Soul Provider, that's not a bad thing. Like, to get what you came for and have enough of it to where it's served its purpose and you can move on. I believe they call that graduation, right? That's when we graduate and we move on from spaces and places onto bigger and better things. Um, so I don't have a problem with that. I think that in the natural progression of life, you should be moving forward. You shouldn't be stagnant. You shouldn't have the same regurgitated talking points over and over and over again. Like, my first video on this channel was, I'm sick of the manosphere. Are you? Not manosphere, but was it manosphere? No, so I'm sorry. I'm sick of the gender war. Let me correct myself. I'm sick of the gender war, and are you? And it was basically taking a shot at both extremist sides because, like I said, I feel like we've been having the same regurgitated talking points over and over, the same conversations over and over. And it's like, it's been 10 plus years of I hate you, you hate me, we hate each other. And then the next thing you have the conversations about how to raise families, how to have relationships and children. And it's just like, well, if y'all hate each other, how you having these bonding experiences? I don't understand what's the purpose of it. And I've never seen, until I came to YouTube, I've never seen so many adults sign up to have shouting matches with each other for no reason. Like, a bunch of people you swear up and down you hate, can't stand, don't want to be around, but can't seem to stay away from each other. It's like magnets. Like, what are y'all doing? So it makes me wonder, did the start of all of this, was there really a purpose? Because I know, like, when it came to the manosphere, I heard a lot of it was men wanting to have camaraderie with other men, wanting to have spaces where you could talk about the issues that bothered you, like child support and, raising families, being in places and spaces that were like barbershops, but, not necessarily the barbershop. And hey, Gabe, I see you've come in. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate you being here. Um, yeah, so to my understanding, that's where the manosphere kind of started, and it started with the quote unquote white manosphere. And then there's the branches that have come off of it, like the Black Manosphere, Asian Manosphere, and all of the subsets, MGTOW, SYSBM, Passport Bro, whatever. Um, but I'm noticing in our precious year of 2025, I see a lot of demonetized channels. I see a lot of people walking away from talking points that they were once married to. I see a lot of women in spaces and places where I recall women getting banned and men like forming a wall to collectively keep them out of those spaces. Like, Big Pearly thing, she was dang near the manosphere queen for a second there. Excuse me, king. Let me king her correctly. Um, I don't know. It's been a wild 2025 to see how things have changed. And yeah, so I have a couple questions for, like, anybody who wants to come up. I know, Big J, I have you in the chat. I know you always have some smoke for the Red Pill Manosphere incel community, but I'm not really here to fight. I'm just here to talk, have some conversation. I just kind of want to pick your brains for a little bit and see if anybody is noticing some of the things that I've been noticing out here. Um, One thing that I will say though is anybody who has a genuine desire to redirect your brand because you realize the things of the past weren't working for you or weren't the path that you necessarily wanted to go down, I want to caution you to be careful with your talking points, to be careful to constantly kind of reevaluate, be in a state of reevaluation always to make sure that what I'll say is I hear a lot of people say, I'm not red pill, I'm not red pill. And then you have the exact talking points of what we know to be a red pill person. And while you may deny being red pill, you can't really deny being highly red pill adjacent or highly manosphere adjacent. And if it works for you, hey, no problem. But for the people that I've been seeing who have actively been trying to distance themselves from these ideologies, you want to make sure that as you rebrand, it's not just a physical rebrand, it's not just a visual rebrand, that you are also rebranding your thought processes and making sure that you have some balance. Um, let's see. And let's see, a lot of juvenile behavior, that is true. I don't know who I hate more, red pill clowns or the blue pill simps. Let's talk about it. Okay, so I'm gonna have you guys bear with me just a second here. Let me see if I can reach out to Tiff because I do want to try and get this visual issue fixed with me off the stage. I show that I'm on stage, but I don't show that I have a visual. So as long as you can hear me, I'll keep rolling with it. But I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be right back with you guys. Okay, I'm back. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. One of the things that I did want to kind of bring up was the fact that I don't know if you guys remember in 2023, the FBI put out like a list. Let me see if I can find the info. Hey, Lexi, thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. 2023, the FBI put out a basically like a terror watch list. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was like I think April, and there were documents obtained via the public record, and it looked like the FBI determined that a few different groups would be considered like domestic terrorists. That would be red pill, chat. Like there were keywords that fit into that category. So it was like red pill, based, Chad, looks maxing, other categories under incel, like involuntary celibate, violent extremist. It was a whole ordeal. And they named a bunch of different channels that they were kind of looking at the time. I remember there were some people who did content on it. I think it was Taz and Nyla did a breakdown on, what it basically meant for the space and the people going forward. And it kind of had a few different people scrambling and gambling as they were kind of confused because now you have like the eyes of the law watching you. And since April 2023, when that was released, I've seen quite a few different content creators um, face some sort of backlash or consequence for the content they were putting out that was fresh and fit. We had Just Pearly Things. We had Sandman, MGTOW, Legion of Men, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Obsidian. It was quite a few. The list goes on and on of people that were doing heavy red pill, manosphere, incel content, and for whatever reason, were you say you hold on, Big J. The list was from Homeland Security and the U.S. Navy, and you were on that list. I don't even know what to say to that one. Q's got a wrench. You don't have a wrench, DJ? Did I not give you a wrench, DJ? Hold on. Let me scroll down. My bad. If I did, charge it to my head, not my heart. Like, it's a couple people that said that they were missing wrenches, and I've been trying to issue them out as I can remember. And I can't even seem to scroll down in here. Hold on. Come on, come on, come on. There you go. I see you. I got you, DJ. You are no longer an outsider. Welcome to the Blue Gang. How about that? And anybody else? Did I miss anybody else? I think I got you all. Okay. Anywho, so yeah, Big J, why are you on that list? I didn't see your name as I was scrolling through trying to gather some information for this stream. I did not see you on the list, so that's crazy. Yeah, there was quite a few people on the list. A lot of those people subsequently have been demonetized and deplatformed. I know Andrew lost his. He was very um, popular and in the news. I'm sure a lot of you know the case and like the details surrounding him and his brother. Like I said, Sneeko lost his. Obsidian had his ordeal. I think, what I've seen though is for the people who have come back, a lot of the people who have kind of made their way back into the space have rebranded and decided that they no longer want to do this content. And the question is, are you just not doing it because now you're facing consequences for the hate you spew? Or is it that you've had a change of heart? And because I hear all the time, like the whole point of YouTube, everybody's here for a paycheck. And that might be true. I'm not gonna knock anybody's hustle. Some of us have actual like jobs, businesses, careers and whatnot that we do outside of YouTube. And so this is like a hobby or a second source of entertainment or whatever you want to call it. And then for other people, this is their main source of income. This is their main bread and butter. I'm not knocking anybody's hustle. You make money how you make money. But I will say I just find it interesting. And while I think that it's a good thing as I'm coming around spaces, one of the things that I notice is that I'm seeing a lot more women in areas and on panels. And there used to be certain areas, Fight Club, there used to be certain areas that you go to, you would see women there, but it wouldn't necessarily be that they would be adding a whole lot to the show. Not that they were incapable of it, but more so, hey, Aaron, I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for coming through. Twin, thank you. I see you in the chat. If you can come up here, I need your assistance on a technical issue. I can't seem to get myself added to the panel. They can hear me, but they can't see me. And if I wanted to put up another visual, I want to make sure it's going to show. So if you can pop up here, I'd appreciate it. But I thank you all for coming through. Everybody who's in the building, thank you. If you could hit the like button for me, I would greatly appreciate it. If you want to, you said Tito lost his channel this month as well. You know what, Gabe? Based off of what I know on Tito, I'm gonna say I'm not heartbroken over it. Not that I wish anybody to be deplatformed, but if there was somebody I could be very indifferent about, it would definitely be Tito. Sorry, but not sorry. Yeah, back to what I was saying. So I've seen a lot of women in various spaces, and these women weren't adding a lot to the conversation because it seemed to me in a lot of cases their presence wasn't there to actually contribute or to um, be heard, be active in the conversation. The presence was more so to be shut down, to be humiliated, to be kind of like a virtual punching bag in a lot of ways. And I've seen women kind of walk away from the spaces that were very anti them or didn't like make space for them to have a voice. Um, and kudos to those women who have done it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, homegirl. Um, yes, here we go. Add to stage. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Um, okay, so yeah, so back to what I was saying. I don't know how much you heard in the interim when you were coming up. Irby, thank you for coming through. I see you down there. Hello. But
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I literally just walked in the door, so I haven't heard anything. So my apologies. I just came back upstairs.
that's cool. I mean, I was kind of just getting started, struggle streaming, trying to figure out what the heck. Okay, let's go do this again. What setting did I miss? What was it?
Oh, okay. Well, while we're right here for the moment, hold on. Oh, in the back of my head. Let me show you what I did right quick, so you know how to do it.
Okay.
So that way in the future, if you want to take yourself down, you can. So the settings button.
Mhm.
If you go to general,
Okay.
you see where it says audio avatars.
Dang. And I looked that directly at that and didn't get. Okay, got it.
Gotcha. All right.
Got
All
it.
right.
I don't even know how that keeps getting checked. I'm not touching it. I'm not
Oh
touching you.
well, I know I did for my stream, so I don't know
Oh,
if it
okay.
affects you as well.
Okay,
I didn't
got
think
you.
about that
Got you.
because
That
I
makes
know
sense.
it was
Okay.
on my side, but I don't know like by me doing that does it affect uh you know StreamYard
I think it
overall.
goes across the board, but that's cool. Now that I know, at least I can check for it because I'm sitting here like, what the heck? I know I've gone through
Okay,
everything. I
okay,
did my checks and balances before the stream started, and I still struggle. Okay.
okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry about that, girl.
No, you good. You good. You good. It's a learning experience. Hey Rain, thank you for coming in. I see you down there.
Hey,
So
Rain.
basically, what I was just talking about was how in 2023 we had the whole FBI warning list, the terrorism list that came out with all of these red pill, MGTOW, Manosphere, incel names on the list, basically calling them domestic terrorists. And then flash forward, we had like the whole issue with the Fight Club and all of these different people on panels where the women were like not really being heard. It seemed like, it was kind of like a bit of a bloodbath up there. I've been noticing as I'm going around from space to space, a lot of the spaces are kind of trying to integrate right now. You're seeing more women coming on panels and being involved in conversations. And I'm paying attention to the hosts of each platform that I visit. I don't always touch down. Sometimes I'm in the clouds just because I like to observe a little bit. But yeah, one of the things that I've noticed is there for the people who are red pill minded, their talking points, their ideologies haven't very much changed, whether they have women there or not, um, which I don't think is a problem. There's a lot of women who like to go to those spaces and they can hold their own. I'm not here to police how people handle their platforms, right? I'm just trying to point out, for the people who are rebranding, for the people who are renaming themselves, for the people who are saying they want to go more mainstream and step outside of the boxes and bubbles they were put into, it's going to take more than just a visual change. It's going to take a makeover, a total makeover of your ideologies and how you present. I heard somebody today, I think it was actually on Ant's platform, Ant, and they were saying, how come they don't get new content creators? They're tired of the same old people arguing and fighting, arguing and fighting, arguing and fighting. I can tell you as somebody who considers myself, okay, let me slow down. Feel like I'm speed talking. As someone who has been on YouTube for a very long time, I have been more in the chats and like supporting streams and not been a content creator. It hasn't been until this year, until very recently, that I decided to kind of put my hand or hat in that arena and kind of, test the water, see how I feel about it. So upon doing so, I'm also paying attention to the spaces and places that, I go to. Yeah, I want to branch out and have conversations with people on their platforms. But if you have the type of platform that I'm going to come up and before I can say hello, my I'm going to be called outside my name, or I'm going to have 4 or 5 different dudes trying to attack me on my viewpoints at one time. It's not a place that I would go to. It's not a panel that I would visit. There are some women that don't mind getting down and dirty in the mud with you and fighting with you and scrapping with you. They love that, but that's not my ministry and not my movement. So if you're asking why you don't have new people coming into the space wanting to be involved, it's because they probably observe a lot of the same things I do, which is that there's a level of respect that I think needs to be there in order for for people to feel comfortable. Like, I don't have a problem having a conversation with even people that I don't like, right? I can do that because there's still going to be a level of mutual respect there. But if I'm coming in the door and there's well, how do I want to say this? There's sharks in the water. Don't treat me like I have a fresh bleed. Is my whole point. Um, I hope that that kind of resonates. But to anybody who is rebranding, especially to the men in the space, because I know women don't have a problem. Like, if there's another woman and they feel like they want to jump on a panel, they will. Unfortunately, a lot of women don't. I do notice that women tend to go in places and spaces where men are, and I can't fault them for that. I get it. I understand it. But at the same time, I feel like more, if it's not a channel where you're known for bashing women bashing women, then you'll probably have people who will come and join the panel and engage in topics. But if you're somebody who has been here a while, has not really caught your footing, or can't seem to get a target audience that you're looking for, I think one of the things you're going to have to reevaluate is how you present. And when you have a panel, how you engage in that panel. Like, just a thought. Um, you disagree with Auntie though. Okay. All right, not a problem with disagreeing with Auntie. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel. I see we have a few gentlemen in the building, and I do want to have some of you come up and voice your opinions on the rebrand. Like, what do you think? First of all, who saw the exchange between Sir Ism and is it DJ Cud is his name? I hope I'm not messing your name up. I apologize if I did. I have a few short
DJ
videos that
who?
DJ Cud, is that his name? Cudd?
That don't sound familiar.
Cuda?
Point, don't
Is
be
it
mad at
Cuda?
me. I didn't hear the last anything you said because I was measuring my baby's feet because we're about to get him some shoes. So that way he'll have some more support. So
Is
get
this
him
gonna
a
be his
walker
first
because
pair?
if
His
he want
first
to
pair of
stand
real
up, that's
shoes?
damn bad.
Is that gonna be his first pair of real shoes?
Yes. No, because here's the thing, like he be, standing himself up, but a lot of times he uses tippy toes. So we're getting some shoes for more like flat feet support, especially on like the hardwood floor downstairs.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I didn't hear anything. So I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm here. I'm
I was
here now.
essentially basically just telling the men, like, if you're going to rebrand, if you really want to expand your audience, and I'm saying this as somebody who's a fairly new content creator, just jumped out of the chat, started doing my own streaming. Um, if your goal is truly to have more people in your space, you need to make it less extreme and more of a balanced space so people feel comfortable coming to you. Because somebody like myself, I'm not one to come and join in the middle of a dog pile. I'm not going to do that.
Hmm.
If I
But
have an
I
opinion on
think some
something,
people love the extremism though.
they do. But you have to remember that's going to be a small minority. Well, let me correct myself. Anybody's going to show up to a shit show. We're going to watch a train wreck. We're going to watch a car wreck. We're going to watch all of that. We're going to laugh. We're going to grab our popcorn. We're going to cheer it on. But if you're wanting people to participate, it's going to be a small minority that's going to show up to get down and dirty in the mud. And then you'll keep getting the same people over and over and over. It becomes stale and stagnant of an argument.
Hmm.
But what I heard today was somebody on Auntie's platform basically saying that they wanted more, like, where are the new people, new content creators, that they're tired of the same old talking points and same regurgitated thought processes. And I said, well, you have to make the space warm and inviting. What did Cat Williams tell you? He said he has silk bonnets at his house. It's not for him, it's for the bitches. He said he
Oh
doesn't
wow,
wear silk bonnets, but the bitches do. Make them comfortable. Like, what are you doing?
that's hilarious.
So I'm just saying, like, I get it. If it's a men's platform, men's space, you guys are going to have your barbershop talk. You're going to argue. You're going to fight. You're going to cuss each other out. You're going to talk to each other like men talk to men. Cool. I'm not a man. I'm not signing up to come talk to you in that same way. I'm going to talk to you how I talk to you. And if we can't meet in the middle, then I'll just stay my ass in the chat or off your platform, period. So that's my thought process. If you want more people to engage, then you have to have the rights. I don't want to call it bait because it's not a trap. I'm not trying to teach you how to be better prey. I'm just saying if we're rebranding and this is me not just speaking for the people who are doing it for the money, but people who genuinely want to open up their spaces. And I'm a baby YouTuber, y'all. I don't know shit. I've always said that coming in the door as we have these conversations. I'm not an expert on anything. These are solely my opinions. You can take them with a grain of salt, and that's it. Um, but yeah. So let me see. Let me.
What I would say on that also is that, these guys, um, far as like spreading their rhetoric around, okay,
Mhm,
stop making platforms that don't claim to be manosphere platforms, right? Because you were just speaking about the comfortability of having a balanced platform where it's possibly men and women. And I
mhm,
noticed a lot of times the red pill Manosphere, whatever guys, they're really good on running off both men and women. I'm not even gonna make it like a thing where it's like, oh, they run off the women. No, they're really good off like running um people off, and that could also hurt the platform uh in the future as far as wanting to possibly have further conversations or engagement with each other. But
mhm.
a lot of times they don't know how to act. They're still like little kids learning how to behave like an adult, which is crazy. What you say?
And oh, nephew's talking.
I thought he said something.
Uncut Underground. Thank you for coming in. Hello, hello, hello. Appreciate you all for popping through. I have dropped and pinned the StreamYard link. It is an open panel for whoever wants to come up. If you are on the side of the red pill, if you're on the side of Manosphere, if you are somebody who considers yourself an incel, you're welcome to join as well. I just want to have a conversation about this rebrand that's happening. Like I said, I brought up a few different channels that I've listed, like, Fresh and Fit, Just Pearly Things, Sandman, MGTOW, Legion of Men, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Obsidian, all of these different platforms that I've seen that have recently come through and either been demonetized or they've rebranded after being demonetized so they can get back monetized.
Mm-hmm.
And I see Big J, you're trying to come up. I add you. Hey, Big
Yeah,
J, welcome to the stage.
yeah. What's
Hello
going
there.
on? What's going on,
Hey.
Tiff? What's going with y'all? So, so like you was trying to reach out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have been. I
Oh,
was
you
trying to
have.
get your email because I wanted to pick your brain on the thought of these
Oh
like
my
rebrands.
god.
I know you had to have seen them. I know
Uh,
you had to have seen them.
Yo,
And
salute to the platform. Salute to the platform. Salute to the
thank
chat.
you.
Salute to the playback. Salute to Rich Doctor. Um, yeah, yo, salute to all of y'all, man. What's going on?
Big
You heard?
J, did you leave?
Hey, hey,
Come
yo,
back,
hey,
Big J.
yo,
Come back.
Trash
cocaine, yo, how
always
you
runs
doing,
people
cocaine?
off.
Cocaine, how you doing, baby?
Hey
Who's
heroin, how you
cocaine?
doing, bitch?
Oh my God. Wait, wait,
Oh,
wait,
so
wait,
that,
wait, wait, wait,
that's cool.
wait. What's happening?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm very good. Are we here to
That's what's up.
fight or are we talking? What are we
Nah,
doing?
I ain't trying to fight with nobody. I said what I said on my own channel. I only got a channel. I
Okay.
don't got a platform. I already said what I
Who?
said.
Wait. Where do we start getting the cocaine from?
Oh nah, yo, it's just a little joke. Yo, I apologize for that.
Right,
If you
nobody
took
jokes like
offense
that
to
over
it.
here. Correct yourself.
Well,
Yeah, I
maybe
apologize
he's
for
saying
that.
he called you coke because you addicted, friend. That's what that is.
Yeah,
And if
ain't
I
nothing
call him
wrong with
heroin, it's
being
okay.
He
We
calls
ain't
you
joking.
nothing
coke
wrong
Ha
with
ha
because
being
you
ha ha.
addicted to
addictive,
the
and he just can't
Anyway,
say
medication.
something.
welcome to
To
the
the
platform.
80.
Would you like to add to the topic?
Oh, okay. Nah, yo, but I
Anyway,
apologize.
what did you? How long have you been? Well, I saw you earlier, Keel. So were you here from the beginning?
Nah,
Okay.
I had to edit my video. I had to and then I had to salute some people who attended my live. So nah, I was doing some other shit. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Nah, I just came up here to salute you, yo. We say hello to each other in chats. You know what I'm saying? We don't got no
We
issues,
do.
right?
I don't have an issue with the soul on this app. Nobody is that important.
All right,
Promise
that's
you.
cool. Me neither.
Yeah.
So what's the topic?
So the topic is the rebranding of the Manosphere, Red Pill, all of the. So basically, I brought up the fact that we had the FBI terrorism list that came out in 2023 that listed a bunch of Red Pill, MGTOW, Manosphere channels,
Yeah, and
and
all of
since
that.
then, say it again.
Now, all of that been debunked though, because nobody is not looking. Nobody is not looking at the manospheres like that. You know what I'm saying? Is this talking points? Is there something
Stop the
that
cap.
is there something that black men have an
Well,
issue with? So when black men have a concern with a group with his people, now it's a problem, but no other group of people go through these things. Asian
A
people don't go through
concern
this.
equal to
White
violence,
folks don't
like
go
that's
through
not a
this.
concern.
It's just black women, bro.
so wait a minute. You're saying that that didn't happen? The FBI watch list didn't happen? Is that right?
Man,
That's what he's
yo,
saying. That's what it sounds
they
like.
is I seen that list, and it's more detailed than that because they looking at churches, they looking at certain organizations, they looking at groups, they looking at Israelites. They
So
been was
can
looking
you?
at the Black Panther Party.
What do you think about all of? Okay, so of the people that were on that list, it was Sandman, MGTOW, it was Legion of Men, it was I think Andrew Tate, Just Pearly Things, Fresh and Fit, all of which have been demonetized
Yeah,
since that list came out.
I never seen just pretty things on that list though. Do you can you pull it up if you got time? Because
Let
I
me
don't think
see.
just probably things on that list.
Who said Pearly Things was just on the list? Nobody said that.
Big J, you're
If
not
you
gonna leave.
rewind this
Hold on.
video,
Okay, come
somebody
back.
just
Come
said
back.
pearly things.
Who said that?
I said Pearly Things because when I was
Oh,
doing
okay.
the
Can you
research
pull the list up?
for it. Hold on.
Did you put it on the list? Okay.
And welcome back, Big J. See, look, listen. There's one thing I want everybody to understand is Black people can have discussions, and we don't have to fight like cats and dogs to do it. Like that's a myth. The only
I
reason you have to fight is if you really want to. We can sit, we can have a discussion and not agree with each other. We can agree to disagree. That's healthy.
nah, yeah, I like to aspire in a healthy way. That's cool, man. That's fruitful. That's fruitful though. But if you want to deal with facts, I like to deal with facts though. I don't like these people just blurring out things. Like we all got computers, we all got tablets. It's easy to just pull up the list. It's easy to do that. It's not hard.
1 second.
Yo, I'll drop down. I'll drop down, yo. It ain't nothing.
I mean, I'm
Cause
not. I'm not. I'm
I
not.
deal with facts, so I'm
Hills,
out. I'm out, man.
Hills, what's happening? I'm looking for the list. What just happened? What the hell just happened?
He wanted somebody to beg him to stay. Cause
You
we was all
asked me to
quiet. We
look
let
for
him
the
talk,
list. I'm literally looking for the list.
right?
Y'all be listen. Y'all be thinking folks is fighting and arguing with y'all when they're not. When they're not.
No, but some people just want
Um.
to come up
In
to
the
start
meantime, while I
something. Exactly.
your audio cut out, twin. I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said some people just like to come up here
Can you
to
repeat
start an
that? I didn't hear
argument.
what you said. It cut out.
Oh, okay. How I sound now? Sound better?
Well, Keels, you welcome over here. You sound good. You sound clear. Very clear. I'm not. Listen. If y'all know me,
Who's
you've
in their
heard me
feelings?
at
I'm not
all.
in my
And any
feelings.
time that I've hit anybody else's panel,
You know what? I'm sorry, twin.
I don't
I'm
think he was
sorry.
talking to you, twin.
Hold on, hold on,
I don't think
hold
he
on.
was
That's what
talking
I'm
to you. He
like.
said
I'm
that.
going.
Like, what you mean get on my feelings? Like, I didn't
hold
say
on.
nothing to dude. He comes up here to act like who jokes like that? Like, when
Right.
you come off the energy like that and you think, oh, we're supposed to be all fine and dandy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't, you know what, y'all got it. Cause it's not even a big deal. But all I'm saying is don't come up here with any kind of little half smoke, baby smoke, tiny smoke, all that or whatever you got going on and not expect some kind of pushback. Like, wait, I ain't nothing like that. Like, okay, if it ain't nothing like that, then you shouldn't mind what coming out of my mouth, but whatever. Y'all got it.
Thank you for saying that. Right. I want to thank you for saying that. Now, let's talk about this. You know, um, the manosphere is on a, terrorist list. I mean, it's on a hate speech list.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now I'm gonna talk about the FBI. Why I believe that I'm on the FBI list, right? Remember the guy that went here and pew pew up in that subway in New York?
Yes,
Okay, he used to be
I know who
on
you're
a
talking about.
website, right? He used to be on a website called Free Speech Avenger. I used to
Okay.
be on that website. That's a red pill um website. A lot of people been on that website. Um, a lot of people. So the FBI closed that down.
Okay. I recall
So
that
that's why I believe that I'm on that list.
because you were associated with the site.
Yeah, because I posted videos on the site, and most of those videos had nothing to do with women at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just putting some of my videos on YouTube and re-uploading over there. So that's why. So now, yeah, I want the manosphere and the red pill community to be destroyed. Um, because I believe that they're going to create a um a lot more people who are dangerous. Not telling every young man, telling the young men that all his problems begins with their mothers and the girls within their age range. I'm talking about teenagers, and I see an uptick of self deletions, an uptick of girls being assaulted. Femicide has been increasing in the Western world, especially in Australia, um, Africa, and Western Europe, and here in the States. And a lot of them are tied to the red pill talking points
Mm-hmm.
that's being spewed. So yeah, um, yeah, it needs to go, and I would like to see it be
So,
shut down.
did you ever, at any point in time, consider yourself to be red pill and manosphere, Big J?
Um, I would say though I would lie to you if I said I agree with some of the red pill shit. Yes, I do. Yes, I have. I would be lying to you if I said no.
Okay. Okay. I mean, because here's the thing: you can have some ideas that are
Hmm.
similar or the same and not be red pill. But what
Right.
Tiff was talking about and what I brought up in the beginning of the stream is that there are a lot of people who don't want to claim red pill, but are extremely red pill minded or extremely manosphere minded. They have, you know how, I don't know if you've ever been to the doctor and they give you a list of symptoms to try and figure out if you have certain ailments, right?
Hmm.
And it's
Hmm.
like 22 symptoms, and you go through and you're looking at all the checklists to this, that, and the other. If you get down and you find out you got 21 out of 22, you got that problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so
Right.
for the people who are manosphere minded or red pill adjacent who don't want to claim it but have those ideologies, I think you kind of have to ask yourself, like, how much of this you believe? Are you 100%? Is it 50%? Is it 25%? And then kind of go from there. I'm not going to claim that, like, I think we use the term, like, and I use the word we loosely, bandit, naker,
Mm. Hmm.
uh, all of these terms, and then it's classified and grouped as every man, every person, every black man is a bandit.
Right.
And that's
Right.
not the case. And it's the same thing with red pill. I don't think everybody is red pill, even if you share some crossover ideals.
Right.
I,
Because I'm gonna speak on myself. I can't speak for everybody else. Let me speak on myself. And you can go to my
okay.
past videos that I made 10, 12, 13 years ago. Right. You can go to the videos. So what led me to it was a cross section of issues um remember the Brian Banks court case surrounding Brian Banks when he was
Give me a
falsely
little bit more
accused.
details.
He was a high school football player. Excuse me. Let me cut this off. Yeah, I got robo callers. Anyway, there was a high school football student athlete named Brian Banks, and he was falsely accused of assault of
Great.
a woman
Uh huh.
of a teenage his female student. And yeah, great, yeah. So he spent all this time in years, and so when it found out that he wasn't even in the same room with her because he was in his classroom when this alleged thing happened, when she was down the hallway when this happened, and she years later she claimed though she made it up. Then it was that story. Then it was the other story about I don't know, you talking about the white girl that walked around New York City for 10 hours video, that
I'm not
video. And
sure.
then uh well, like, you wasn't around in 2013, 2014 at the time when this all occurred. um
I was here, but I wasn't in the black spaces. That would have been
right
more
right
the natural
right
hair
right
and weight loss space for me.
right. For me, I came from where the white guys was coming from, so I came
Hmm.
from the Gamergate issue with the video games, all of that. That's how I came into the black manosphere.
That's cool.
I already knew there was a manosphere. I didn't know. Well, I did know the black man exists at the time, the 1.0 era.
Hmm.
Um, so our paths crossed, and that's how I got. Um, um, I've been an adjunct to them, and I've been. My purpose is more. My issue is more of the lies um and the propaganda against men, um in the backdrop of what happened to Brian Banks, the Gamergate, like that white Jewish woman who was blaming black and Hispanic men in New York City. I came from that kind of thinking. But as for the rest of it, rest of them, most of them are derelicts.
Okay.
The leadership, people who refer to as the leadership, most of them derelicts, and so forth. And they gave the wrong impression about what is really the problem. For me, I think the problem is not Keisha, quote unquote. The problem should be the lack of education and the lack of employment and a lack of access to certain needs and services. That's what should be addressed. But the Tommy Sotomayor's of the world, the Angermans of the world don't want, or Cities of the world don't. They believe it's her fault, um, not
So
not the. So go ahead.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think that came up on DJ Stream as well, DJ Witch Doctor, the Not for Humans podcast.
Hmm.
And somebody basically said that, the manosphere claims to make men better, but the men never talk about being better. What they see a lot of is complaining about women. And, they talk about women 24/7. Do you agree with that statement?
Right, I agree with that statement.
Okay.
Go to any podcast, go to any YouTube channel that has that where all the Manister Negroes meet up at, is always some black woman's name is in their mouth.
Bear with me. I'm sorry. I have to change out my headphones. One of them's dying. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you
Okay.
still. So it's always some woman's name in their mouth, and they go endless about this woman. Yeah, they'll use some celebrity or even a woman um who goes on these panels,
Hmm.
who's in the sector YouTube. They'll dog pile these women and such. And yeah, yeah. So it's basically the base way I see it is it's more of shame, blame, explain. It's more about
So,
SBE.
can I ask you a few questions then, like regarding your time around Red Pill, Manosphere, that kind of thing?
Go on.
So, is there any sort of like belief from that space, from that time when you were actively participating that you regret now promoting?
Oh yes, I do.
Like what?
Um, actually, talking with them, wasting my time trying to tell them, listen, I don't think well, women are should be the problem. Me wasting my time with them. Me having them on my panels, trying to talk to them. It's a waste of time. Um, yeah. And it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. Well, it hurt me that I'm being lumped in with the Obsidians of the world because I never made any video about black woman did this to me or black woman did this or women in general done something to me. It was mostly for me. My end was more about education and how come girls are being more appreciated in school more than boys. I always make states. I always talk things like that, or why Ritalin is being given to uh pre-adolescent boys when they're in elementary school. I talk
Hmm.
about things like that, but they want to sit there and blame everything on women and think women are the enemy. And I have a problem with that because it's taking off the issue off of what is really going on, rather than I'm gonna be mad at black women or mad at women because she's a modern woman and I'm a broke ass nigga who don't have the job or the career that would track the dime pieces.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like you're saying the problem isn't the women. The problem is these little homies need to get their weight up.
Right. They need to get their weight up, and also they need to start fixing what is really the problem. But the problem is everybody want to give their time and voices and donations to these illegal to these niggas who had great beat up women and stalk women like Obsidian and what's his name, you know, the child toucher over there who just got his channel deleted.
Okay.
So I mean, and the way I see it, how can you be for black men and talking about you shepherding for men, and then the leaders who y'all chose are the most derelicted piece of shit in the world,
Okay. Okay.
and I find it
I
an
agree.
embarrassment.
I have a point for that. Now, listen, when it comes to leaders, like we were talking, where I don't even remember where I was. I think it was DJ. No, DJ, Mr. DJ Music's channel when we were talking about leaders and people signing up for leadership. Was it there? Ah, I'm sorry. It was either there or it was DJ Witch Doctor. One of the two DJs, you know. But anyways, basically, one of the points that I said was that a lot of the time, it's not necessarily the most qualified person who ends up being a leader. Like some of the people have elected to make themselves leaders and they aren't necessarily the best leader for the job, but they were the person who was the least scared of taking it. They were the most vocal and the people who kind of live a more fearless life. Like, for instance, JP, he's a good example to bring up. I know I bring him up a lot, but he's a good example of somebody who's fearless and not necessarily somebody I would consider to be a leader, but he's a large voice in this space because he just doesn't give a shit. And there's a lot of men
Hmm.
who are too scared to step up and do what he's willing to do, which is get in front of a camera and show himself, be vulnerable, express his thought process, no matter what people think. Irby, thank you for joining. I'm sorry, I was on a little bit of
Hey,
a roll there. Thank you for coming up.
what's going on the other day? Hope everyone's having a good afternoon.
Your audio is kind of choppy. Can you say something else?
Y'all
Can
can
I get
hear
a
me
mic
now?
check?
Mic check, mic
Yep.
check.
How is it for you guys? Is it messed up for you guys too?
Yeah,
Y'all can,
yeah, yeah, it's kind. It's like it sound like though you're underwater. That's what it sounds like.
Can you say
hold on, let
something
me come
else?
back up.
Wait, that sounded better. I kind of messed with your mic settings. Say something else right now.
What's up?
Okay, I hear you. I heard what's up pretty clear. Did you
All
have
right, I wanted to ask. Yeah, you don't think JP is one of the worst problems of the space?
do I personally think that?
Yeah.
Um, he wouldn't have been my first choice to put as the quote unquote leader of the space. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what started off in I'm not part of the no red pill or manosphere thing, but what started off as something it kind of needed it. What started off as something good has turned now it went bad downhill, and it needs to be destroyed and rebrand.
You know what? It's messing up again. Can you try dropping and coming back? Because I do want to hear what you have to say.
All right.
Okay.
Mm,
While he
I agree with the first part. Destroy it
okay.
and do not let it come back. Destroy it. Don't let it come back. And the thing is, though, what I said. What I said about Aunt T. I disagree with Aunt T because the thing with you see here's the problem, right? I think I think these new people and Aunt T is fairly new, right? I'll give you since 2020. In 2019, you came in here since 2019. You're pretty much new. There are a lot of people that should be in jail. Pearl should be in jail. Okay,
Hmm.
Obsidian should be in jail. Anger Man should be in jail because a lot of illegal activity has been done behind the scenes in this space, and that's why though there are beefs that that's why people are still beefing because there are a lot of things that has not been resolved and yeah, and I believe the Freezies of the world, even your Sharon and Brownsville, they're up. They're getting in the way of what needs to be done. They keep making this all about monetary gain. When some of us really want to get rid of these sorry ass niggas though. And yeah, that's why I see it. That's why I disagree with Auntie on.
What? Okay. So I hear you, and I've heard you for a long time say that you want to get rid of the manosphere. You hate the manosphere. What about them? What about them? Because I hear a lot of people. Okay. Because I ask this question quite a lot, especially when I have men on the panel where I can pick their brains. What about the manosphere is so detrimental in your opinion?
Because it's radicalizing uh people in their teens and 20s. Um,
Okay.
you're radicalizing young men to a point where women in their age range are the enemy. And when you start putting out messages that all women are the enemy, then therefore you see women being harmed. Like there are issues in all around the world when there's manspherian content in some of these countries, like Australia, United States, Great Britain, and such. You start seeing an influx of femicide, and a lot of these deletions of women led to their who content that they're watching,
Hmm.
and I want to see them destroyed, and that's why partially I said 2026 might be the end of the red pill community, especially these social media companies that is propping them up.
Now
So
that was the whole point of this stream. Is it really ending, or is it going to be a beast of a different name? While everybody's rebranding, while everybody is trying to figure out how to expand and trying to seem more balanced, is the
hmm
red pill actually ending, or is it just
no,
an evolution of the red pill into?
no, I think though the only way to destroy the red pill is to address the social media companies that's been propping them up because how can you say that black women ain't shit or women should or it doesn't matter. If you go to white, black, Asian manosphere, it's the same old topic that women ain't shit. Therefore, they need to be. We need to get rid of the 19th Amendment. We need to force women back in the homes. We need to get women to second base positions in society. Um, yeah, it's hate speech. So because it's hate speech, it goes against the terms in service of Google and YouTube.
Mhm.
So if you're making a contract, if you upload a video on YouTube or whatever, you're also submitting yourself to a contract. And Google and Facebook and Twitter are not honoring honoring the contracts, which is the terms of service of to use. So therefore, those companies need to be breaking up to 1,000 different pieces, and that's why you get rid of the Obsidians and the Angermans
It's an interesting
and the
point. All right.
Sandmans of the world and the Roller Tomasis.
Before I have you continue, can I get a mic check from Irby?
Mic check, mic check. Y'all can hear me now?
Much better. Thank you. And then Gabe A has joined the panel with us. Gabe, can I get a mic check
Hey,
from you too?
hey, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you
Hey,
just fine. Hello and welcome in. Okay. So if anybody has a point you want to jump in right
Yeah,
now, you free to do so.
I can jump in.
Yes.
I think the manosphere needs to be destroyed and rebrand. Because what started off as probably positive to speak on issues surrounding men or young men has turned downhill. Okay, they started letting degenerates and incels in it, and it started turning to more of a hate speech, bashing women, misogynistic, racist, and
So can I
any
ask
other.
you,
that mic is crazy.
all of you gentlemen on here, what positive attributes would you give to the manosphere? Like when it first started in first form, what was it about it that made you want to tune in? And that's for anybody, any of the men.
Well, I again, uh, my issue with how boys education, and I'm glad that there was somebody talking about boys education being degraded and healthcare was being degraded among men. Uh, but at the same time, though that was small compared to the rest of the foolishness of what was going on. Everything was like, the black woman did this, the white woman did this, the Asian woman did this. They are to blame. We got to take away these women's rights away, rather than looking at what was ailing men. So and ailing boys. So that's the only time I'm going to say this positive was somebody out except for me addressing this particular issue. Other than that, though,
So
the
Yeah, for
rest
me,
of the rest of the 90%, the 95% of it needs to go.
It had
yeah, for me, it
positive
was
topics. It had positive topics when it came to the relationship topics, but somehow it turned downhill with started blaming once again women, black women, and started putting other races of women on a pedestal.
mhm.
yeah, for me, it was mainly a black male professional network that was around this space. So I found
Mhm.
networking opportunities to connect with other black men that were going through similar things within corporate America and their professional lives. I used to do a podcast on O'Shea's called the Hall of Game, and a lot of us would congregate there. So that was my initial attraction to the space.
Okay, so you were trying to find like-minded black professionals that you could have a network with. Big J
Yeah,
wanted people who were going to help advocate for young men in school and learning and making sure that you weren't being easily false accused of crimes you weren't committing. And then Irby, what did you say?
It was
some of my relationship topics.
relationships.
Relationship. Okay. Okay. All
Hey,
right. So everybody had
I
a
did want to
wide
make a
range.
comment.
Sure.
Yeah, I did want to make a comment about something that you were saying earlier. Can I share out? Do you remember the issue on Frank James back in 2022? Have you heard of that?
That's the guy who was in the subway, right?
That's him.
Okay.
That's him. Um, I
You
want to
are free to go
share
ahead and
out.
share. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You can share.
let me find that link, and it is right here. Enable audio. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. So here.
That's right there, Stephen, Teresa. Well, first of all, he is in federal custody tonight, the suspect we are talking about, and he will be in federal court tomorrow. But the case today certainly did take a bizarre twist when he actually called the NYPD's tip hotline to tell police where he was.
Why'd you shoot all those people?
62-year-old Frank James remaining quiet as the NYPD turned him over to federal authorities. He is now facing terrorism-related charges. His capture bringing a 30-hour intense manhunt to an end. And Mayor Adams relieved to tell New Yorkers,
"We got him. We got him."
The alleged subway shooter arrested on First Avenue and St. Mark's Place in the East Village after calling the NYPD's tip hotline himself and telling police that he was at a McDonald's about 2 blocks from the 19th precinct.
Officers respond to the McDonald's. He's not in the McDonald's. They start driving around the neighborhood looking for him. They see him on the corner of St. Mark.
And I'll go ahead and pause here because this was a very big conversation that happened in the Black manosphere around 2022, 2023. And I think it kind of pushed that legislation that you were talking about, or I'm sorry, that investigation of the Black manosphere, incels, and radicalizing those groups of individuals, where the result was that this gentleman, Frank James, he was sentenced to life in prison for that subway shooting back in 2023. What does this have to do with the Black manosphere, right? I don't know if people remember, but there was a website called theblackavengers.com, right? Or I don't remember the exact URL, but Black Avengers.
It started off as Black Avengers, then it changed the name to Free Speech Avengers later on.
There we go. That was so early in the Black manosphere. I think that this was more around 2.0. They were looking at, because people were getting their channels knocked off, people were getting demonetized, all types of things were happening. So they were looking at alternative platforms, and Black Avengers, Free Speech Avengers, was a breeding place for people to transition their content from YouTube over to that website, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still walk with me here. A lot of individuals started to upload content from the Black manosphere. When this incident happened, right, the FBI raided all types of internet records, phone records, anything Frank James was involved in, and they saw a direct correlation to that Black Avengers website. And actually, the creator of that website was investigated, and eventually that website was taken down because that became evidence in this particular case. Why do I bring this up? That's a direct level or a direct correlation between this gentleman, Frank James, consuming, right? Kevin Samuels was on his top watch list. Individuals, I forget this other gentleman, he had passed not too long ago. He was also a part of his watch list.
David
Uncle
Carroll.
David Carroll.
Yeah.
All these individuals were a part of his watch list, and they and that led in that investigation contributed to some of that the FBI information to say that these individuals are radicalized by that particular content. So I'll pause there to just say, like, hey, boom.
Well, like we Gabe, you only got here what? Well, let me say something. Back in 2009, 2008, there was a deletion of a woman named Asia McGowan. This is during the one point. Okay, now remember when she got murked by her classmate? Well,
right.
Both of them were beefing on YouTube. He goes by the name of Anthony Powell. His video's still up, by the way, if you want to look at it. So he and her was beefing online. And then one day he got that shotgun and went in that classroom. So what had destroyed the first manosphere at the time was partially that, and also it was some other things that went on. So they went to another website called Gen X, and that's when you have people like Sergeant Woody Pete, So in Black, people like Styles, Nut War Styles, who just passed away earlier this year. That that was not just the first website. There was other websites too that has being shut down or no longer being made available. Because the problem with the first Manosphere, well, not the problem. The reason why the first Manosphere never returned is because YouTube there was no monetization. There was no what you call it. There was no live streaming back then. So YouTube could just successfully just knock down these channels, and YouTube was not bought by Google at the time, because YouTube was a smaller entity before it was merged into Google. And after it merged into Google, that's why you couldn't just take down the entire group down.
Fun fact.
And that's why
you know that
YouTube
money
came in.
Yeah.
Did you know that YouTube started off as a dating website? Fun fact.
Yeah.
And then my question is that, are you kind of saying, so it's not just, the Black Manosphere hasn't just been a YouTube thing. It's been something that has been tracked and watched and evaluated, and some of the results have been seen over years throughout the internet. I mean, not only there, but also on different subreddits that have been shut down and different websites. So, it's been a whole movement across the internet that has had some type of outbursts and some type of events, like the thing that happened with Frank James, like the thing that happened with the incel that took the shotgun to school. These internet breeding grounds for radicalization of young individuals, right? Similar, I wouldn't say it's to the same level as like how individuals are radicalized towards like suicide bombing and all of those things, but it has similar elements, is my point.
Before you guys continue, can I get a mic check from Aaron? Thank you for coming on, Aaron. I appreciate it. Can I get a mic check from you to make sure we have sound?
Salute, Candy Cane panel.
Hello. Okay. What do you think, Aaron, from what you've been hearing so far?
Well, I've been on this platform for about 9 years now, and I've pretty much seen it all. When I first heard of the Manosphere, I kind of checked it out a little bit to see what it was about and see if it was like a men's help type of group. But then I started hearing different individuals speaking ill about women, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, this sounds like some hate speech. And it turns out it was. And if you understand the breakdown of the Manosphere was actually a white organization, and they were actually having issues with their women. And not to mention, they had right-wing leanings, meaning they had some racist ideas too. So they really did not actually have black men's interests. It's basically like a mirror of the feminist movement from before. The feminist movement didn't really have black women's interests either. They just had black women to buffer their numbers. And that's the same thing with the Manosphere. The Manosphere is basically, they hijacked the name Manosphere basically because of their issues with black women, but it's still hate speech nonetheless. And I look at the whole red pill mindset basically as a demonic, satanic counter to true masculinity. It's it doesn't do anything for black men. And you even have different offshoots of it, such as MGTOW and the Passport Brothers and stuff like that. But and SISBIM, which is Save Yourself Black Men. But my thing is this: is exactly what is it that black men are saving themselves from?
A good question. So I just want to make sure to kind of gauge it. Big J, you are not considering yourself red pill or manosphere. Avery, you don't consider yourself red pill or manosphere. Gabe, I'm assuming you don't as well, correct?
No, never. No.
Okay. All right. So were you ever a part of the manosphere? I know you said you came in and you were, trying to find camaraderie with professional black men as well. Was there ever a point where you did consider yourself aligned with it and walked away, or was it just I was there to take? Okay.
I was always there as like professional black male in tech. Really, I've never made red pill black manosphere type of content like complaining about relationship issues or any. I've been married even before I even had started creating content or heard about this particular space. So no, I've never had the issues like the baby mama issues or the I don't know, single mother. I don't know all of what they've complained about over the years. I've never had those particular issues. Not to say that some of those issues aren't valid, but it is to say I can't comment on issues that I'm not going through or things that have not affected me. Like I'm not really given experiential knowledge or experiential advice about something I've never experienced. So no, I've never contributed to that type of content about bashing black women. No. But
So
there
let me
have been
ask
people
you.
who have switched up though. Like you mentioned, people have switched up dramatically. I don't know if
Can
y'all
you?
knew, but
Okay,
yeah.
and that's why I wanted some of the more seasoned people to join, because I wanted, like, I have my list of who I know who has done like a 180 or whatever, but who can you think of who's kind of switched up, came in hardcore on the, if you don't mind dropping names, ain't no punk in
Oh
my
yeah, no,
blood.
I
Let's
don't mind
go.
dropping. Listen, I don't mind dropping names, and I think that a lot of y'all have some connection with this individual, Root Imp. I don't know if y'all know, but Root Imp used to be an avid contributor to Obsidian's panels. Obsidian, and so not only him, but also Nagone 511 or 5 something. They all used
I
to
know
be in the
both of those
same camp.
guys. I know both
They
those
all
guys,
used
Ruben and
they all
Gone.
used to create content together. I mean, one of the most infamous ones, because Obsidian had this big talking point about not being a cleanup man. And it was to the point where so the cleanup man concept was that black men should not go into single mother households or single mother relationships and try to be there for their kids and clean up what the mess another man has left, as if, a child in a single family household is considered a mess or something, right? That's something they got to clean up. Nonetheless, they even, as a result, created a stream called F Them Kids. Literally.
I remember.
They were like
I
shouting.
remember it. I remember that live stream.
Shouting to the top of their voices, F them kids. So
Wasn't that the
the
same
root that you see
Obsidian had?
that was, but Nagone 11 was there. I think C Boogie was there. Nagone was there. It was some people who don't even make that type of content anymore. So yes, you have seen 180s from those individuals in the type of content that they support and the type of content that they make.
So like the whole point of this stream was, because I see a lot of rebranding happening in this space. I see a lot of people who were very hardcore manosphere representing wanting to now distance themselves. And one of the questions that I asked initially was, do you think that this is a money chase, or do you think that there is some authenticity here? Because I do want to give space and grace for change. Not everyone, like myself, not everyone comes into this space one way and leaves another way or stays that way. People do have the opportunity and chances to grow. Do you think, though, and I'm asking everybody here, anybody can chime in whenever they want, is this an organic, authentic change based off of what is happening where people are getting demonetized and people are just wanting to have new conversations? Or is it a money chase?
Money chase.
They're not
Herbie
making no
says money
money
chase.
though. They're not making no money though. Like people getting demonetized and their channels deleted. Where is the money in them changing their brand? Like I think they see money opportunities potentially, but I don't think it's a successful money. So yes, it is a money chase because they're chasing it, not obtaining it. So I go with money chase.
Anybody else want to chime in? And before we do that, we have one more person that just joined. We have Mumaculous on the panel with us. Thank you for joining, Brother Mumaculous.
Hey.
What's up? What's up? What's up, people?
What's going on?
In the house.
I want to answer your question, Candy Cane. Like the brother before me just said, they weren't making money to begin with, so it can't be a money chase. So, maybe the term manosphere has gotten too much of a red flag to it. So that's probably why they're rebranding.
Well, hold up. Now, you don't mind me interrupting. Those fresh and fit guys were making money.
You said Fresh and Fit were making money, Irby. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, ain't they?
But they
Weren't
didn't.
they?
They
But they
they
never
were until
changed their
they got
content.
demonetized.
hmm
Yeah, but Fresh and Fit woke up. Myron's doing his own content now.
And they came in on that topic of relationship and red pill type of content. I know they kind of doing some political stuff now, so maybe, but they were never really hardcore Black Manosphere. They were more of Black Manosphere adjacent, like mediocre tutorials and reviews. He was somewhat involved with the Black Manosphere for a second, or like
Yeah, but
the
but
lead
they're all
attorney.
manosphere though.
Yeah,
Is this just? Oh, I see. It's not just Black Manosphere. Okay, I see the title. The Red Pill and Manosphere rebranding.
Right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm
the
not
term
specifically
manosphere.
targeting. I'm not targeting Black Manosphere. I intentionally left
Yeah, I got
out.
you.
Right.
Okay.
But as far as Fresh and Fit, to me, their most charged live stream that I can think of was when they had the one with Tommy Sotomayor and the young lady Shay, when they got into the argument and it got physical. So I think that was probably the biggest one.
Mumu, do you have a point you want to jump in here with?
Yeah, make sure you keep all these other blue pill simps muted while I talk. Nah, I mess with y'all. Nah, I was gonna say that I think that some of them probably did sincerely change because they started interacting with women a lot more. And I think that not saying that they all sincere, but I would believe them if somebody said they were sincere, that they have changed some of their beliefs because the conversation got pushed forward. Before they were an echo chamber, and when they started getting pushback and you start having conversations, I think the more like a lot of the guys probably really did actually change some of their views.
I mean, I
Okay,
think
so
that
you
folk
you
like O'Shea has changed. He's went from that strict Manosphere red pill content to more of red Manosphere light, red pill light, but more and heavy on the celebrity in current news. And he has changed based upon money because he was not finding it as profitable to bash Black women than it is to cover celebrity news. So that one was definitely a money change.
So then let me ask you, because I haven't watched O'Shea in probably forever. Does he do any panels nowadays? Like, can you speak on
No.
Okay.
No panels, none.
No, O'Shea's mainly doing something called Celebrity Junk. So he's talking about, and I've been on his panel before too. The fact that when I did O'Shea's panel, I was actually surprised he even knew who I was because I'm not really as big on this platform. I mean, a few people do know me, but yeah, O'Shea's doing Celebrity Junk now.
Okay. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with finding your lane and getting into it, especially if your lane is a lot less destructive to the overall community. Because just like Big J pointed out earlier, like these talking points that start online are trickling down to children. They're going into the high schools, they're going into the middle schools. I saw, Sneeko was surprised, which I'm surprised he was surprised, when he got approached by a group of kids talking about how much they love him. And then they were like, ew, girls, women are stupid, girls are stupid, or something they said. He looked at them like, what? Like, yeah, you're going to create a group of young men who come out of the womb hating women that they never had any interaction or really even had the opportunity to be ruined by. Like, think about people like Jalen. Jalen has been in this space since he was what, a teen? I'm sorry, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I know me and Jalen had our little beef, and Jalen, if you're out there, salute to you, but I'm using you as an example right now. He got into this space. He didn't have any proper, like, male influence in his life. And then, he's listening to these men online who are basically steering him wrong. And it's evident, like, he can't ever vocalize a viewpoint without saying somebody on YouTube said, MTR said, Obsidian
Yeah.
said, RBR said. Like, bro, what do you say? What are your thoughts? Like, And it's because you've been groomed and conditioned from the time that you were, a teenager to now, to where you think becoming a stepdaddy makes you responsible for child support. Like, I was so lost. Um, hey, Choco Kitty, I see you come in. But my whole
And I
point
think
of
he
bringing
is
that up
too.
was,
He's lost on the internet. Like
well, my point in
Jalen might
bringing
die,
him up
but he
is,
don't know what's going on.
it's not just to bash Jalen. It's to say that, do these. Okay, I have an internet connection, I have a computer, and I have a microphone. Does that give me a level of responsibility for the things that I spew on this internet? I guess is my point. Like, because you never know
Right.
who's listening. You get on here, you get people who say, "Oh, I'm just trolling. It's just trolling. I don't mean what I say. It's a character. I'm playing a character online." Does a
That's very
17-year-old know that? Does a 14-year-old know that? Does an 11-year-old know that? Or do they believe that
No.
there really
No.
are people out there with these ideologies?
Do the feds know
And
that? Because they
Do the
listen
yeah,
feds?
too.
Good.
yeah,
Yeah, good
yeah.
question.
And the thing is, though, right? When it comes to, Jalen is not the only one, right? Because early this year, I had to shut down my mentions. I had to shut that down because I got a 40-year-old nigga with no damn teeth, and I ain't gonna say his
Shout
name.
out to the gummies.
Yeah. My brothers, him, right? This man's 40 years old and he's mad at women because he was see all these leaders, quote unquote, these head time management Negroes, right? They have a criminal record. This nigga who I'm referring to, I ain't gonna say his fucking name because I ain't gonna give him no shine. He went to jail the same way as the other nigga who touched on that little girl. Yet he went from Louisiana to Colorado, and he's over here, talking about he's MGTOW because he was quote unquote falsely accused of rape. So all these track records, all these individuals ain't good. Just like that nigga named Flint Town Boy. He went from one state to go after Chris and Carazine's daughter when she went to college and
And see
taking
that
pictures
right
of her.
there, automatically just sent the hairs on the back of my arm up. Like, what?
Yeah, people are crazy. People are crazy on here. People are very, very crazy.
I mean, and I get that, but why does it have to go from online to offline? Why are you chasing this girl down at her school? Like, that's a level of mental illness. Are we kidding right now?
Well, let's
We're
not
not.
forget Elliot Rodger. If you don't know who Elliot Rodger is, he's actually he was the son of a movie producer from Hunger Games. He's the one who went to the University of Santa Barbara and went on his rampage before he unalived himself. And he also had incel red pill leanings. Matter of fact, a lot of people who have done copycat stuff have actually had like stickers saying for ER, meaning Elliot Rodger. If you don't know who he is, Google him. It'll
Is
tell you
that
all about
is
who he
it?
was.
Was he a younger white dude, smaller
Yeah, he
frame?
did. Yes, he was. He did a manifesto, and he was
Yeah,
actually
okay, I
mad
know.
at he was mad at the jocks, and he was mad at all the pretty girls because he was rejected. So a lot of these guys with that mindset, they have a sense of entitlement.
Andy, he was the shooter in California, college shooter. He was half white, half Asian.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, though. But he was definitely not melanated.
I mean, we have to look at the internet. Just because someone has an internet connection and access to StreamYards or YouTube doesn't mean that they don't still have the same maladies and mental deficiencies that people do have in like the real world. So I say you got to just treat these folk just as you would treat anybody that walk up on you in the real world. So mental deficiencies, illnesses, you name it, I think folk have it here. And it's even been to the point where people have threatened to cause harm to my family, where I have gotten the FBI involved and had the FBI knock on people's doors multiple times. So it's just you got to treat it all as the same. People dox my family, put up pictures that they find on the internet, on their pages, and go in and think they're roasting something when they're actually causing harm, because those mentally deficient individuals can take information and run with it. So, you know, it's just it's not a safe place for anybody. And I'm not saying that it should be, but that's just the reality of this space.
Have they ever tried to call your job?
Yep. Trying to call, email, my job, all that type of stuff. But the thing is that, you know, when you're like kind of like a one of one at your organization, they go, and your organization has like legal backing to it, like they have legal services and everything. Like, you're not about to get none of that off. Like, you're not about to cause no harm to me or my employment. So it's a little bit different in my situation, but other people it's different. Yep.
I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't encourage anybody to do the doxing. Like, it really should never get that far. But, you know, I get it. I hear exactly what you're saying. The mentally ill are going to be mentally ill no matter where they go, whether they're on the street, whether they're on the internet. So, you know, that's an unfortunate truth. That's one of the reasons why I feel like when I hear people say, well, who is the leaders? Who are, like, I think I heard Pure ask that the other day, and that's not a shot to you, Pure, if you're out there. But I don't think that there necessarily should be quote unquote leaders online, because who are these people that are leading you and where are they leading you to? I mean, we're all individuals. I think we can have conversations, but if you're asking me to sign up for like a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or somebody that's going to be my new Black Messiah, I'm going to decline respectfully.
Yeah, I'm sorry to have you too, also, bro. I know it's like, I've had my life threatened on the internet before too, so my apologies if that happened to you. Whoever did that, you know, we got a name for them. We call them keyboard gangsters. So obviously,
I don't have no problem saying names. John the Analyst, he has a channel. Rue has doxed me. It said my family's names and kids and everything online. So, you know, I don't have no problem saying that. Obsidian has did similar things. So, you know, doxers, threateners, all names. Those are the names.
Honestly, Candy, there's no leaders really. Everybody is free for all.
So, I mean, and I don't have a problem with it being a free for all. Like, I feel like as individuals, we can come together and still have like some sort of communion. It doesn't have to be a leader follower situation. Y'all can walk hand in hand. Well, you ain't got to hold hands, but you know what I mean by that.
When people are talking about, I'm sorry, that was some feedback. When people are talking about the leaders, right? If people talk about the leaders, right, and I guess you talking about Mr. DJ Music's channel, right? I guess what she was referring to, and I have to call her on the phone and ask, but I think what she was referring to was okay. Let's look at who is the biggest following. See, I always judge. I judge the leaders on how many followers you have, and how many punk ass niggas that. And when I say niggas, I ain't just talking about white black people. I'm talking about these surrogates that come attack you while you attacking their favorite YouTuber. So it's based on who has the biggest following and who has their sycophants that they'll send on their behalf, that attack you on their behalf. That's who I see as quote unquote leaders. Because if I said something to BGS, trust and believe, that punk ass nigga by name of what's his name, Edward Anderson or somebody coming after you. You know,
it sounds more like you're describing cultish behavior.
Right, the cultish behavior. Yeah, the cultish behavior. You say something to Anger Man, you got his people. You said something to Anton, you got his people coming after you. So
at the same time, I don't think that there are. But I'm about to say, at the same time, I don't think that there's. How can somebody be a leader of something that isn't a real establishment?
That's think it's just question. I agree.
Right, a YouTube channel.
I remember BGS had the Coliseum, and I mean, you had guys like the Grinch, and I think Angry Man even was on the Coliseum. Also, they were like they had a 3-man thing going, and I mean, matter of fact, Angry Man was one of the co-founders of the Negro Manosphere. Now he's got the Masculine Mercenaries because I think him and O'Shea like fell out or something.
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, that was years ago. That was like the first five months when they came together with that, in 2013, 2014.
but yeah, Kenny, I think it's the more cultish behavior than real leaders, because leaders need to be, a lot of times in the U.S., right, some type of democratic process to be voted in or something like that, or there needs to be some type of establishment of an organization in order for somebody to really be considered a leader of something, rather than just a YouTube channel.
Exactly.
I hear
That's
you.
good. I mean, all these people claim to be the gurus and stuff like that. I mean, think about it. I mean, he's been gone for like, I forget what, 4 years now. How many Kevin Samuels clones are we going to get on one platform? I mean, geez, let the man rest. And as far as like the Manosphere, I mean, I've been targeted by them before, been called everyone's favorite S word, the simp, because there was a time when I was cool, and I still consider myself somewhat, tight with Cynthia G. I mean, when I first started my YouTube journey, and that might make me a target again, but I don't care. I mean, I can deal with it.
Are you
Big J.
sure? Hold on. Are you sure you targeted by just the Manosphere, or niggas like me who want her to be sued as well?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, I'm just saying, because like, guess what? She's not innocent either. She got blood on her
Yeah.
hands too.
I remember the whole thing of targeting black male babies. I do remember that. I mean, like I was saying, when I first
No,
started,
I'm not even talking about that. That's nothing. Saying let's board black male babies. She didn't really say that. She was asking that in the form of a question, but niggas don't know how to comprehend. So that part, I'm gonna leave that part. It's that whole who choose better series, what Cynthia did. She should be sued for that. And I'm surprised that nobody filed a lawsuit against Cynthia behind that who choose better series. When she went up to other people's houses, or she had her little punks going to other people's houses talking about interracial couples, and go to interracial couples' houses and take pictures of them so that she can trash them online, violating people's privacy. She should be sued behind that. And then the whole issue, what she did to Bacardi Henderson when he got stomped out in Greece. Now I know the family of Bacardi Henderson. He used to be a page boy inside the Texas Senate back in 2013. I remember all that. So she got blood on her hands too. Okay. Yeah. I view her as a problem too.
Listen, and at no point in time did I ever make it seem like the women are innocent or like there's no smoke to be had here. I'm only speaking on the men today because it was specifically men's channels that Sir Ism was talking about having helped rebrand. That's why we got here. It wasn't me picking on the men. It was because it came up in conversation. And that's why I have the 2 short videos posted from DJ Witch Doctor's stream last night, where he's kind of coming down on the men. Like, one of the main things that, and I don't know, okay, I'll preface by saying I don't know Sir Ism. I don't know enough about him. Hey, Rose, thank you for coming through. I see you over there. I don't know enough about Sir Ism to really have an opinion on him other than what I hear him, say on the streams. And one of the things that he was basically coming at the men for was like, basically, I came in and I helped you revamp your channel. Your channels were dead, and I'm paraphrasing. So please, nobody take this as me coming for any of the content creators he was talking to. I don't know most of y'all. Some of y'all I do. I have no opinion on it. I'm just regurgitating what I heard. So basically, his point was, I came through, I saw you all with your dead channels, and I told you what you needed to do, whether it be to change your name, whether it be to like revamp the space, but basically to try and help get you to more mainstream, bring in some new faces to the space. And to me, it seemed to expand to add in more women. That's how I took it. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I gathered from it. On top of that, what I heard Sir Ism say to the men of the space was, all of y'all are spending all this time online. All of y'all got dry dicks. You are angry and upset with women because you can't figure out how to get them. If you went outside and touched some grass, you would get some ass. That is kind of what I took away from it.
Sir Ism is a clown. I don't know if I know you said that you just regurgitating stuff that he said, but he's not really credible. He was one of these. He claims to be a P, right?
I don't know that, but okay.
So he does, right? He used to like
The
bring
the
like
P we're talking about ends in another P, right? It's not an
right,
O.
right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
That's what he claims to be. So he came in during the time with him, and it was somebody else called what's his name? I forgot. Another dude. What's his name? He has a channel now.
I forgot his name. They always talk about Mackin. The
Mackin,
Macosphere.
Game, pimping, and
Is
everything. Right.
that what DJ Kudo was talking to him about yesterday? He said he came up with the
Yeah.
name McAfee.
Yeah.
I
forgot his name now.
Sent for the P this year.
Not Simple to P, but I'm talking about somebody else.
It's not Simple for P. He's from Tennessee. What's his name?
What's his name?
Oh my God, his name's at the tip of my tongue. I used to be over there. God,
is he still alive?
What's his name?
Yeah,
He's still alive. I forget his name.
I ain't been over there in a while. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm supposed to know.
I
this
forgot his name.
It's at the tip of my tongue. Oh my God, he
is
an old ass nigga though.
Yeah.
He's old.
So as you're thinking about it,
I gotta think about it for a minute.
So Sir-ism, this other individual that name that we're forgetting, they came into the space with that message of like, you got to be a P, you got to have game. That's why y'all all have issues with women. You got to, like you said, touch grass. They didn't come in and revamp anybody's channels. They were just part of a segment of game versus. It was game dudes versus the educated lames during that time, or something along those lines, where they were just saying you gotta have game, and they just said that they were P's, and it was a wild time. So I'm sorry, Sir-ism is not credible at all. Yeah.
Slap-a-don. Anyone heard of him? Slap-a-don. Was he one of them who talked like that too?
Not during this ism.
No. The guy's old. So Slap-a-don's around like my age. I know who Slap-a-don is. No, this guy's like in his 50s and 60s. He's in his 60s. What's his? He's from Memphis. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name.
Platinum Elite.
If I knew, I would type it in.
Platinum.
If I knew,
Platinum
I would
is his
type
name.
Platinum Elite. Yeah, that's his name. Platinum Elite. Yes. Yeah, Platinum Elite.
So Platinum Elite and Sir-ism came into the space talking about pimping, macking, game, and that's all that was their calling card. They didn't revamp anybody's channels or do anything different. They were just, like I said, part of a segment. But anyway, just a little bit of history there.
Now there's the guy Manosphere algorithm. And I believe Sir-ism said he told him to change his name. Manosphere algorithm, if I got that wrong, don't hold it against me. You can always correct me. This is what I thought I heard. It was a few other people that he was like name dropping, saying what he told them to do to increase their chances of going like more mainstream, I guess is what I'll use when I say you want both genders to come around your space. You guys disagree with that?
Ism isn't even mainstream. Have you went to his channel before?
Never. Like I said, I only heard him on DJs. I'm real selective with where I go.
Sir-ism.
All he does is like
Sir-ism got
okay. He's like Cat Williams from the last Friday movie.
Well, I did get the imitation Cat Williams vibe from him. I did get that.
Absolutely.
I guess my point in bringing it up was, although he is playing a character, it's kind of the same thing when people would talk about Kevin Samuels. Like, don't pay attention to the messenger, pay attention to the message, is what I heard a lot when people accuse Kevin Samuels of being gay, and like why are y'all listening to him? Like when y'all are not even playing like on the same team or whatever. I feel like it's kind of the same thing with Sir-ism, because like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, what he was saying was a lot of pimp talk bullshit, but some of what he said has some validity to it. Like,
what do you think what he said was valid?
what I'll put it as is when he said, you guys spend a lot of time arguing back and forth with women online. And it was like, you're not actually, like, this is the only time you get to talk to women, and all y'all doing is arguing versus actually trying to get to know these women. And he basically said a lot of these dudes are lonely. And the same for women, who spend a lot of time arguing back and forth with these men. It, I don't know. Okay, so I'll give you an analogy. I don't know who has seen this, but it's two dogs, right? Two little dogs barking, and there's like a gate in between the two of them, and they going at it,
Mm-hmm.
barking, 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 barking. You pick that gate up, and all of a sudden the barking stops. You put the gate back down, they're going back at it, barking. That's how I see these spaces when I see these men and these women going back and forth, arguing and fighting back and forth and chatting on the platforms. I feel like it's just because y'all don't really know how to talk to each other. So the only way that you can relate is through this aggression.
I
I
also
think he
think
was
that
right
some
about that.
people,
That
but I
makes a
also
lot of
think
sense.
that some people like that though, like that type of interaction.
So, Candy, is it socially awkward people?
That's a good question. Probably to some extent. I mean, but who doesn't have a level of social? I mean, I would say that the quote unquote P's, as you call them, the people who have the game, all the game in the world, are usually the least socially awkward because they don't care. Like there's just a level of stupid they come with, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just like I'm willing to go as dumb as I can because I don't care about the outcome. I'm just that like confident in whatever. There, you're gonna have that group of people, and then there's the rest of the people who have varying levels of like social awkwardness to them. I don't think that's going to put you in a position though where you spend all night and all day arguing with the opposite sex while claiming to hate them or dislike them or constantly having negative things to say. The weirdest thing to me is for people to say, I don't hate said gender, I don't hate men, but then everything you say is like anti-man or hating men, or I don't hate women, but everything you say is anti-women. Like, I don't know if it's just that people don't hear themselves, that there's a lack of self-awareness in actually listening to what comes out of your mouth or what you're putting out into the universe versus if you're just really in denial.
I'm gonna say this much, and this is no attack on a certain community, but any man, in my opinion, who goes out of his way to disparage and derange women, to me, is sounds kind of sus. I'm just saying.
Hey, Big J, I wanted to ask you, do you remember that group Return of the Kings?
Yeah. I remember it.
Do you know what happened to them?
Um, I don't. You talking about that guy? The guy in Europe?
Yeah, that was
Oh,
they were my introduction to the Manosphere was actually those guys because they
right,
showed up.
right.
They showed up in Houston. They wanted to have a rally really all over the place, and the one they was gonna have in Houston was at Herman Park. And I was with
Right. What
the new
happened to
Black
him?
Panthers at
Right.
the time.
Uh, right. You talking about the white guy? Um, he ended up becoming a clergyman because he went to Central Europe and somehow he found God and then he left the scene. He left the Manosphere scene. That was when the because like the British government was after him too. The BBC did a dossier report on him. They had reporters in his face because something happened in somewhere in Germany or Austria somewhere, and somehow he became part of the clergy, start becoming a Christian. He talking about though he's talking about he's repeating his sins about bedding down with a whole lot of women all over Europe and America. So yeah, I forgot. The last time I heard of him was like 2018, at least. I don't know what happened since then. And also let me put a little tidbit too about the origins of 2.0. Right? There used to be a website called The Voice for Men. Right? So Angerman and Obsidian used to be over there. So Paul Elam, who runs that website, told them don't talk about black women on my channel on this website. Don't make race into an issue they were so hard headed. They still was talking about black women. So that's why Angerman and Obsidian met with O'Shea and created what we call the 2.0 era of the black manosphere, because the white guys did not want them around them. The white guys and the Asian guys do not want them around because they kept emphasizing race and they kept emphasizing black women and not women in general. So yeah, that's what happened when Angerman and Obsidian's part of role in that. So yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna get on off of here. I might come back.
I overheard you say that you were NBPP, so in Houston, so you know Crystal Muhammad, then don't you?
Yeah, I've worked with her numerous times.
Yeah, I used to be with NBPP when I lived in Dallas. So okay.
Well, yeah, what I was saying about them, man, when they showed up to Herman Park, we showed up and we went at them. It's actually a video on YouTube. I don't know if you remember that, Candy Cane. I played it on Taz's channel. But Taz played it on his channel a while back.
Say that one more time. Repeat that last part for me, please.
I said there was a video where at the time I was with the new Black Panther Party, and we approached the group called Return of the Kings, and there was a video I played on Taz's channel, but I was saying that was my introduction to the Manosphere, I guess, in real life.
Was that the Stone Mountain? Was that part of it?
No. This was Return of the Kings was a pro grape group, and there was pro RAPE.
No. I follow. I
know you lying.
It just caught me off guard what you just said.
I sent you the video actually, Tiff, of what went down. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what, on FB?
No, this was on YouTube a while back. Like I said, I was a part of the new Black Panthers at the time, and we got word that these guys was going to be having a meetup at the park, and we showed up and approached them.
That's the craziest thing I ever heard. A pro grape group wanting to meet in the park.
Crazy.
If you can, if you still have access to the video, can you tag me in it? I do want to see it.
Yeah.
Fighter Complex, welcome. Thank you for coming on. Can I get a mic check from you?
Kalagontogi is the Cloud Chasing Call Dominican representative. I tend to see you on other channels in the comments, so I just subscribe to your channel to see what's it about.
Appreciate it. Welcome in. I don't know how much you've heard today of what we're discussing, but if you have an opinion you want to go ahead and express, you're free to do so.
Well, earlier, I don't know if you know of a gentleman named Israel Mills. Izzy?
Yeah, we know that.
Yes, we know Izzy, yes.
Okay, so today he was speaking on the manosphere, right? Like, is the manosphere dead? And so I've seen that there's a resurgence, or there's a new wave of people who are now they're being introduced to what the manosphere is, and this is not something new. Even on YouTube, this is not something new. This is at least a decade old, but I don't think the manosphere is dead and is always going to rebrand and always going to evolve, because there's always going to be a new group of people that are being introduced by this content or this science or art. And let's be honest, our romantic relationships, that's going to be a very important dynamic of our lifestyle. Who we're going to spend the rest of our lives with, or who we're going to have children with. That's very important. And for the people that are, even for the people that are single or having difficulties in dating, that aspire to have a marriage or maybe to sleep around with women, we all have different motivations, but this is an important topic for humans, period, because it's part of our biology. So I think this will always be interesting, because we all have gone through heartbreak or get some sort of difficulty when it comes to that. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you then, How has the manosphere, any of the top voices in the manosphere, helped you when it comes to relations? Like, how has it helped to make you better in relationships? How has it
Mhm.
given you any sort of productive advice?
Well, I wouldn't say. I want to say pre YouTube going live. So, um, I would say it was more about like the self improvement content that was helpful.
Okay. Okay.
Self improvement,
That's fair. That's
yeah.
fair. You know,
Self
like
improvement.
when you say self-improvement, was it more so telling you to hit the gym and like get your weight up? Was it telling you to lose weight? Was it more so telling you about getting your finances together, teaching you stocks and things like that? Like what because when I think of the manosphere today, I don't get a lot of people talking about self-improvement. What I get is a lot of people talking about where women are going wrong and why men are responding. That to me is not self-improvement.
Um, Me in particular, I've saw more the content that I was attracted to was like an example, yeah, like getting your physical right. Because when you get your physique right, I think people think, oh, it's only for appearance. No, that changed your mental too, because diet matters. So our nutrition has a lot to do with our mentality and our mental health or whatnot. But then I started seeing content. Okay, not only are you gonna feel good about yourself and have more energy, people are gonna look at you in a different way if you look like you're in physical shape, and you're gonna attract more women or men.
That
And
is facts.
so aside from that, and that's one of those facts that people don't want to accept, but it's truistic. It's just it is what it is, right? Um, then I see, especially when you're a man, I see that your finances matter. You don't have to be rich, but at least be to the point where you can take care of yourself and you're comfortable. You're not on survival mode. You're not living paycheck to paycheck. That's a very, even though most of us that's our reality, but as a man specifically, you should thrive to get out of that, where you have a little bit more breathing room, right? Because when you're
So
not in a mental in a state of despair, you have a better clarity. I hope, does that make any sense?
no,
Can
That
I
no,
when
I
you,
can I
understand what
ask
you're
something
saying.
real quick, Candy Cane?
you go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fighter. What? And I'm not. I don't know if it's specifically you learned those things, but if so, what was you listening to before that? Because who didn't know those things before the Manosphere?
Well, I knew I kind of knew this already, but I think sometimes we're fed out in the world. We're fed things that's almost like yes men phrases or ideologies, as far as, oh, it doesn't matter how much money you make. It's okay if you're not in shape. It's okay if this and that. And I think maybe the manosphere kind of woke people up a little bit for saying, hey, no, your appearance does matter. The type of clothes you wear does matter. Or do you wear cologne? Um, are you saving your money? Are you doing this? I think some people, they live their life on auto drive. They're somewhat zombies, and sometimes they need someone that doesn't know them to tell them about themselves.
Well, what I'm asking
Yeah.
though, I guess, is I've never not heard those messages my whole life.
Right.
So that's what I'm wondering.
Okay.
Like,
So see, now that's a personal thing. So maybe you had great role models or great examples, but a lot of people don't. So
no, this is what I'm saying.
okay.
Money, good looks
Right.
attract women. When was that? When is that not taught? In what space is that? Like, you don't have to have a positive role model
Right.
to tell you women like men who look good, whether it be how they dress, they style, like whether it be like women like men with money. That's what I'm saying. Like when you say these types of things, people learn from the manosphere. It's like have these dudes been living under a rock?
Some people do. Most people do living under a rock, bro. Most people, they just wake up, go to school or work, and come, and after that they come right back home. That's most people's lives. They only go outside to get food or to get money.
Nah, come on, man. I think, see, that's what I'm saying. I think
no.
I think it's disingenuous when we bring up those. Well, look what I'm saying. Moo. I think it's Big Mac, Moomaculous, all kind of shit. But I think people are being disingenuous. I don't think anybody calls me that. They call me a lot of people really admire my neck. They ask me a lot of, but anyway,
because we finally found that whole, hey, it's a great
I definitely call you no neck, but continue.
But I think, first of all, I think people are being disingenuous. Men are being disingenuous when they say those are the things they learn from the manosphere. Because like what you're saying now is like, man, you know, most people live under a rock. No, most people don't live under a rock, especially black men and black men from urban areas. Like there's no way you didn't know before listening to the manosphere that women are attracted to good looks and money.
Right.
Well, okay, so if people didn't know that, why don't they practice that? Why don't they push themselves to get to that point?
Because it's several circumstances, but you know, that doesn't mean they don't know it. Now, like you said, you could get you could get reinvigorated, or like you hear it from a certain source and then you like, oh, these niggas over here is on that, so let me get on it too. But I don't believe for 1 second that a grown man didn't know that.
Okay, so when people are listening to content, when people are listening to manaspheric content, who do you think is listening to it? Do you think it's just men that are 40 years old and bald with 5 kids?
I mean, if I might add to this conversation, maybe I could help out. A lot of this generation today is influenced by hip hop culture. A lot of this culture today, that we know, when I say hip hop culture, you hear a lot of stuff about who has the most whips and who has the most women. And a lot of these guys today get their training and teaching from that. I say who can pardon my language, but they say who can make the most hoes and bees and stuff like that. And you know, I got a fresh ride and all that stuff. And if you don't got it, you ain't in the in crowd. So a lot of guys are influenced by that. This generation today is very hypersensitive to that sort of area. So, and like
can I play devil's advocate?
Okay,
can I play devil's advocate with you guys on the point? Maybe it's not so much that men.
Black women are the devil anyway, but go ahead. You ain't got to advocate for them. You are them, but go ahead.
Be a demon, not a devil. But all right. So basically, my thought process is maybe it's not so much that men don't know this. Yes, everybody universally knows money and looks is going to get you a lot further in life, but maybe some of these men didn't know that it would be possible for them to increase their money the way that they have learned. Or maybe they didn't know that it was possible to increase their looks. Like, just because you've been husky your whole life don't mean you have to stay that way. Maybe they needed somebody to kind of show them the way to kind of maximize their chances.
You mean like motivation, get rid of your laziness.
Right.
So let me expound a little bit, right? So ever since I was a kid, I've been into boxing. And okay. I'm a boxer. I train kids too, teach people how to fight, get into shape. And sometimes we may know things, but we need that extra push. Even myself, someone who I'm seasoned in that, it's not the same me working out from home. I have a heavy bag. I have all the pull-up ball. I have weights. I have all the equipment I would need, right? But it is not the same me trying to improve myself, getting fighting shape of physique, versus me being at the actual boxing gym where there's other men around and my boxing coach is there and he's pushing me to my limits. Like
just motivation.
Right. E. I'm literally building off of what you said. And so there's nothing like that. You can't substitute that you have someone who, you know, he's a fighter. He was a fighter when he was younger. So he knows what to do. He knows the trials and tribulations of a fighter. So then he knows, hey, this is what you keep pushing. He's pushing you to your limits. And I think a lot of people now, Momo, maybe Momo didn't need this. Maybe Momo he found out the hard way in real life before the internet. Maybe he was really outside going when he was in high school, going to the mall. I remember this was a thing we used to do back in the day. We were in high school, we go to the mall and we used to play a game. Let's see who could get the most numbers. Maybe this is not the greatest thing in the world, but at least it helped us build our confidence and being open to speaking to women, even if we're getting rejected. So little games like that we used to play. Oh, let's see who could get the pretty girl's number. I think maybe that's like a lost tradition, and that this is why there was this renaissance online where men who needed help or had difficulties with women, maybe someone could give them advice. Now,
so let me ask you before you continue on.
Go ahead.
Who in these spaces was that for you? Or like, because I hear all the time talking about like the positivity side of it and like how these men were motivating, but I haven't heard anybody give me a content creator yet. Who was that? Like most of the content creators that are named are men who I've heard do a lot of like bashing. I know Fresh and Fit did at one point, like really promote getting your body and whatnot together and like being better men, but there was also the other side of it, which was the bashing. So who would you say is a positive like manospheric voice?
So I would say someone that I listened to, this is like in 2017, I want to say 2018, was Alpha Male Strategies. I would listen to him and I think he was funny, not only because he was funny. I think he was a comedian at one point, but he spoke about harsh realities of human nature, of men and women. And I think we tend not to accept human nature. And I think he kind of showed people, hey, this is the nature of things, whether you like it or not. And maybe this is how you can move around that. So I think he has a certain psychology around dealing with women. Now, the part that I disagreed with him was it seemed like he never wanted to have a family. So all he cared about was just sleeping with women and just getting on to the next. I was in disagreement with that because maybe someone is tired of that game. Maybe they do want to have a family. So, but I think similar to what people do with the Bible or whatever. Hey, just take the good parts out that you think you can apply to your life and move with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Alpha Male Strategies to really comment on him. So
he's pre Fresh and Fit. He's pre Kevin Samuels. He was lit online before all that stuff. So that's why it was more raw content.
Alpha Male Strategies. I heard of him also. I think he's been on O'Shea's platform a few times too, as well. I wanted to ask this question to anyone. I'm sure you probably have heard of them, but it's these two content creators that I've listened to lately. One of them is Anton Daniels, and the other one is J.R. Wisdom. Are they Manosphere Red Pill?
That's not really Anton. Like not Anton. That's more like damn nigga. That's like you compare. That's like you comparing Nas to like Vanilla Ice. It's just
Anton is more politics.
Anton to me is anti-black community, or maybe his
but
anti-blackness is pro-blackness in a way. That's how I would describe him.
Do you know what microwave popcorn content is?
I haven't heard the term, but you can.
So no man wants his physique. They don't want to speak how he speaks. They don't want to think how he thinks. Maybe they just want his money, his success. But no one wants to. No man grows up and say, "Hey," no little kid says, "Hey, that's my archetype." Like no guy wants to be him. Maybe an older man wants to.
Yeah, the only time I've seen Anton Daniels actually do like a collaboration. I think I saw him even do a collaboration with Charleston. That dude. Yeah, I saw him do it. Charleston Wright. The other one I was mentioning was J.R. Wisdom. He's an Atlanta-based content creator. I was wondering if he's of that ilk, Red Pill Manosphere.
He's basically a grifter. He's a grifter, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've heard of J.R. Wisdom. The name sounds familiar. I wouldn't really know, but I just believe that there's positive. Any like on the internet, there's a bunch of positive things. People think the internet, Instagram, TikTok is all negativity and ratchetness and debauchery, but on TikTok, you can learn about a lot of stuff. It just depends what you use it for. Like an example, I'm into cameras. I can learn about a lot about settings on my camera and what FPS to use and everything. Or some people will go on there for gossip, right, and to talk down on other people. So it just depends
He's the
on what
type
you
of dude I love for.
Sorry.
When it comes to cameras, then you the guy I would talk to then, because I'm interested in getting the Panasonic GX7 as well as a Red. So maybe we could have
Are
this
you more into
conversation.
photography or video?
Yeah, cinematography, videography, that type of
Videography.
stuff.
Oh yeah, like I have the Sony A7 IV, and it's great. Pretty much you might have to get a couple different lenses, but it's a great camera. It's a great investment, something that's going to last you for years. The body will last you for years. All you have to do is change up the lenses for real.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, what's your name, bro?
Sorry?
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Fighter Complex 7. I am also a content creator. I personally, I wouldn't say I have difficulty with getting women, because I think I was kind of exposed to that and failures with women and being rejected early. So I got that out of my heart a long time ago. But I do appreciate the content, because most of us, we learn how to date and how to go about everyday things in life through experience, trial and tribulation. Some of us are luckier than others, maybe because of our financial status or just physical attributes. But I think we can alter our lifestyle to be the better us. So I pretty much, I love speaking about dating, politics, traveling, boxing, music. So I'm very autistic, not autistic, artistic. So yeah.
So for any of you who have hit the panel, you have your own channels and pages. Please drop them. You drop down in the chat. You're welcome to share your information over here.
Yeah.
I'm not a hoarder or anything
Candy
like that.
Cane,
So
and I would love,
don't mind.
and I would love to even collab with you, man, because I think this is a dope space where you have different people up here, and you're all about open mind and people speaking their piece. So I can appreciate any platform that's like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, not a problem at all. I did want to ask you guys about this comment that I left up here. I don't know if you guys can see it, that Keels dropped for us, basically saying the same chicks who doesn't like the manosphere behind the scenes are getting fucked. Let's be honest. Do you mean by manosphere men? Because women everywhere are getting fucked. Like I don't understand the correlation there. Are you saying specifically by manosphere or just in general? I don't think anybody was.
I think he's saying by manosphere dudes. Like he's saying that the girls that are talking bad about the manosphere are the ones that's sleeping with them.
You know what? I can't even. I don't even have a rebuttal for that one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take a sip.
Stop the cap.
I don't disagree. I don't think that's for all women, all the women that do, but I think there's a decent percentage of them that do, because like I really think the reason why I don't really argue with women on social media is because I think it's a form of flirting. And like a lot of men,
yes, sir,
would take that as like, oh, you like some sort of simping or something like that, but they don't even know like it's the opposite. I don't argue with women on here because that's really how a lot of people flirt. So I think that is the case. Like a lot of people love relating to each other in that way, in the way of like just talking shit to each other. And I have friendships like that too. Like we all know, I think we kind of all know people like that. Like I got a few friends, I got a few relatives that's like that. Like all we do is talk shit to each other. But it's like, it's understood. Like I'm not flirting with this particular person because like we understand that. And, you know, I'm like that too. But as far as like just, you know, talking shit. But I think that some people love arguing with people and that turns them on. Like that whole, can I break you? Can I be the one to get over on you? Like it's almost like this contest that they have with each other. And I think that part of it turns them on. So that's what a lot of women are on here like doing with these guys.
I believe a lot of it is failed relationships, or we having certain difficulties in the dating realm. And now we're playing, when we're participating in dating, those who are single, we're playing on the defense. So we think everyone's lying. We think it's all a game. And I think online, pretty much, I think the people who are already in decent or quote unquote happy relationships, they don't have that outlook on dating. But I think those who have difficulties, they participate in neuroticism.
I'm not going to say that because we have a lot of married people online who still participate in these conversations and are on extreme ends.
And you know what? I have noticed that, and I think they might be unhappy in their situation. Because people assume,
I think most married people are like have that part of it, and because I think it's and my bad for cutting you off. I'm gonna let you go. I think that sometimes when we talk about married people and like them being happy or not, for married people to defend ourselves instead of us just saying, no, it's not all good. We always like come to and no, my marriage is perfect. I'm just doing this for blah, blah, blah. But the truth is, for most of us married people, there is a part of us that's not completely happy or whatever. And, you know, sometimes we get on the internet and get that shit off. Like we can't get it off with our wife like that because we got to live with her. Not that we can't get it off, is that we don't want no consistent argument. So why not go online and get it off with somebody else that I don't have to live with?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this could be like a little outlet where people could go off. You know, they could take they could have a letter up there on their avatar instead of their face. Maybe because of their job or something, they don't want to jeopardize that. At the end of this is like a chill spot. I don't know. When I come here, it just feels like a chill spot online. And sometimes we meet decent, cool people who are level-headed and balanced, and others they're just far left.
Okay. So I guess for the people who want more balance, like why is it that we support so much of the degeneracy then? Like, because if we were up to okay, I'll put it this way. If we were all shouting and screaming and going back and forth and calling each other names, my numbers would skyrocket. We'd have so many more people in here watching right now. And you know, I'm guilty of it as well. So I don't want to take myself out of it. But why is it that we support like the foolishness more than we support calm conversations?
Candy Cane, do you like comedy?
I do.
Like, you ever been to a stand-up show or something?
I have.
Yeah, right. So we love that, right? But guess what's happening? Someone is being the butt of the joke, whether it's the comedian itself or someone in the audience, or maybe the comedian is going to share an experience that we can relate to. And then we might be laughing at the joke, but we know there's a little pain behind it. So people love misery. People love someone being embarrassed. People go to watch boxing. They wouldn't fight themselves, but they love to watch a boxing fight. And if a guy gets knocked out, they're going to judge him and belittle him. Whole time they're not in that physical shape that guy is. We love to see action movies with people shooting, clapping at each other, deleting each other. I think this is just the dark side of humans. We love dark stuff.
And we love drama. Like humans love drama. Right. So like I know, like I said, when my wife be watching all them Love and Something or Housewives or Married, whatever it is, every time the next show is getting ready to come on, the selling point is these two gonna have an argument and they might fight. These two gonna have a bad argument. It's never the selling point is never like something positive between two of the people involved on the show. So, you know, people love drama.
Right. So then if we look at it that way, it's no different than, like, say, wrestling. Wrestling is all about the drama too. Why don't we take it for just entertainment then? Because in a lot of ways, people will say this app is just for entertainment, but then real life stuff is happening off of this app. Like you said, with the doxing, with everything that's been happening. I guess how are we having it both ways? It's either entertainment or it's real life, or it's a combination of both.
Definitely a combination of both.
Yeah, is a combination of both. I've met in real life. I've met a few, actually, people off of YouTube, and they were cool people. And there's a couple people that I'm cool with to this day that I could call up if I'm ever in this city or they come out here. You know, a lot of people, they've never been to New York, so their best point of reference is going to be me, Fighter Complex 7. You know, because I could probably point them to the right direction, right restaurant to go to, where to hang out. So I've met actual real cool, genuine people online, people that are older than me, that they know better about certain things. Like an example, trucking, because I also have my CDL license. So if I have any inquiries on trucking, I could go to a few truck drivers I know. Or just period, just business. It could be anything.
If anybody want to know about Greyhound buses, they could go to. Well, anyway, go ahead.
Don't make me fight you.
See, I mean, so Moo, why are you here, Moo? It seems like you're here to prove how better you are than everybody else.
No. He's teasing me. It's an inside joke.
No, I am. I'm definitely better than these two KK Keishas on the panel.
KK Keisha.
But no, I'm gonna tell you, I'm here because.
Keisha, man. Who's that?
But who was on Maury though? I wasn't.
Again, what did he say? Who was the daddy? We still don't know.
But it's about the behavior, sir.
Wait, she was on Maury.
No. Yeah, they both should have been on Maury. They both should have been on Maury.
Anywho,
I'm here, Fighter. Okay? I'm here because of I kind of got I got into this shit. I originally came online, like on a YouTube panel, because at the time I was really into activism and trying to get people to do boots on the ground work. Mm-hmm. So I figured my next step to go to recruit people was to be online. No, I would go to these pro-black spaces, and for me, my thought on it was, because, you know, I read hundreds of books and I used to listen to all this stuff. All of that led me to actually going out in the community and doing stuff. So I figured if I be around these pro-blacks, that's what they're about, actually getting out in the streets and doing stuff. So in that, I started getting caught up in the conversations, and it knocked me. So I kind of went their way and they didn't go mine. So me being on here now is just me still being into this, into just talking to people now. Now it's definitely not about activism or none of that no more. It's just about, I just got used to talking to people online now. So I'm just here for bullshit.
Right? Just having fun.
No, I want yes and no, because I'm still I'm not gonna misrepresent myself on here. I'm not gonna just be on here and not I want for my son or my daughters, my sons or my daughters, if they see this 20 years from now, they would be proud of their father, type of shit. So I'm just not on here bullshitting like that. But at the same time, I don't have a real purpose, I should say.
Right. So Mo, let me ask you this, right? So what if someone genuinely comes here and let's say they have any issue in life, in any arena? Would you try to help them out if they generally have an issue and they want some form of solution? If you have the answer?
No, definitely. That's what my life has been all about, helping people. That's what I've done in real life. Not as much not as much anymore because I'm not in a financial or like time. I don't have the time or the finances to help people as much as I used to. But
Right.
yeah, that's kind of what defines me as a person based on the people that know me.
I think, I think there is, when it comes to online, there is a positive and negative side. There are people who spew negativity and hate, and that overshadows the good, because we don't care about the good. Who cares about the good? That's normal. Oh, you're a decent person. Oh, that's so boring. We are more attracted to the negativity. That's what's really gonna get the shine. You know, the shock jocks.
That is
That's why,
true.
funny enough, how you said it. That's why Steve Wilkos, Judge Judy, Greg Mathis, Maury Springer. That's why these shows are popular. Howard Stern. We love the drama, the violence, the sexual content. You know, the people that we could point the finger at and say, "Hey, I'm way better than you. Look what you're addicted to." So, yeah.
I mean, but that, like all of that, I think that we try to run from I guess what's real and what's like vulnerable for us. And I think all of that shit comes into play. Like there is a part of all of us, I think, that enjoys listening to people every day that are worse off than us, whether it be mentally, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a part of us that enjoys knowing that, damn, there are a lot of people out here that are way more fucked up than me.
Yeah, bro, I came online and I'm thinking, oh man, I messed up. I gotta get my head right. My life is out of whack. And when I came online, I said, whoa, this person is 10 years my senior, and their mentality is way out of whack. But then again, I don't know what they've been through. I don't know what's going on with them. Maybe they're drunk. I don't know. But the internet is definitely an interesting place, because if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't even know each other.
That is true. Without the internet, I would not have met or what am I trying to say? Excuse me. Conversed with any of you all without, Beyonce and Al Gore's internet. So
Yeah, I mean, so I said, like before, it could be a positive thing or it could be horrible.
I wish I'd meet y'all on the internet so I could have called y'all kind of nappy headed KKK Keishas in real life.
Oh, that's her name, High Priestess of the KK. Nah.
Hello. Now, before we continue forward, can we do something here? I wanted to do something because we are on Candy Cane's platform, okay? And I need us to do one thing, right? I need us all to put in our virtual hands in the middle. Sax, how you doing? Get that hand in the middle, bruh, and we're all on 3 is going to yell Candy Crew, okay?
Candy Crew.
Yes, Candy Crew. Sax, where you go?
That's the name you gave me?
Well, Sax don't like it. He said as a man, it sounds kind of crazy, him shouting out Candy Crew. So I'm just curious to see how it's gonna sound. So everybody, virtual hands in the middle. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Release them. Candy Crew.
Candy Crew.
Candy Crew.
You
understand me?
You immaculate, man. Sax, I knew he was gonna be a lame.
Thank you for that. Candy Crew is different. Okay, all right.
Well, I don't know. We can brainstorm on that. That's just something that came off the top of my head. Just trying to help you out with the messages and engagement in the chat and stuff for you and things. So that's the first thing that came to mind. And that's like, that sounds crazy. And I'm like, with the emoji face with the little baby tears, like, what you mean you don't like it? And he's like, no, as a man, because these men as a man, some things may sound crazy coming from them, but it's so crazy to me that like on Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday and stuff like that, they be the main ones hooping and hollering. So you're telling me you can't, just shout out a quick Candy Crew to support, your content creators, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't gonna hurt you much. Boy, why is you biting my thumb?
I don't think I was supposed to laugh as hard as I did at that name, but that's funny. I don't think there's not going to be a masculine way to fall under like anything having to do with my name. It's all going to end in sweetness. So y'all just gonna have to get in where you fit in. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
But hey, nephew, welcome to the panel.
Tiff, I
Talk
don't
about
know what
faith.
you got going on, Tiff.
Oh, okay. He said, "Don't start now, won't be none." I'm just playing. What you say? Hold on, let me go on
But
mute.
welcome up, Sapate. You want us to join in? Uh-oh. Did we lose somebody? Aaron
Sapase.
He he just went on mute. Maybe he's got some audio issue.
My bad. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
went
we
to
can hear
Can
you
you hear
switch
me
now.
or no?
devices. I just went to switch
I can hear you.
devices.
Okay, what you had said though?
I was asking, did you
No,
want
I
to
thought you
jump in
asked me
on the
something.
topic?
I'm gonna jump in at some point. I'm not 100% sure where y'all at right now, because I don't know if y'all talking about like when people first came on the whatchamacallit, but that's
Oh,
where
so
y'all
you
at.
didn't hear none of that, huh?
So,
You
No, I
didn't hear none
heard
of that?
you. I was in the stove. I was in the stove just now. That's why I couldn't say shit.
Sapase, what you think of the manosphere, Sapase? Let's be real.
Uh,
Sapase, I know you
I,
know me from on here.
yeah, I do. I don't really fuck with you either, though. I ain't gonna lie though.
Oh,
But
you don't. Why? Because you Haitian and I'm Dominican.
yeah, and I heard you say some shit about Zoes, but
Are
I
we
can't
having
rock like that.
What I say about
But
Haitians that was wrong.
man, that don't even matter
are
though.
we
But
having an ethnic beef?
what I
Is
think
that what's
about,
happening?
I know black, I Dominican, papi. I know
Oh, here we
black.
go. Here we go.
nah. But anyways, what I think about the manosphere, it sounds like an echo. That's me.
Yeah,
It is
Aaron.
an echo.
All right,
I'm
but
gonna mute. Maybe it's
Is it still
all right.
echo?
Now what I was saying though, now I don't hear the echo no more. But what I feel about the manosphere though, like in general, like I first like when I first heard about the manosphere, I thought it was like some type of brotherhood shit. You know, niggas just coming on the bitch talking, hey, you know, vibing. But I didn't know it was to the extent that it's at now because I actually got introduced. I got introduced to the manosphere through really through like Taz. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I got the manosphere people in my algorithm and shit. So when I first heard about it, you know, because I thought it was just like, some brothers, some niggas just, talking about life, helping each other out. But then when I started getting more in tune with it, I just see it was more of, of a circle jerker nigga just like complaining about women 24/7. A lot of shit they were saying didn't make sense. So overall, like what I thought the manosphere was is not what it turned out to be. Because I don't see like a lot of self improvement coming from it. I see more whining and complaining coming from
Complain.
grown ass men. And I think they're hurting younger people too.
So, Sapase, I want to ask you a question, right? Because the reason why I came on the internet was because I did want to have positive interactions with people, and so I want to know, Sapase, where did I go wrong as the content creator to the point where you felt like I was against your people? Because I am
I
a
mean,
content creator, and I do want to spread truth, whether if it offends us or not. And I want
like it's
to, and
like
I
this.
want
When I
to.
hear people say certain things, where I like to separate myself, I like to keep my distance from people, right?
Okay.
So that's why, like, I'm not, like, I think you do got a channel. I never came around your channel. I only I know about you from panels and shit.
Panels.
So you
Okay.
maybe if you were trolling, I don't know. But at the end of the day, like when I hear people say shit, like if I know I want to like be around you, like I mean, of course, go on the internet, but
Right.
I
In real
can't
life.
vibe in real life with a nigga I know who feel the same way about Zoes. And then on top of that, you Dominican. I already know the history behind that. You get what I'm saying?
Oh.
Yeah.
So did I ever say something against Haitians that you think I was belittling them or something?
Yeah, you did think like I can't tell like exactly what you said though, but when y'all be going in on shit and then of course the TED talk and all that shit and then like y'all be y'all be expressing how y'all really be feeling and then like I said like it just something about when I hear Dominican coming from Haitians, it hit different because I know what the fuck I know the shit y'all be doing. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa. Sapase, if I'm not mistaken, there's more Haitians in DR than the other way around. And even though we know most Haitians are not doing negative stuff, but there's more Haitians doing down things to Dominicans than the other way around. We're not going to Haiti attacking Haitians in their home. It's the other way around sometimes. Not all Haitians, because many of them, they come to DR for a better life, not to cause issues. So
I mean, I'm not trying to make this like a one-on-one thing. Honestly, I just came here to like to vibe and chill on the panel. Like, I'm not really
then
trying to make this.
you got the Sapa said, you got the Creole thing name going on, and I'm Dominican, and then people, I want people to look at Dominicans differently because online they portray us very ugly, and I don't like
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, I never actually had a problem with Dominicans, honestly, until I'm gonna say like around the 2000s, bro. Around not 2000, around 2020, right, the COVID though. That's when it really put. When I see
you in Miami?
Yeah, I'm in South Florida. When I see all them like Dominicans and Cubans trying to turn up on niggas and shit, that shit really rubbed me the wrong way. Cause it's like this. When I think about Dominicans, like I think about white people, right? As far as like it's the older generations, the old heads that be the one that be like, racist. And you get what I'm trying to say? So as far as like all age group and stuff like that, I don't have an issue. I never had an issue with people like that. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be the old heads that I really be more concerned about. But I remember like during COVID, man, I see the COVID and the whole George Floyd shit, and I see them niggas turning up on the side of the highway trying to call us niggas and all this shit. I was like, oh hell no.
You know what? Yeah, listen, I'm sorry. Maybe I drifted the convo alive in a different form of fashion. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna watch more frequently what I say because I don't want people to depict me in the wrong fashion.
Bro, don't change on my behalf, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
no. Because sometimes I know I can be trolling and just having fun, but I think some people may take it the wrong way as I'm being serious when I'm not hateful. I really don't. It takes too much energy to have hate in your heart. It just takes out too much energy, bro, and I don't have time for
Well, I hate both of you tethers. Now I'm just fucking with y'all.
Oh, damn. Oh, man. I'm muting up, man.
NBA for life.
Can I get a mic to Creative Solutions who's joined us along with Black Manosphere? Thank you both for joining the panel. Can I get a mic check from both of you?
Yes, can you hear me? Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings.
Okay. I hear both.
Can you hear me?
I can. I hear you very well. Both of you have clear audio. You are welcome to join in wherever you see fit.
Hey, I just want to say,
I came here to support Candy Cane.
I want to ask are you a comedian, bro? Because you wow for real. This is the first time I heard you, but I like your style. You keep it fine. What's your channel?
Hold on, who we talking to?
He's talking to Moo. I think he's talking to Moo. Moo dropped though. Moo. Can you come back into the chat, Moo? If you're still hearing us, I think he dropped.
Was that Moo that was out saying, I don't like Moo, y'all?
Yeah, that Moo.
KK Keisha and all that. Say that's funny.
Yeah, it's a running joke. She's KK Keisha. I'm a junior baby KK Keisha. All right. And thank you for coming to support.
And you ride on a Greyhound. Don't forget the Greyhound part.
Listen, Greyhound boy.
Oh, that shit had me rolling.
So Black Manosphere. Yeah. I feel like I've run in circles with you before. Are you also iScam?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. What's your name on YouTube? Is it actually also Black Manosphere?
Yes, Black Manosphere, Ever Black.
Okay. Okay. I don't. It's okay. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
So now, Fighter dropped. I guess he might come back. He might not. But I don't know. Like, so you all kind of, I'm hoping that you had the opportunity to hear some of the things that we've talked about in regards to like the Manosphere rebrand. I'm not actually against the Manosphere rebranding if the rebrand actually includes improvement for men. If the focus is actually on men and what men need to do for themselves to better themselves versus like Big J would say, the shame, blame, and explaining of women. When it gets to putting all the responsibility and accountability on just women's head, I think that that's where the imbalance comes into play. But if it's teaching men financial literacy, if it's teaching like, because like, sorry about that. Everybody does not have positive male role models in their life, and that's unfortunate. If you have to come to the internet for that sort of an experience, I feel for you. Unfortunately, that's a reality for a lot of people. I named one earlier on in the stream that we all pretty much know about. But you know, if it's going to lead to something positive and can stay on the positive tip, if it's going to push you all to do better, if men actually want to do better, I don't see anything wrong with a rebrand and a 180. Excuse me. But if it's just going to continually focus on relationships and but yet nobody's seeing a fruitful relationship, like that's the thing that's kind of weird to me about the whole manosphere red pill like talking point. It's like, yeah, they're teaching us about relationships, but what are they teaching you? Like, has anybody gotten into and stayed in a successful relationship based off the information that they learned? Because from what I've seen, most people came into this space coupled up and left single.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to think about like what I think would be a positive, person that somebody can honestly listen to that's seeking help because I've been here since COVID, and honestly, I don't think there's really too many people I could like direct somebody to be like, oh, if you need some guidance or some tips, you can listen to this person because for the most part, a lot of people spew the same type of rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point, they're gonna start talking about black women and blaming them, and instead of telling them to improve their life and like just move on and find somebody compatible with you, they sit here and complain and try to put everybody in one box. And I think that is something that they do need to steer away from. So yeah,
Did
so I
somebody
mean, I
start to
get.
say something? I heard somebody come in, but it sounded like they cut out. Who was speaking?
Sound like I thought I was.
Is that Tiff? No.
Somebody sound real low where they're trying to talk.
King Pix, hello. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into everybody that I didn't get a chance to say hello to officially as we were coming through, as we were talking. I saw we had quite a few more people that came through, and I appreciate each and every one. I saw Kiss came in, Nightish came through. Thank you. Let me see who else. Who else did I miss? Going up. I don't see anybody that far up. I saw SBK came through. Thank you so much for coming through, checking us out. SD, I see you. Thank you for coming. Cynical One, I think I did speak to you. Gas Mask, I see you. And just hello. Hello, King Pix. Hello to everybody. If I missed you, I apologize. Charge it to my head and not my heart. It's a lot to keep up with. I have a question for all the men left on the panel. Anybody who might be Manosphere, former Red Pill, however you want to form it. Let me see. Was there something that you were looking for when you came into the space and found the Manosphere? Like, how did you find them? I know
like for
we got
me,
a few stories already, but
like real quick though, like for me, honestly, I was really on my pro black shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I was really like fishing for black content. And like I said, I came across Dan Calloway first, and then for some reason, Taz popped on my algorithm or whatever. So that's when I started hearing more about the manosphere. Like I said, I was just looking for more of a pro-black space, because that's kind of what I was on when I first came, like on the internet, like on this side of YouTube. Because for the most part, I used to just watch videos. I didn't even know shit about lives and stuff like that. And then, like I said, I was on my pro-black content shit, or trying to search for shit. And that's when I came around the Black Manosphere. That's kind of what intrigued me to the space when people say, "Oh, this is Black Manosphere." So I'm like, okay, it's people I could probably relate to, shit like that. So, and over time, I just saw this shit was just like it was just a fucked up space. And I think that's why niggas trying to rebrand because it failed. I think if it was more of a success and there wasn't so much horror stories, I don't think they'll be trying to rebrand and shit with all the. But I guess they have to with all the hateful shit they've been saying throughout the years and stuff like that. It's starting to catch up to them.
I mean, but a rebrand without changed intention is only going to fail, don't you think?
Yeah, because honestly, I don't think they can. Even though they're rebranding, I don't think they can stay away from the same discussion that they had before they rebranded.
Hmm.
Who
Because
do
at the
y'all
end of the
consider
day,
manosphere though?
shit. That's a good question, right? Because honestly, I be thinking a lot of people be manosphere, but then they would say they're not manosphere. It's just kind of hard to
Exactly.
really pinpoint. Because I do think a lot
Would
of
you
people are manosphere, but they be trying to hide that shit.
would you say it's safe to say the Obsidian would be considered manosphere and has recently like had a change of content, a rebrand?
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, yeah, he manosphere, and they probably see, like I say, because I did mention like all the FBI shit and all that stuff that come along with the title manosphere. So I do
Hmm.
think like him, like of course the ones they consider the OGs of the space, like the Angry Man and stuff like that. So yeah, I do
Like,
consider him manosphere. Or what?
I don't consider myself an expert on what the manosphere is. I know I have, you have the OGs of the space who were there. You got 1.0, 2.0, whatever, going through it, and then you have the newcomers up in the spaces now. Um, so my idea of what I consider manosphere may not be what you would consider manosphere, just based off of what you know of it. But like, what did I say? This started from DJ Witch Doctor, his channel, and Sir Ism came on the panel basically saying that he was going through the space helping a bunch of different content creators rebrand, like telling them what to take out of their name or visually what to do with their channel or how to engage a different audience. That's why this topic even came up.
Oh, because
So,
my thing is, I'm like, Obsidian is having the Black Manosphere Conclave. You know what I'm saying? They be having meetups, and it's all under the heading of Manosphere.
right.
Right.
So
Hmm.
I didn't see where the rebrand was at and all of that stuff. I think it's a lot of people that are against the manosphere or scared of it or have certain feelings and things about it, and they may want to
Hmm.
stay clear or do things different. But my thing for coming into space was just to have conversations with men and do business anyway. And I seen the manosphere from its humble beginnings, taking it from the
Hmm.
website to guys getting out of it, the guy like O'Shea and Obsidian Angry Man and all of them kind of backing away from it
Hmm.
and getting
And
into
why do you think they
celebrity.
chose to back away? Just out of curiosity, on your opinion, why do you think they
I
chose to
think
back
it
away?
I think it was getting a lot of flack and a lot of bad press. They were getting their channels flagged. There was a lot of mess going on.
Hmm.
Do you think they
So
contributed to the bad reputation that the Manosphere had? That they were direct contributors to it?
I mean, it's controversial, you know what I mean? So, controversial things is gonna catch bad raps and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, in
So I'm
general,
going
yeah.
to ask you the same question I asked the other gentleman up here, which is, can you name like a positive Manosphere voice who is for like the improvement of men without having to include like the flip side, which is the bashing of women?
Yes, me.
You.
Yeah, me.
Okay. I was not aware that you had a channel, so please don't take that as a dig. That was not me
No, no, no. Oh,
trying
I'm
to.
sorry. If it's just about channel holders and the content and things like that, then I mean the big three are the main ones that are known for being manosphere because I look at it like they got money from it. They got the attention, they got the props, they got the come up from it. And like an Obsidian is still keeping it going because it pays. So there's guys that profited business wise from it, and then there's people that just kind of like lightly watch it or halfway in, halfway out.
But does getting a paycheck from it? Okay, let me figure out how I want to ask this. Just because they get a paycheck from it doesn't mean that they were necessarily successful. If we're saying that the message left behind is overall negative, which is what was expressed by a lot of the men on the panel, does that mean is financial success the only success that matters on YouTube, or is it also the legacy that you leave behind with your content?
I think if you're a businessman, it matters. If you're focused on business, then it matters. It's the core thing that matters. So I mean, how people perceive things and take things, and what they think it is, or think it's up to people's imagination
Hold on.
or their
I
own
what
perception.
I don't know. Somebody has a lot of background noise. I'm having a hard time hearing him. Okay. I'm sorry. You can continue.
Yeah, my thing was, I just think people's perceptions of things can change, or is left up to that person's imagination and what they're hearing and seeing. My focus, like I said, was the business aspect of it. And I watched these guys play the business of it, and I watch the Pearly Things, KS, everybody come and do their business. I watch the money trails and the business of it. I'm not so much focused on people's feelings about things.
So would you say that Pearl was an asset to the manosphere because she did come in and she did have a business? Was she advantageous to you or to the group?
No, it's not really to me. It's to the guys who do. She's advantageous to people who use her and do business to get the views, get the attention. You know what I mean? Get the hype going, and then the people who have that on their channels, they get the dollars, and it's business.
So this is more individualistic than it is really for the overall helping of men. This is capitalism at its best.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I mean, and it's based on men's dollars. Like I think these guys cater to the guys who got money, guys who are educated and stuff like that, and get their money. Guys unsuccessful with women and having issues and things like that, and trying to grow, trying to learn, and that's why that's part of the business, and they get their money from those guys, so they're gonna cater certain material to those guys, certain rhetoric.
So I'm kind of stuck here because then I'm wondering how then does somebody like Pearl, I get what you're saying on an individual basis, the people who do streams about her, the people who do business with her, yeah, she's making them money essentially, right? But then how does that help? Because if all of the men are saying men came together because they wanted to have a space to have dialogue, you wanted to have a space to do networking with professionals, you wanted to have a space to talk to men about relationships, you wanted to have all. How does somebody like Pearly benefit the space? Because to me, she's a cancer. I feel like if I had to be honest, her sole purpose was to come in and do what colonizers do, seek to learn and then take over. And that's what she did. So how did it benefit the individual, the collective group of men in the manosphere? Because right
So
now, what I
I think
see.
Pearly. I'm
No, go
sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry. I did ask a
I
question. I
think
didn't. I didn't. I didn't give you the chance to speak. Go ahead.
I think Pearly's, like, her thing is she gets underneath the women's skin. I think men use her against as a woman, because it's better to use a woman against women. Have a woman speak what men speak, and then battle the women on that, and then she's an aid in that aspect.
I don't think she's been an aid though. Like what I've been seeing lately is people are doing reviews, and Pearly is no longer targeting black women, which we knew as a collective it was going to be a matter of time. That they come in under the guise of let me get at these women for you, and then when the women are no longer paying attention, now it's the collective of black men and they target the real target, which is now saying that most black men are felons, because that's what the reviews have been on her recent content. Like I, to me, it doesn't serve you as a man to allow Pearly to speak for you. It's almost like hiding behind her skirt while she battles with these black women. And we don't need her for us to have communication, for us to fight with each other. Why is Pearly even in the mix of something like that? I don't think that women brought her in. We weren't entertaining her on our channels. Like you said, the men brought her in to combat with us, but now she's a problem for the men because she's very her anti-blackness is poking through, and it's not just directed towards women. Big J,
Does
welcome
Pearly speak?
back.
Let me go ahead and say this. How can y'all say that when Pearl Me Too'd her black volleyball coach? Do I need to say his name? And the thing is, though, how can y'all say that when the white boys told her to leave? No, no,
Big J,
no, no.
Big J, can I ask you a question when you're done?
When the white boys like Anthony Johnson from the 21 convention, which is the mainstream manosphere group, they told them niggas over here, the white boys told them niggas over here, don't bring that white bitch over here. Don't entertain her. They still niggas still sit there and accept her and shit. Ignore
Big J,
what the white boys were saying. Go ahead.
if you think a black chick, right, a black woman had Me Too a nigga, do you think she'd be welcome in the space?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Okay,
Right.
that's all I wanted to hear, bro.
And that's the point. If Pearl was black, she wouldn't be over here. No, I mean, if Pearl was black, Obsidian, Anger Man, and Anton would not be propping her up.
Fair. I agree with that because we hear dudes right in this space, they attack women for less. And we actually talking about this white chick, and we know how white women titties are dangerous. This white chick actually trying to lock up a whole black dude, right? But then we'll sit here and drag women about, being a baby mama, child support, and shit like that. But this chick trying to actually lock up a nigga, and y'all welcome him with open arms just to use her as a tech dog to go at black women.
I mean, like the first boyfriend she got, the big 300-pound nigga, that was a homeless man.
I keep hearing about his homeless stuff, but I didn't even know about like the homeless story.
Yeah. Homeboy was homeless. She got his ass off the street. Dated him, fucked him, used him, all that shit. So I'm looking at these Negroes. They talking about just like what BJ said, she got to be used. So I mean, I look at y'all saying, wait a minute, I thought the man is supposed to be a reaction to the Me Too movement, right? So why is it wrong for a black woman to Me Too a black man, but then you prop a white woman who Me Too one of us?
Where is the girl?
Can I say something? I can answer that question.
You can. You know what? You're a little low. Can you turn your mic up?
Actually, I think it's how about now?
Is he low to anybody else, or is it just me?
He's low.
Oh, I can hear him. He's not low. I can hear him loud and clear.
Well, like,
okay,
can you? Yes. Gen Z's right. The god name is Angry Reacts.
So I was saying that the answer to the question is that we're so used to talking up anything that's having to do with whiteness and colonizers, and I actually did a video 50 years ago about just curly things. How she was allowed to infiltrate the black space because of who she is, and she basically represents the great white hope. I mean, the female version of the great white hope. Why these lost Negroes fell for it? They fell for the faith. I mean, it's basically Willie Lynch online, pretty much. That's what it is. Anything that they did that had something to do with them, we were supposed to love it, and everything had to do with us, we were supposed to hate. It's divide and conquer, self-hate, the digital version of it. So, you allies and get boyfriend. If you know who he is, he's a racist too. So, that's a big racist back. I mean, and like someone said earlier, you're there basically with the coming on her mission to drive and conquer, infiltrate, be gone.
The real Aaron Collins. We could hardly hear you. Like, I don't know if anybody else have trouble
No,
hearing him.
I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear him. I can barely
So
hear him.
it got low, Aaron. It did get low. Are you able to repeat that, or like I don't know if you have a headset on. Maybe the earbuds dying out.
See, and the thing is though, right? They brought her over here. Well, they fished her over here, right? They prop her up as a way. Well, for when it comes to half of them wanted her to talk to white people because she's in politics. They thought they will use this white girl to go to. I'm using the logical BJS to talk to the politicians. That's what BJ's angle was use her to talk to white politicians to pass quote unquote laws that he himself won't do the shit his damn self.
Can you hear me now?
And then right, yeah, y'all hear you now. And the rest of them, like Obsidian, they want to see if she could battle Cynthia. That was a whole that was the two goals about it. Whether one half wanted to use her to advance some type of men's rights for lobbying purposes, and the other one want to use her as a way to bash Cynthia G over the head because Deacon Marie wouldn't do it, and what's the other woman? The other two women, what's the name? Michelle. What's the name? What's that Michelle woman name? Like they wouldn't do it. So yeah, so they found this white girl to do it for them. But
But
even
don't
though
you realize the enemy of my enemy is not my friend? Like I understand the reason why some people would want to do it because a lot of women were triggered by it. But in the end, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend; it's just another fucking enemy.
I don't think the manosphere was pro-black. I don't think that's the ticket. The black manosphere was running on, like a pro-black sector or none of
no, like they wasn't. I mean, the Master 2.0 was not pro black because there was more conservative on the outlook of things. They're more conservative. So like they look at pro blacks as well. Let me be kind. They looked at them as jokes. So yeah, I'll put it like that.
Right. So yeah, so if she could be used, I mean, however, she's a white girl in the space and black people's space. So however she could be used, it was how they was gonna do it. And she got with KS, I don't know, some program or something. I don't know. She's got on her YouTube channel, she's into politics and things, into relationships and things, and she talked and she paid and she made her bones and made her way. Like she became successful.
Okay, I wanted to mention that basically, okay, if you can hear me better now, Just
Much
Pearly
better.
Things, good. Just Pearly Things is pretty much like what Jessica X was to the Manosphere before. She was on pretty much the Great White Hope, the female digital version. And she was there to, I guess, to try to keep black women in check, the black women at bay while she did her thing, while she came to divide, conquer, and then leave. That's what she was there for. But she was also an ally to Nick Fuentes. And as I've said before, the Manosphere was not just a chauvinist organization, but they were also a racist organization too. The thing is black men took the name and saw that they were going after their women and thought that they had some allies when the white boys, they don't have no love for them either. So they hijacked the name Manosphere and called it the Negro Manosphere and started doing the same thing to black women. And they even actually had even white guys that's Manosphere related even get on there on a lot of their channels and even talk about them, and they still kept them on there. So it's like you got this guy calling you a monkey on your own platform, and you just laughing along with it. That's pretty much what it all boils down to. And not to mention, Pearly Things is an ally of Nick Fuentes, if you know who he is.
Yeah, we do. Or at least
How do the
I do.
women, how do the black women who support the black manosphere feel about Pearly? Like what is it, Crimson Cure, Danica Marie?
Oh,
I don't know them personally, but I think if I had to put myself in their shoes, I would say I would be very unhappy about that. If those women sat there on y'all's panels and in the spaces and were participating and only there to support as much as they could, only to have you bring in an outsider and perpetuate her over them. Like I don't imagine any of them were happy about Pearlie's arrival.
I
Those
saw that
women are
firsthand.
just as bad. I just those women are just as bad.
But no, but I'm gonna say this: watching it, that was classic. How those women reacted to it. Like how D'Amica Marie treated Anton. Anton was begging. Anton begged more than Key Sweat. All right. He was begging so hard, like D'Amica, come back, and she was like giving him like the cold shoulder. You have to be there to watch it though, because that was classic. I never saw a grown man got on his hands and knees like that. begging for those women to come back after the whole the whole Nick Fuentes issue came about, because Anton was begging, the Red Obsidian was begging for Courtney Michelle, all of that. They was begging for these women to come back. Yeah, Six. No, I'm sorry. You're right. That was Six the Goddess. Sorry, wrong name. I got the wrong. The women mentioned. Yeah, that was Six the Goddess. Thank you in the chat room. That's what I was referring to.
Before you
But anyway,
continue, before you
go ahead.
continue, hold that thought for me 1 second. I do want to play my money song because I did get a donation to the Cash App, and I thank you very much for that. I'm gonna go ahead and run it for a little bit. Give me just a second. All right, thank you very much. Big J, you can continue.
Hey, Big J, real quick, was that around that time Yanni was doing that live and everybody was hopping on there?
Yeah, it was around
Okay.
that same time period. Yeah, it was Six the Goddess. Then it was Courtney Michelle. Um, it was a whole host of women that was given Anton Angerman, all the rest of them, the huge cold shoulder. And Anton was begging. He was begging for Six the Goddess to to forgive him. But yeah,
Now, was this before or after he brought Pearl on and called her baby girl Pearl for like an entire
I
stream?
want
Was that before or after?
I want to say after, but I'm not. It happened so long ago. It happened like 2-3 years ago, so I forgot which came first. So, but yeah, he was on there trying to get back into Six of Goddess's good grace, and then that was yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was sad to see that. So. And right, Cassandra. These women thought they were special until Curly came into the scene. Yeah.
Y'all give me a chance. I'm trying to get caught up on the comments as well.
But anyway, I'm gonna drop in the back though. So yeah.
Let me ask this question real quick. If I'm using like earbuds, so that really actually cancels out the sound. So we use like regular headphones or something like that.
I use regular earbuds when I'm on stream.
Because I had mine on, and I'm actually on an iPhone 13 Pro, and I had some Beats by Dre earbuds in, and you all still couldn't hear me. I didn't understand.
No, it's really because of your background too. Like it sounds like you're out right now, so your earbud is picking up like all the noise in your background and it's drawing your voice out.
Okay, I see what you mean. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's see who we have left. So Big J dropped. Thanks for coming back, Big J. Let me see. So Manosphere, I want to ask you, is there anything from the space that you regret promoting? I know you said you have your own channel. Have your views changed? Like as people are rebranding and people are changing, have you had any changes of heart coming into space and
No,
staying in the space?
no, I was already a grown man before, before the internet and all that type of stuff. So I'm a little older. I didn't grow up in the space. I didn't, listen to all the rhetoric and it changed my mind about things or nothing like that. So I was already grown when I got here. So my main thing was just watching the money move, you know what I'm saying? And watching how these guys made money, the psychology of things. I was keeping game basically.
So for you, it was strictly, I'm here to watch people make this another source of income and see how I can do that too.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so Manosphere, you a content creator?
Not per se. Like I have a channel on my Ever Black channel and things like that, but I'm not, I'm more like a chat room king. I've been in the chat room forever. I never really got like my channel going and monetized and all of that type of stuff. It could still happen in the future, but not currently. But I just like to pay attention to black men, and the conversations. And then once I seen $1 come across the screen, I knew in 2016, I think, somewhere around there. Once I seen $1 come across the screen, I knew everything would change.
Okay, so you said you mentioned 2016, so you was here way before I was, right? So like
Yeah, I've been on it.
so let me ask you this though, like what because like for somebody like me, right? You can answer this, right? So somebody like me who just came into this space like, super late. Like I came into this space thinking like it was just a whole bunch of like, black men getting together for like self-improvement and things like that. I didn't think it was like, it would be like at this toxic. You get what I'm saying? So what was like the goal for the manosphere from your understanding? Like what was like the manosphere goal when they first started up, the black manosphere from your understanding and what you heard and been around?
Just to get men together talking. Like when they had the website and everything, they guys were contributing to articles to the website, and it just seemed like a place where black men were gathering. I kind of seen how, okay, so it was originally a white manosphere type of thing, or just a manosphere thing that white guys were talking about law, government, relationships, and all type of things from a white perspective. Then I watched how Angry Man and O'Shea and Obsidian and them kind of like adopted it and kind of like sprung off their own like Negro black side of things. And I just watched it. I wasn't really having so much opinion. I was just watching what was going on, who the characters, who the players were, and just peeping game, and
Now,
watching it
can I ask
evolve.
you, why do you think that they Obsidian and them decided instead of participating in what was already established, why did they need a black branch of the manosphere?
I think they wanted to get to these young black men and their money, and kind of kind of curl them into one space, and get into their minds and their heads, get into their traumas, just like from
That
like
sounds
the women.
predatory, though. When I hear you say it like that, that sounds kind of predatory, no?
Yes, it does. And but everybody's to be preyed on. Nobody really cares about people. This is just my opinion. It's my opinion of life and people and things. People don't really care about people. People are about their money and about their hustle, and that's just everybody. And however you come into that or don't get into it or have a feeling about it is on you, on that individual. But so I just looked at it like, okay, these guys are getting to these young guys. They know they're dealing with women issues and stuff like that, and they got their mind and they got their donations, and you know what I mean, kind of, and then they go against the women, and you know what I mean. So it was all of that. I just watched it all play out. I'm not like that, but I'm watching what's going on.
So like real quick, right? I mean, I'm assuming, right, when the Black Manifest first started, they probably, had good intentions or whatever, maybe. But did you notice, like, was there a time where you noticed there was a shift in direction where you was like, damn, shit might start going left? Like, was that like before COVID? Would you say?
Definitely. Once I saw, because I had to ask, I was like, "What was that just came across the screen?" It was like, "Oh, they cash apping, they giving donate." I was like, "Oh snap!" Everything's to me, the change was in 2016 when I seen $1 sign come across the screen.
Okay.
So you're saying that's the first time a man sold his soul on YouTube is when you saw that dollar sign?
Absolutely. I just knew everything, which I just knew it was going to get past the conversation. It was going to, I'm saying it was no more just about talk and just about opinion and feeling. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, now it's business. You know what I mean? And I just watched how guys use their form of the business, and because guys got out of, O'Shea's doing Celebrity Junkie, but see, he ran like a Fight Club kind of thing where it was real contentious and a lot of feelings, and you know what I'm saying. So I'll just watch. I know all those guys are about their money. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing I know about all those guys are businessmen about their money. They don't really care about nothing. You know what I'm saying? They about their money, and they cashed up and cashed out.
Hmm.
And
So then what do
Obsidian
you
keeps it
say?
going.
What do you say to the people like who was it up here that was saying that basically the audience isn't just a bunch of 20, 30, 40-year-old people, 50-year-old people. The audience is also these teens and like preteens who are watching. Unfortunately, you have no control over who's watching your content. But when you have a bunch of access to a bunch of people that you didn't even anticipate, you don't think that there's a level of like responsibility you have outside of because it sounds like these men decided they wanted to grift off of black men. Let's pull them under our umbrella and get them over here so we can trauma bond with them and siphon off as much money from them as we can. Now, I understand what you're saying when you say it was a business move and it's basically up to these men to guard themselves. But what about the children who are watching? Do we not care about them?
I care, but I don't also believe in raising children across the internet. And you know what I mean? Like this is all entertainment and stuff too. Like, if you're a teenager watching this type of stuff, like, you should be out in the world living and gaining experiences. But if on here soaking all of this stuff up, I mean, what can I say? I don't think things should be geared towards children. Everybody should be 18, 21 or up of legal age and a grown man in the manosphere. If you're still a boy, still growing, I don't think this is the spot for you.
Yeah, but how do you kick them out and tell them not to be here? Because
Well,
I guess my whole point
that's
in
not
asking
about
that question.
controlling. Yeah, I'm not trying to control nothing. Like I'm not kicking nobody out and all that type. Nah, I'm like it's to me, it's you come into it, you perceive it, you observe it, and you get what you can get out of it, and then go
I don't
about your business.
think I don't think the children are capable of that though. Like the ones that I'm talking about, like I don't know if you heard the example that I gave, but do you know who Sneeko is?
No, I do not.
Sneeko's part of what would I guess be considered white manosphere or whatever.
Hmm.
Um, and essentially, what happened was some of his supporters kind of ran up on him. They were teenagers, like 12, 13, 11, and basically, oh, we love you, we love your content, we love this and that, and yeah, women are gross, girls are gross, they're so stupid, and the look on his face when he heard these group of young boys saying that to him, regurgitating, I guess I don't watch him, so I'm going to just say I guess which were his own talking points. Um, the look on his face was shock. And he was like, whoa, 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 what are you guys talking about? And it's just like, yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. They're repeating you. They've been listening to you for who knows how long. And is it the parents' fault to some extent? Yes. Is it the environment's fault because these kids have the ability to go to friends' houses and family members' houses and listen to stuff? Yes, that's true as well. But we also have a talking point that most of these kids come from single family households. So if the single family household is ran by a woman, then men aren't there, then the online men would kind of be surrogate fathers to these boys, no?
Right, and that's part of the hook. That's part of the hook. So, right. But now you're talking about the cause of that. So single mother or single parent households led by women, at which women can change. These are some of the talking points that men talk about within the manosphere. Like we have big problems and issues that we're dealing with, and then a lot of blame gets put on the women because she can get a stepfather in there, she can get a replacement. Hey, the biological didn't. All right, let me get a new guy. You know what I'm saying? Let me get the stepdad. And so, this is just some of the, reasons why the space exists and why men are going to feel the way they do. And if to talk about the Sneeko guy, if he didn't take it upon himself to say, hey, hold on, guys, let me get y'all straight, you know what I'm saying? And have a conversation with them and separate reality from entertainment and all that, then, he didn't care either.
I mean, he kind of tried to in that moment, but the damage is already done. Like that's like somebody who's been listening to Sinji and she's been a teenager and now she's early 20s, hasn't even dealt with a boy or a man yet, for real, but now has a lot of anti-men sentiment. Like you've already kind of groomed them into the trauma bond without even really knowing that you did it.
Right. And I don't agree or advocate for that. But like I said from the beginning, I don't think young people should be into like, you know what I mean? Some people should put their, 18 and over, like a rating on their content. And everything should be about men and man, which should be 21 and over. So like the whole child aspect, kids are gonna watch porn, do a whole lot of different things. We come into a whole lot of content in their time in life. You know what I'm saying? And however that goes in their mind is what it do. Like, but that's we're not their parents, and that's not. I don't think that's not what anybody's here to do.
No, I mean I get it. I'm not putting all the onus on. I'm thinking of the examples like the Jalen. Jalen, I know probably know who Jalen is. He's just one example, but if he's out there, I'm sure there are many more. It's just we can't be responsible for everybody across the internet. I do understand that. I feel like, how can I word this? Like, if has anybody seen Oppenheimer? Am I saying that right? Oppenheimer? Yes. The
Is
movie
that a
about the
movie?
guy who invented the bomb, the 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 bombs that were dropped over in Japan. Like
No, I
it
didn't
was
see that.
okay, so let me give you a little background on it. It was a group of scientists went out to Nevada trying to build everybody's trying to be the first to get to build this, nuclear weapon, right? And so the guy who finally did crack the code and invented it was so happy that he did it. But then even after realizing, yes, I had this great scientific breakthrough, but at what cost? Because now you realize it is a weapon of mass destruction, which is going to be used against men, women, children indiscriminately. So it caused him to resent to some extent his own invention, if that makes sense. I think sometimes we are so caught up in the doing, the creating, that we don't think about the consequences of what we bring to fruition.
I agree.
Does that
I agree.
does that make sense?
I agree. Yeah, it makes total sense. I agree totally.
So
Did he get
while we're
paid? Did
chasing the
Oppen?
bag, I guess my thing is, so I would feel personally, and this is just me, nobody else has to feel this way, right? I I could very easily start a channel and bash black men, right? I could get up here, niggas ain't shit, blah 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 blah, baby daddy this, baby daddy that, and don't even have any baby daddies to complain about. But I could do that and I'd make a lot of money off of it. My channel would probably grow overnight if I wanted to do that. I could also get on here and be anti-black community. You know what? I'm a Republican and this is the reason why I feel this way, and you Negroes in the community, I could do that too. Like, I guess any all money isn't good money, and that's just my personal belief. Like, I couldn't see myself subscribing to something I don't actually believe just for a dollar. Some people can. I'm just not one of those people. So,
I hear you.
more power to you. I'd rather grow it organically and have it be something I'd be proud of. If my nieces came behind me and looked me up online and they're going to see who their auntie was, or my nephew can see that auntie wasn't out here saying all black men are evil. Like, how could you say that and look me in my face and tell me you love me, type of thing. So I just feel like some personal responsibility.
I hear you, and that's valiant. And I hear you. That's what's up. I just think other people just don't care, and they like, hey, I'm doing my entertainment, doing my business, and unless the law does something about it, then I'm on fair ground.
What do you guys think of that? Tiff, Aaron, Sapase?
Yeah, what you said is actually hitting on all cylinders. Basically, a lot of the people probably on these platforms that's part of certain groups and certain ways, points of view, probably don't even feel that way themselves. They're just in it for the money because that's what sells. Controversy sells, right? And it goes pretty much like along the lines of the music industry. A lot of these rap artists, probably none of them probably even came from the hood. Probably not really about that life, but yet
Hmm.
every other word comes out of their mouth is a verse about gangsters and turning up and all that stuff. And knowing full well they probably came from a two-parent household, maybe went to private school or something, and don't have no connections at all whatsoever to the hood. Maybe what they heard their parents say or their cousins say, but because it's the trend, it's the end thing, then they're part of it too. And I believe that goes right along on this platform, on this space. That's why we have so many different sectors within the black community on YouTube.
Hmm. What do you think about taking it back to the kind of the title with people rebranding and how things have changed with the Manosphere, Red Pill, Incel, all of that? there's a lot of content creators, manosphere adjacent content creators, who are on here saying no women over a certain age, they've hit the wall, no women who have children, don't be a stepdad, no women of a certain weight, blah, 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 blah. And then you find out all of these people behind the scenes have exactly what they told you should not want and should leave behind. What are your thoughts on that? Because I can name a few.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Nobody should be living like these people are your role model, and nobody should be going to check into their lives and stuff like that's too deep. You know what I mean? As a man, you're gonna do what you want to do and make your own choices and decisions in life. Period. So it's I don't really look too much into that. I'm not checking behind the scenes to find out what people got, how much money they making, and all this type of stuff. That's too deep.
So wait a
So it
minute.
don't
Oh,
I
I got
don't
a question
the
for you then.
fiction and the
I got a
reality of
question.
it don't matter to me.
So if you sat and you watched somebody, like there's quite a few people on here who talk about how to get wealth, how to become wealthy, how to do all, make a lot of money on here. You're telling me you'd be comfortable watching someone constantly tell you how to make wealth if they told you, if you find out they lived in like assisted living housing and like didn't have any money, like that wouldn't strike you as weird for
I
them to
could
put out content that they don't live by?
Are they putting out something that tangible that I could use, and then they could be broke as hell, but is the information correct, and can I apply it, and then can I come up off of it? Is the only
If it
thing
were
I'm
correct,
measuring.
wouldn't they live by it themselves? Like, wouldn't they be the
People
examples to
have
teach you?
habits. People have habits. People like I don't look up to people. I'm not an idol work. I don't worship people. I don't look up to them. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I don't get down like that. So it wouldn't
No,
matter
I
what they
understand.
have.
No, like let me jump in real quick. Like
Hmm.
the thing is too though, right? Like even going back to the Sneeko example, we can even use Donovan Sharp as an example, right? Who was so anti baby mama, this, that, and the third, and coming to find out, look what he done, washed up or whatnot. But the thing is too though, like it's a lot of fear mongering going on, right? Like like a lot of these content creators, they only just speak about the negative, and then they got these dudes, chasing perfection, which really don't exist. There's not like this perfect type of person that these dudes always talking about. So I think a lot of times, they constantly speaking on the negative, fear mongering people, stay away from this, da da da, you know what I'm saying? And then they basically will lump up a group of people in that. So I do think that is like a dangerous thing that they be doing and trying to take perfection. That's why a lot of these dudes be getting bad results, in my opinion, too. And then coming to find out the same people who's telling you what not to get at, that's who they laying in bed with. So that
Like
is
I
how I
came
feel
here.
about it.
I feel you. I like to battle with men about principles of
Uh,
manhood, responsibility. I like to go at it with men, lion versus lion. Like, you know what I mean?
no, no,
But
okay,
that
okay,
would
no,
mess
you're
up
right though, right?
that would mess up a lot of people's business and their look, and you know what I'm
But
saying? So that's not
But
good for
okay, look
business.
though. No, you're right though. I get what you're saying though, right? But we got to think about this like in a general sense, right? As far as like even like we got somebody like I hate bringing bro name up, but somebody like a Jalen, right? I think there's a lot of Jalen's. I think there's a good amount of Jalen's in the space, but he's the only one that come on panels. You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like it might be a few Jalen's in the chat, niggas that got raised on this shit, and the only thing they know is what they keep consuming on the internet. You get what I'm saying? And once they got that fear mongering and they thinking like, oh, girls are girls, da da da, and then these dudes not learning how to, look for character in a person. You get what I'm saying? And that's why you keep getting these same results of these dudes like, just looking like they failing. You get what I'm saying? So you may not, you may look at things a different way. You probably got life experience where you can look at this and this is just entertainment. But I think it's some dudes that actually living by this shit.
Oh no, I
So,
know that. I'm very
Yeah,
aware of that. But what is
right.
Jalen gonna do about that? Is Jalen gonna continue? Because Jalen stay in the space. He stay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Is Jalen gonna
that's
go out and get his own frame of thought, or is he gonna live? Is he gonna continue to live through these online personalities?
right. You're right. Saying yeah, at some point you do gotta, get up and go do your thing though. But I just think for some
If I was
people,
a
ain't no
teenager, I
interest.
wouldn't be. Yeah, I would be running around doing stuff, getting into things. I wouldn't be
But
so
my
much
thing is
online or
though,
caring so much about what these guys are
I,
saying and doing.
but I would find it crazy though to know like a teenager in this space though. Like what is going on in your life that you on this bitch? You get what I'm saying? Like there's so much
That
shit
bad
going on.
issues with women, coming from bad families, bad family issues. We know people's lives. We know they got family issues coming from their mom and pops, and then we know they got mate issues, relationship issues.
I just think it's other things you can consume. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm saying when you're so young, though, bro, it's a lot you can be doing with yourself, man.
They got to take the initiative and do that. If they living online, and that's kind of their life and kind of what
Well,
they
you
do.
got to consider the generations though that we're talking about. These kids grew up with online. Like, our
There you
generation
go.
had internet, and then we didn't have internet at one point, and now we do. Where they've grown up basically with a phone in their face from the time they were 1, 2 years old.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, so you
tapping
got to kind of
crazy.
Right. So they're
consider
gonna
they
be a
don't live their
product. They're
lives
gonna be a
online.
product of their environment. So Jalen should be on here mastering this stuff, and then you know what I mean, or combating it, and then make his channel about that, and go around and you know what I mean, get his props like that. Then like
We
turn
talking
himself
about
into
Jalen.
something.
Are you talking about
Just
that
start to be.
youngster Jalen that we know, the young guy that kind of talks like he's kind of got like a speech impediment? You talking about that
Yeah,
Jalen?
like some issues. Yeah, that Jalen. Yes.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's a youngster. He's too wet behind the ears to really be taken seriously. But
Exactly.
I mean,
No, but
and
my
I
thing is,
agree. I agree with
I would
Charles
just
saying he is being influenced. He's taking the wrong influences.
right, because my thing is, I'm not just trying to like just talk about him. Like for example, I was just using an example because he come on panels, right? But I do think it is some people who consume this shit and that's all they know that just that be on the chats. We could what I'm saying, like the ones that the only time they engage is when it's time to talk about women. You know what I'm saying? Like them type of folks and shit like that. So like
Yeah, I mean Jalen's parents got to worry about him, or
yeah.
I guess my point is you never know what level you can't gauge everybody's like thought process, their intellect, any of that, right? So we have to kind of operate as if everybody's operating from the same, I guess, point. Um, I do think that there are a lot more people out there like the Jalen. Like, I mean, it's hard for me because, like I said before, you get people in this space who are married, who have very strong sentiments as well. You get people who are single who have very strong sentiments, and it's just like you wonder where it's all coming from. Like, did you have these problems before you got online, or did online help create these problems for you? Because that's my first question.
But
Like,
how about, do you
did
really care about them? Do you want to make a stream of, you know what I'm saying? You want to make it, like I really care about you and I really want to
well, it's
know.
not care as in the sense that I'm gonna show up at your house and like help you solve your problems, but I'm
No, but
I'm
just have a
tired of
live
listening to
stream.
your problems. That's the problem. It's like everywhere we
Take
go
it
online
personal.
in these spaces, everywhere you go, it's the same freaking problems. It's the same black men ain't shit, black women ain't shit. I hate them, I hate you. And then they arguing back. Listen, I started my own channel because I got tired of hearing it.
I hear you. You doing your thing. That's what's up. I don't share those sentiments. I don't hate black women. I love black women. Black women are the shit. You know what I mean? So,
Like
but I'm
now,
still in the
now don't
space,
get me
so I
wrong,
can
because I
still
like my
listen to
level.
other people.
I
Mhm.
do enjoy my level of debauchery. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, holier than thou. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is specifically gender banging, race banging. If y'all are on a panel, if I'm in another space that's known for fighting and y'all are doing what you do, I salute you. May the best man or woman win in that because that's what you're there for. Versus being in a space like this where you're supposedly like, there'll be topics that are thrown out. People will come up. It'll be a nice conversation that starts out and before the end of the night, it's a shouting match, and folks have no voices left. And I'm just like, it's not my
Like
business. And
Aaron said. Aaron said
say again,
controversy. I didn't mean to cut you. I didn't mean to cut you off. Like Aaron said, controversy sells. And one thing I know about black people, or just people, emotions. When your emotions and feelings and y'all all hype about something, people start tuning in. People want to, you know what I'm saying? That's just psychology or just an understanding about people's controversy sells, emotions is high, intensity is high, a fight is about to break out, people are going to tune in.
But that's temporary though. You have to be able to keep that momentum going. Like if I started, okay, I know, keeping it a buck. I know a lot of channels back in the day, the last, 4 or 5 years started off beef, right? Let me go at this person. They're going to come at me. We're going to do live for live 15 days and 15 nights, and we're going to grow channels. Cool, right? That's nice. But once all of that dies down, what do you have now of substance to keep the people that you gained? Doesn't even matter to you at that point.
Right. And so, like, yeah, right. Now I get exactly what you're saying, but like, if people are full of
You
substance or
gotta
not,
you gotta stay in the mess in order to keep the people's attention. Because if you don't, then they're just gonna leave anyway, and they will stop watching you. They came here for drama. You got to keep the drama going. I guess that's kind of my point. It's like I do
that's
want
how the bread is buttered.
all of the
That's how they
content
bread is
creators to.
buttered.
I want all of the people. Like there's nobody whose channel I really want down. Like I'm not one of them people. Take this person down. Take that person down. Let them make their money. If I don't agree with their talking points, I just don't watch them or I don't participate in anything they have going on. Cool.
Right.
But
Right.
my thing is, I guess what I'm trying to say is for the people in the manosphere who are trying to rebrand and change, like hopefully if you listen to this, there was some sort of like good advice you took from it, which was basically be genuine in your efforts. Don't let it just be for money because people will see through that and what you think you're going to achieve will be very temporary. It won't last. Um, and people see through bullshit a lot. A lot of people do. You'll get a few people tricked for a little while, but you won't get all the people tricked for the whole time. So I don't know.
Right. Right. I hear you. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I just think, just where people's bread is buttered, you know what I mean? They're kind of gonna want to stay with that. If you watch your money go down, you're gonna be like, oh, hold on, I better get with the shits, you know what I mean? And turn
Don't you
back
think
up.
though that gets dangerous though? Because if you get somebody like Cynthia, I'll give you a good example. Cynthia G, who has had the same talking points since she left the pro-black spaces and went to like anti-black men, right? Now, what happens when Cynthia G doesn't feel that way anymore? She can't even afford to really change her rhetoric and her talking points because she's created this echo chamber of women who are trauma bonded to her points. The second she decides she wants to be like black men aren't that bad and give y'all some sort of grace or start speaking positive into you, I'm guessing she's probably going to lose half the people over there because they're not there for that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, she's a perfect. I mean, but she in therapy, like she she's a head case herself, like, and I think she came into the space pro-black, looking for a boyfriend, ready to go into her adulthood of life, and I don't think her personal life ever got right in all of that time. So that helps with the bad feelings and the trauma. These guys ain't shit. We all get the same black man. I mean, it's so crazy and stupid and silly. But I just look at it like her personal life never got right. Like she came in looking for things too, and it didn't go that way. And then she switched up her content, and it hit for big money, and she stayed on it. But as in her personal life, we also see, oh, you sleeping with a dude who got 6 kids, and you about to have another baby by him, and then you're gonna go move where he live. You know what I'm saying? Like she do a lot of bird, like she just a bird, like she do a lot of stuff that she can't stand on no good standing anyway. So she might as well fall into the same, what I'm saying, birds of a feather.
So then, okay, what if Cynthia has changed though? Like what if today she doesn't really believe what she's saying? I don't know if that's true, but I'm just giving you a what if. If she doesn't really believe about the trash bag bandits and this, that, and the other, but now she's married because of the grift that you say, you can get out there and have these conversations and for money, by all means necessary, make your money. What happens when you are no longer married to your talking point? Then what?
Then she not gonna get the same support, like you said. I mean, but that would take a love in her life and her, to act and then show that off to, what I mean, why I'm not on this no more. And she can't do that.
I think it's the same thing for the manosphere. For a lot of these manosphere content creators, I think you have created such a cult-like following that your people would rather bludgeon you to death than let you have a change of course.
And that's sad. You know what I mean? I don't control people's life. I'm not, I'm not monitoring her changing course. It would be nice to see and nice to hear, but if she's not really there yet, like this is YouTube. You got on this thing
Right.
by yourself, created the content you wanted to create, did your thing, you know what I'm saying? So it's not so much to be pointing at everybody else.
Right.
Like I was saying earlier, I was saying that when I first started listening to Cynthia G, she was in the pro black mindset. That's what started. That's what got me listening to her in the first place. When she started doing the anti-black male content, that's when I started to drift away. I don't know if I made that clear before. So, yeah.
I mean, and rightfully so. I mean, once the content that you are consuming no longer caters to what you need, the best thing to do is walk away from it. Hey, Jackie, thank you for coming in. I see you over there on Twitch. Hello.
And I don't
Right.
hate.
And now,
I
yeah,
don't hate.
now it's like abort black babies and like she's so negative, but she got an audience for that. Shira Seven's got an audience, Tanya TK, all these people. I mean, the
Donovan
negativity is
Sharp,
everywhere.
he was one that would tell the audience, don't marry these single mothers and things like that, and went and got
But
himself one.
he's a mixed breed coon. It's a lot of coons. It's a lot of self-hating black.
Mhm.
It's a lot going on in the space and with
I
people.
mean, I wouldn't have to call that. I mean, if you want to call it a coon because you got a white girl, okay. But what I'm saying is, what he tell his audience to do or teaches the audience to do, he does the exact opposite.
Most of them
Yeah, I
do.
never liked him. I
Most of
never
them do.
liked him. I never was into his
Like you
rhetoric.
got the Fugazi guy. He did the same thing when he married a
Same
baby
thing.
mama. Donovan did it. Who else? It's a list. It's like I mean, most of your
Shit,
if we're
even
gonna be
Fresh and
honest,
Fit, when them nigga was
Fresh and Fit did
you know,
too. Sure did.
paying for box and telling niggas don't be tricking out here. Like, come on now.
But all these
So
guys are like
basically,
halfway. They like halfway black guys. Like I'm a real black man. Like I'm really,
No, no,
really,
no.
really
But thing
black.
is though, no, you. But thing is, like, we just talking about like in the general, like the general audience, right? Like they do, cause they do got us like a good amount of following, you know.
Yeah, it sound like some
And this,
self-hating. It sound like more their following is self-hating like they are. And
and it
I
be a
don't know.
lot of
Like I
young
don't never
dudes too,
follow
though.
none
That's
of those
sad.
guys. I don't follow none of those guys. Those guys have no rhetoric for me to listen to. Like, so, not to cut you off or anything, but them is not the real black manosphere guys to me. I mean, they
but see
guys, they're
here,
brand guys in the manosphere and they're trying to come up just like anybody else.
so I didn't specify the string to Black Manosphere. I intentionally didn't specify it to black or white. It was just Manosphere Red Pill in general, and it's
Gotcha.
because yeah, I didn't want to. I'm not here to pick on the Black Manosphere over any other form of the same kind of content, if that makes any sense. But
No problem. Yeah, I got you. Mhm.
yeah, so I don't know. It's just it's always weird to me. Like I get the point of the message is more important than the messenger, but I'm a
That's where it
realist at
goes
the
into
same
red
time.
pill. That's where it goes into red pill because just like in the Matrix, the red and the blue pill was all about do you want the truth or do you want to go back to sleep and go back to however you know what I'm saying, you knew life to be. So I think just like me, my personality is a truth seeker, always has been all my life. So I don't care how hard it is, how tough it is, how much nobody can't stand it or anything. Give it to me. That's just my person. I'm a true seeker. I like information and I'll sift out and make it work in my head the way, you know what I'm saying? I think. But just give it to me. You know what I mean?
I want to make
I
a
mean,
point.
and
So
I can
People.
respect that. My only concern, like I said, is I can't call what you say truth if the truth is too difficult for you to live up to. If that makes
if the
any sense.
truth
Like
is
I can never
no
listen to
doubt.
somebody
Makes
tell me about marriage, right? Let me give you an example. Let me give you a prime example. Somebody is saying, I'm going to tell you all about being a married person, about the ups, the downs, the struggles, how we communicate together, how we mesh well together, how we get over any hurdle, and they ain't never been married. Like they may have
But
the
you didn't.
best advice that they got from every single person they ever knew who was married across their family, across the diaspora, across every educational system they ever came across, but it's not lived experience. So how can you take any of that? Like, and I'm not saying you personally, because I
No,
know you're
no, I
not
get
here for
exactly
that.
what you're saying. Yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying. My reply to that would be, did you even proof, like, or did you go over these people, give some time, spend some time on seeing what they're talking about, their talking points, how they live? Like, I didn't just
Most
pop up
people,
on people. I don't just
I
pop
don't
up
think
on
most
people.
people do.
I sit back, I watch people, I observe, and before I strike. So
Yeah.
it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, do people know what the hell they doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I always know what I've been
Well, I
grown
mean,
since I've been
that's a
grown since I've
common
been
talking point, though,
14.
that most people don't know how to vet. If you don't know how to vet in your love life, how you know how to vet online with these content creators?
Exactly. And I'm not your father. You know what I'm saying? I can't make that up for you. But I know what I'm doing. I know where I'm going. I know who I'm in front of or who's in front of me. I know how much time I'm going to give them. I know when I'm out. You know what I mean? It's like, I have no issue being me and moving around.
Yeah.
But it seems
I
that
want to make a
people
point.
take a lot of issues with people and things. I'm like, do you even know what you're doing or who these people are, or to give them any of your time?
I want to make a point about something. Now, this group of guys
Go
call
ahead.
themselves they call themselves Red Pill, right? But you realize that while they're anti-black women rhetoric, that the term Red Pill actually came from a black woman. Sandra, I forget her name, the one who the creators of the Matrix stole her idea from. So let
Hmm.
that sink in.
Yeah, I think black women
Yeah.
are the greatest and all of that. And right, she came up with the Matrix and all of that. And I don't share all the opinions of everybody, but you know what I mean? I'm like I said, I'm just paying attention, peeping game. And I'm not down with everything, or I don't share the same talking points as everybody else, and I'm still myself and I'm still here.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think essentially, in order to be on the internet in any capacity, you really have to have a lot of self knowledge. You have to be in tune with yourself and be comfortable with who you are to begin with. That's step number one before we get through anything else. Unfortunately, though, everybody is not in that space. You are going to have people who come in who are very young, very impressionable, very malleable. And then you're going to have people who are very old and stuck in their ways and stubborn. Like, the internet is whatever you want it to be. If it's a wealth of knowledge, then you're right. If it's a negative place, you're right. It's whatever you want it to be. Because I can come on here and never go into a space with anybody Manosphere, never go into a space with anybody BWE, and spend my entire time looking up recipes if I wanted to. I just feel
Right.
like I
I
don't know. I guess
personally, I think you want to save. I think you have a big heart. You want to save. You care, and that's what I get from you anyway.
yeah.
And that's what's up. I'm not here to knock that at all. Um,
I'm learning not to keep my personal view as like the only view of the world. Like that's one of the big things I've taken away from this year is understanding that I'm not going to understanding that I'm not going to understand everybody's viewpoint and being okay with that.
right, right. Yeah, it'll save you a lot of
Real
going
talk.
crazy, mental illness.
That's real talk right there. And that's
Yeah.
what diversity is all about. We don't always have to agree, but hey, that's all right though, because we don't have to agree with each other as long as we know that we wake up in the morning, we can come together on something. I'm sure something we can agree about.
Right, right. Absolutely. People make the world go round. People change. You know what I mean? Um, so I just watch it
So
all play out. Hmm.
I want to answer King Pick's his question. I do not consider myself to be manosphere. I am unfortunately umbrellaed under the manosphere because of the spaces that I came from. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I started with like natural hair and like the weight loss sector of YouTube, and it's kind of morphed over the years as different sectors have popped up. I was with Taz and Nyla for a long time. I guess they call it Goatland now, but I think by default because they are under Manosphere is where I would technically be classified. I don't. This is Candyland, babe. I don't consider myself to be Manosphere at all. I'm a floater.
Right, and then so you got Manosphere, and you got people against Manosphere. Then you got Manosphere rejects.
Right.
You know what I feel?
All of the above.
Candy, I just realized that's probably how we know each other from Taz and I was on platforms.
Absolutely. I
But
remember you from there.
yeah, and now as far the Black YouTube, we are the only YouTubers who have all these different sectors. You got the Mo3 sector, the beef sector, all these other sectors, Kanika Jenkins, whatever. How come we just can't be black people on YouTube, come together and try to make our part of the space be better? I mean, that's too much like, right? It's just a
Well,
suggestion.
I see. I don't. Is that true though? Because I've never really ventured out to find white sectors to know if they have as many sectors as we do. However, I'm putting a disclaimer out there. I am trying to find people in the Chicago sector. Chicago sector people, if you can hear me,
You talking to one?
we need to link.
I was actually born and raised on the South Side. I don't mean I live in California now, but I'm from the South Side.
All right. Chi-town.
Shot,
All right.
shot town in the house in the building.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
yeah,
You
so I
know,
don't know.
I already know Aaron, so I know his whole history and background. Here's my people.
I can't really say though for sure if there are multiple different subsects of sectors within white. I assume that there are because there's an Asian manosphere. So if there can be an Asian manosphere, I'm sure there's Asian other spheres that we haven't heard about yet.
I believe manosphere takes over the world because the world is already a man's. It's already a man's world. So anything, any place, anywhere in the world that men are going through something and men are talking about it, they're gonna relate. So I looked at the manosphere. I could see the big picture way back. You know what I mean? I could see where it was going. I think women are gonna want to come get their men from the manosphere. I see all of that. I seen all of that years ago. So I'm just watching it evolve, and I think it's gonna take over the world.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I hope the red pill mentality does not take over the world. It's bad enough that we do have those who do think like that. We don't need a whole planet mindset for that. That's scary. If that was to be the case, I don't want to be on the planet no more.
Ooh, he said he wants to leave Earth. EARF. Yes. Okay.
We gotta get with Elon Musk and get in that spaceship.
Tiff, Sakpase, any thoughts? She might be with her baby right now.
I just
I
think
don't know.
the red pill, like certain entities, certain guys in it, like the Andrew Tate and all these, certain too extreme guys, they don't represent everybody. You know what I'm saying? There's different men within the manosphere, just like there's different types of men. And every man doesn't feel the same, but every man wants to run with the wolves or be in the conversations of men. Oh, you said the word man. I'm a man. I'm here. What we talking about?
I guess for me, like again, I'm looking for the positive content creators that you can say, yep, this is a good person to follow. Every time I ask anybody who's very pro manosphere, pro red pill, no one can really give me a person. What I've mostly heard is find somebody, chew the meat and spit the bones. But I haven't heard anybody say, yes, this is like somebody worth following.
Oh, I'm the
I
epitome.
think
I'm the very definition of positivity. Matter of fact, if you look up positivity in the dictionary, my picture gonna be right by it. Yeah,
that's
arrow.
why. Yeah, that's why them guys ain't gonna want you around, or you're not gonna fit. You know what I'm saying? These guys come from certain aspects with their channels and their rhetoric, and a lot of that positivity and stuff doesn't work because we're in the middle of a gender war. You know what I'm saying? And
Are we
it's a
though?
lot.
You think this is real? I don't think the gender war is real. I like, is there really
Definitely.
things happening? I think yes, there's really femicide happening. There's really things happening that impacts both genders. However, I think most of the people who come online, like unfortunately, like Keel said earlier, most of the people who are coming online, what I picture happening is this. You got two people living in one room, right? She rolls over to one side, climbs onto her computer, starts anti men content. He rolls over to one side, gets on his computer, starts anti women content. And when they log off, they're going to lay back in that bed together and they're going to do what they do.
We see that too. We see women come on talking. They got men already and be talking their stuff, but then women pay it go viral. And then you check on, oh, you know what I'm saying? They ain't really like that. And you know what I'm saying? But she made her coin. She went viral. She did what people put on skits. people do a whole lot of different stuff. So
So,
I do
what is
agree with you. I agree with you.
what's the benefit outside of monetary gain for those that are participating to perpetuate this gender war going? What's the benefit of it?
I don't think it's perpetuated. I think it's like we're in the middle of family epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Who wears the pants? Like this is 1950s or something. And so all of these relationship issues, bring us all together in the same space, because we're all having relationship issues.
But
So I
don't you
think
think we
that's
have
the
bigger issues as a community, like Black people? Like
no.
we're borderline on a recession, jobs are being lost. Instead of us fighting each other, wouldn't it be more beneficial for people to start actually trying to help each other out if we're going to
Bingo.
survive anything
Of
upcoming?
course. Of
Bingo.
course. That only sounds right. But because nobody's willing to yield to the other and make and create relationship, create the family, this is where we're left at odds and on each other opposite side of each other.
You
I
hit the
think if you see more people getting together and actually creating relationships from online and out of these spaces, where people all see at the same time, oh, things is changing, things is different, oh, this is not really real.
The problem with creating relationships off this app specifically is people don't know how to break up. What I see is a lot of doxing, a lot of revenge, whatever you want to call it. When you start, it's too much. People get toxic and then they want clicks and views. They don't know how to take L's in silence and walk away amicably or not amicably, but just walk away.
I agree.
That's the danger with doing it in specifically spaces like this. Hello, Dreamy Ice. Thank you for coming in. I
point.
see you.
That's a good point. You all both are making good points, very valid points. I wanted to say this too, like, okay, with the rhetoric that was going out in the past about the boy and black male babies. Let me ask you this question, because I'm gonna tell you something. The nurturing spirit is very strong with black women. What woman do you know of in her right mind is going to actually abort her child that she's carried for 9 months? Think about that.
I
What
don't think
woman in
very
her
many
right?
women in their right mind would, but then you're going to have a lot of women on here who are not in their right minds. Like I've specifically heard some women say that they are trying to, Jesus, I hate to even say this. Um, I've heard women, especially when it came to like Princella, and I'm not trying to throw her under the bus, but I'm giving context. Say that, you know, now they want their daughters. She's a grown woman who wants her daughter to become a lesbian because she doesn't want her around men. So, in a perfect world where you have people of sound mind, you're right. No one's going to be like, oh, if he has a penis, I don't want him as a son. Like, but we just discussed that not everybody on here is mentally well. Not everybody on here is healthy. Not everybody on here is sane. Just like you got people out in the street who are deranged, you got people with cell phone connections and internet on here who are deranged.
Absolutely.
Very
And
good
I
point.
to that, my reply to that, I would say consider the source. To me, you can't have a LGBTQIA person who lives like that in heterosexual family and relationship conversation. Like they're grifting at that point. They're grifting. So, like I say, just consider the source when you're listening to people. I mean, is that a lovely person? Is that a family person? Or if they're not and they're talking against it, you know what I mean? That's their spirit. That's what, they're not that lovely person that you would want to create a family with. So it's just like I just consider the source of the people saying what they say, and I could easily look at them and their character, personality, and way of life and be like, yeah, that makes sense.
If I had to be honest, and I look around the internet, there isn't anyone on here that I look to and say, yes, I admire you. I want to live my life like you. You are my guru and I follow you. I listen to people in the conversations just because of my natural nosiness and natural curiosity, but I'm not on here looking for a leader. I've said that before in the past. Like, there's nobody, I don't, that's going to sound bad. I don't mean to say like there's nothing I can't learn from anybody online because that'd be a falsehood. I can. However, there's not very many people whose um, opinion and lifestyle matter enough to me where I'd be like, yeah, I have to follow you. I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, I agree.
It makes
I
it
felt the same
makes
way.
a gang of sense. It makes a gang of sense. I agree with you 100% on that. You're not supposed to be online looking for a leader, no way. I mean, how you gonna
No.
be led by someone you can't even see, and you can put them in your pocket? And when I
And
say,
and
I'm talking about
your
whatever they.
heroes will disappoint you. Your leaders, your like the people in your regular life are going to disappoint you. Let alone the people that you've made an idol out of. So I know most grown people on here like you have your own mind, you have your own beliefs, you have your own morals, you have your own standards, you have your own boundaries. I get that. I do. However, everybody isn't like that because if they were, we wouldn't even be having these conversations, right? Like everybody would be in healthy, happy, successful relationships. People wouldn't be fighting and arguing. I mean, I get it. There are some people that's your foreplay, right? Like that's what you do, get yourself off. Y'all are fussing and fighting before you go do the other F, right? But for the rest of us, who that may not necessarily be your cup of tea all the time or whatever, sometimes, like I
Right.
said, we just come for conversations. I tune into channels because I like what they're talking about. And when I tune out, it's because I no longer like what they're talking about. Some things I can relate to, some things I can't. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm looking for a hero here.
Right, right. I just came for the conversations as well. I like sex and relationships. I like to talk about that. So if somebody's having a panel on that, I'm going to engage,
Right.
So, but, and I stay in the areas and the topics of conversation that I like to stay in. I don't go around saying, no, you can't talk about that or you can't do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just won't be there.
I give you a
Right.
perfect example. Something that I did. This is something I did a few years ago. Tommy Sotomayor is actually having a topic about that I was pretty much kind of like had knowledge of. He had a
Hmm.
panel. I went on the panel and spoke on it. By the time I got off that panel, I had people, someone who told me, a fellow content creator I know of, who's a friend of mine, told me, yeah, so-and-so said they saw you on Tommy Sotomayor. I'm like, I was just talking about a certain topic. I mean, the word got out real quick. I mean, I'm not even following Tommy like that. I was just on the panel to talk about that particular subject matter.
Well,
No,
because they know you, I think they're familiar with you following Sin G.
Yeah.
I I understand that point, Aaron. Like I had a Mr. DJ Music had a stream a few weeks back, and Tommy actually popped up on him and came over to have conversation. Now, sorry, I'm changing out my earbuds. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
I think you can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Tommy popped over on Mr. DJ Music stream to, I guess, have conversation. He was streaming from his Twitch account. And normally Tommy is definitely not my cup of tea. Like I remember when I came into the space and really first found like black quote unquote YouTube, it was Tommy. And he was on his hair hatted hooligans and BT 1000s and all of the fight videos that he loved to show all the time, whatever. So I was never a big Tommy fan. However, when he was over in Mr. DJ space, because I am a supporter of Mr. DJ Music, I came to ask questions. I had a few questions for Tommy and had a conversation with him that I never thought that if you had asked me 10 years ago, if I would ever be able to sit on a panel and ask this man questions and actually listen to what he had to say, I would have told you no, absolutely not, because of how different my views were from his. However, I mean, Tommy's like, he's just a guy. When you realize it, like a lot of these old school OG YouTubers or whatever who have the big names, the Angry Man, the whomever, these are just people. They put their pants legs on one at a time. And, you know, I got his point. I understood where he was coming from when he was talking about the whole being a shock jock and why do we give in to the race baiting because we know that's what these people want to do. That's neither here nor there outside of the topic, but I'm just saying you can have a conversation with people that you don't agree with, and it doesn't have to go to shit just because you don't agree.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Agreed.
Yes, it does.
Oh, my KK Keisha friend, let's go.
I'm just playing. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm back. I was dealing with a fussy baby. Fussy baby.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. But yeah, Tommy Sotomayor, I
Is
never
a black
liked him. I'm sorry.
no, go
Oh, I
ahead.
wasn't saying anything. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, certain personalities of people. I like. I've been to YouTube a long time. I watch everybody come in. I pretty much know everybody from the chat to the content creators. And yeah, I never liked him. But I can respect certain people's gift of gab, their entertainment factors. I can see why people are popular.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I could just respect that for that. But personally, as Taz, Tommy Sotomayor, certain other people, I just don't like them. I don't get into their rhetoric. Don't listen to them.
And that's understandable. Like Tequila said, Tommy is very talented. One of the ways that I know that Tommy is talented, I'll give you this. I'll say that he is able to listen and twist around a question on you. Tommy's
Okay,
very
I'm about
good
to
at
Yeah,
twisting
say,
questions.
because talent in what?
yeah.
Hey,
He's
sister.
good at twisting, and he can create songs on the fly that are funny. The same way Bomb does, where she can create a song and it's hilarious. Tommy does the same thing. I don't know about rap. I don't think that I've heard him rap, but I've heard him sing a couple songs in the midst of roasting somebody, which were funny. I can give him that.
You know, I'm never
That's
gonna hold you while I'm over here really being tight about Tommy and his bald headed ass. No, like there was a couple of times I had chuckled at a roast or two, especially when he was roasting DL and everything.
Little
Yeah,
Daryl, when he hopped down off that chair and
oh
I
my
cackled.
god, girl, I almost died trying to hold in the laugh because I didn't want to give Tommy that. But I'm like, man, that was the funniest thing,
Yeah,
at the time to me. But yeah.
that's the irony
He's
of it, the
he's
whole
a
thing.
comedian. I mean, he's very funny and like he can improvise right on the spot, and he's entertaining. He's doing what he do. But I don't like him personally. I don't like his character. I don't like his like and like you said he twists things up. I don't think that's meant like he's a girl to me, and he got mommy issues and all type of stuff. Like I don't like him.
That's the irony of it. I mean, Tommy's like one of the very first content creators I started listening to. That's actually how I found Cynthia G by listening to one of his videos. This was back in 2016, and he was talking about Kenny was saying BT 2000s, and I mean that's the thing that really piqued my interest. I'm like, what's a BT 2000? And then he went on about and started talking about black women this and black women that, and lo and behold, that's how I found Sin G, and she was going in on Tommy. So I'm like, oh dang, she didn't destroy Tommy. So and that was part of my YouTube journey because around that time I was also listening to Tariq Nasheed, Phil from the Arise Show, New Possibilities, a whole lot of these folks, and that's how I kind of built my following, built my channel too, and I'm still building it. And that's how I know Era Black, and from some of the platforms and the spaces we just shared together.
Right. Yeah.
Would y'all consider Black Male Advice, aka Ringo TV, far as Manosphere? Would y'all consider him Manosphere?
I think Ringo is in that space. Yeah, I think he is.
Okay.
I recall Taz
You can
banging
see.
on Ringo back in the day, and I think he did do it as a Manosphere person. So
As he should have, because if you remember why, because he basically
yeah,
said Aaliyah at 15 was a woman, and that a girl who starts her period is considered a woman if ready to have babies. So think about that. No matter how young you are, if you're 8, 9, you're considered a woman in his eyes. And I'm just like, the fuck?
and if I'm not mistaken, Ringo was another one who rebranded. He did the rebranding long before the Manosphere group ended up on the FBI watch list.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. He's more of like a religious type of guy to me. Like he comes from a lot of biblical aspects and principles. So
And
uh,
yeah, I think he's one of those what's it what you call those? Is it Israelite or something
Hebrew
along those
Israelite, I
lines?
think. I think
Yeah,
so.
because I think believes in those multiple wives and the
Yeah,
Zion and all that.
yeah. Israelites believe in that. Black Hebrew Israelites, they do believe in that. Matter of fact, they've been in added with a few other folks too on this platform, the Hebrew Israelites.
But now you get to Zariak and them, and they doing panels and doing their shows.
Some people call them Hebrew Mizraelites because they're miserable.
Yeah, everybody got their views
Power
and opinions.
Rangers. They be out there looking like Power Rangers with all them colorful dresses they be having on.
Mm-hmm.
Did you call them dresses? I'm done.
Well, I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't know what you would call those things that they be wearing. Be like, the long garment. They be having pants under them, of course, but it's like sometimes it could be like split in half and like all the way up to maybe even the stomach area, or sometimes it could be long. But yeah, out there with their microphones yelling at people and shit. Like, bro, if you don't get out of my ear with that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see pictures of Jesus, you see him in a onesie, right?
What?
I normally see him in robes.
Right. So that's kind of, I think, what they trying to copy.
Oh, that's their way of showing that they're aligned with Jesus, to be standing out there in them robes like that.
Something along the lines of, righteous garments or old school, something to give you that, put you in that space in mind.
Harassing people.
Except for Manosphere, though, I think Taz, they tried to get Taz to join, but Taz, he rejected them, so they came after Taz.
Taz is an asshole.
Because Taz has his, he's had his run-ins, several run-ins with Angry Man and Obsidian.
Because he's an asshole.
I'm going to put a disclaimer up.
Get along with. I'm
right,
sorry.
Candy, where's your disclaimer?
I'm gonna go ahead and put a disclaimer up. Wait a minute, not that one. Hold on.
Okay, I don't need no other one. It's more unintentional.
Do I have it? I think I deleted it. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to make another one. Oh, here you go. I found it.
There you go.
All right, now you're free to express your opinion, Taz. Yeah. This is the opinion solely of the person expressing it. If you do come across this stream, I ain't got no beef with you.
Right. Absolutely not.
Yeah, Taz is in the same mindset as say like psychopathists. They have similar mindsets and similar talking styles, but I can actually rock with both of them.
Nah, that's a bunch of niggas over there arguing and shit. Like, nah. And,
I will give Taz credit. When Taz is on his content and he's actually presenting information, he does a very good job of presenting the information. I will say that. So whether you agree with what he's presented or not, he presents it in a way that is understandable for even the lamest of person.
Mm-hmm. It's digestible.
Right. That's one of the things I respected, like in the debates, like the ones like I witnessed when he went on Net at that time and debated with Jabari, or even the one he did with that man, the flat earther guy.
Flat earther. Out of the argument league?
No, he has like his own platform. Him and Tad did a debate one time, and about black if they're black culture, and like Tad had.
I remember the Black Culture series because I definitely paid attention to that, but I do not recall who he was going back and forth with on that.
Yeah, what's his name? Because I used to be subscribed to him, but I went through a cleanse.
Are you talking about what's his name? Dana? No.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to throw us off. I'm really trying to figure out who this guy is because like we seen I think even over there on Q Butter before. What's his name? Because like he's really like into the like flat earth theory content.
I'm gonna be honest, when they start talking flat earth, my brain shuts off. So I don't know.
Really? Oh dang.
Yeah.
So let me shut up. Let me see. Hey, what's his name? I feel like it starts with an S. In my mind, I see an S. So, if it comes to me, I'll, tell y'all whatever.
S?
But maybe
the only S's I knew was like Psycho Candy and Psychopatheus over there.
Okay,
I can't think of anybody else.
Oh my God, because his face is clear as day. Because it was like the crazy thing about it, I followed that guy or was subscribed to that guy like long before I even knew who Cynthia G and Tad and Nyla was, right? So that's why it's crazy that I can't even think of his name now. But baby brain,
Is he
baby brain.
conscious community? What is he?
Was he conscious community? I mean, I guess in a way, but I don't know because I know he, participated in the debates. I think it was on Sinetters too. Man, come on, the man, y'all gotta help me. I know. Is he skinny? Yes, he's. Isn't like he made to Asian or something like
You
that?
talking about Judah Nazareth?
No.
That's the one I know married to an Asian. He's the one over there in Asia.
Oh my god! When I say his name, I promise y'all gonna be like, to like really. I
Asian.
mean, not to Naira. Really. That's what we doing. But anyway, okay. My point is like the way he presented in debates. Like I brought up Jabari over on Sonetta, and it was somebody else. It's gonna come to me. No, not Judah. I think Tequila. I think we're close, but it's just I can't think of it at the moment. And when I do, I promise it. But no, he really does make, I guess, great presentation. When he even does like his debates, he comes clean and clear. He has his images ready. He has, whatever he needs to present to showcase, or present his case. I will give him that, right? I'm sorry, I really took off curb trying to figure out what his name is. I'm going on mute because I'm about to go look for this guy.
See, that's what happens when you get on a tangent. Your brain gets stuck, and now you can't move past it till you figure it out. I understand.
Does anybody know what ever happened to Irene Yvette? Did she leave this platform or?
She's still on here, but I don't think she goes live that often. I know she's within the last, I would say, 2 months. I've seen her post up at least 2 videos, but I don't think that she goes live that often. So she's still here.
I know that's a good question because I haven't heard anything.
I remember when she, Cynthia G, Black Women's Fair, and Nyla, they were like four the hard way, the Four Musketeers. They used to all hang together online. They were mainly on Taz's show, but they did a lot of stuff on each other's platforms too.
Yeah, okay. So Tequila did see it as well. Irene is still here. And I know she's still working with Q Butter over there. So, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. She's probably not just maybe doing YouTube as much, or maybe I don't think I'm subscribed to her anymore either. Like I did like a purge like last year and just kind of cleaned out like my algorithm and everything and just kind of, I ain't gonna say started over, but just want to do some kind of reset. So
Speaking of Q Butter, I don't even see him on his own platform. I see other people on.
Yeah, a lot of times he be having other people run it, don't he?
Yeah, it's probably because he's so busy with the school. If I remember correctly, he had 2 locations he had open for the school.
Oh yeah, I did see something about that, like him opening a second location in Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, or North Carolina.
With ETX too. Him and ETX are.
Yeah. Okay.
So with that being said, he's probably very busy. I know I see him on Instagram sometimes. He'll post up, especially if they're doing something like a science fair, or I think they did something recently, or maybe it was a little while ago, where he had them building bridges out of popsicle sticks and showing like what they could do. I mean, I know he's still active, but I see him more active with the school aspect versus YouTube. He might have graduated.
In Brooklyn too, I think. Is his flagship school in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think they're online as well. It's not just like centralized to one location. I think he's also online.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad he's doing the school though. A whole lot. He's doing a whole lot better than Dr. Umar. I mean, I got to throw that out there. He still ain't put that school out.
Well, didn't they just repo it? Didn't the school get read? The school got repo. Didn't they repo it?
You know what? I think something like that did happen.
Yeah. So I don't know. And that's another example. Umar is another example of a grifter in this space who's do as I say, not as I do type of person. I guess my personal gripe is I can't get along with those people. I can't rock with those people. To me, it's fuck you and your message. Like
I mean,
That's
I
how I
fell out.
personally feel about it. But like, you know,
I mean, I fell out of, I mean, good standing with the whole Black conscious movement. Period. I mean, because I realized the fraud that it is. I mean, ever since Brother Polite and Zaza Ali pulled the stunts that they did, it's like, yeah, they full of it.
yeah,
I mean, I don't hate these
yeah.
people, but what they did was wrong.
Did you say Zaza Ali?
Yeah, Zaza Ali. Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah, that's another one. I heard
Zaza
something about
Ali.
like she scammed some folks out of a retreat or something.
Yeah, it was a retreat. It was a women's retreat some years back, and then when the women approached her about it, you know, she had the nerve to get an attitude and stuff like that. And it's like, and then with Brother Polite, his situation is even worse. First, he did the thing with the living spaces, with those crates on someone else's property, and then the situation with that young girl. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So I don't feel
But
sorry.
shout out to Hood Horrors. That's a YouTube channel that Reese actually introduced me to, and it the guy was doing like a documentary. He just finished the Nature Boys. It had like over 40 something parts, and now he's starting on Brother Polite. So if y'all
What's the name of it?
Hood Horrors.
Hood Horror. So if you want to see anything on the Brother Polite documentary where he's going to be exposing whatever information he got.
Yeah, Nature Boy is another one. Yep, Eligio Bishop. Is he like locked up now? Then they go to
Oh, he's
Central.
behind bars. Apparently for life, hopefully.
So they like extradited him from Central America. That's where he was, right?
Huh?
Oh, I think they got him back here. He wasn't in Central America when they
Oh,
snatched him, if I'm not mistaken.
he's in Georgia.
Yeah.
He locked up in Georgia.
I think they kicked him out of Central America for stinking or something. If I'm not like, they couldn't
They were
stay
kicked
there.
out of a few places. Like it was crazy.
They kicked him out for what?
Don't get me to lying, but I think it has something to do with like the fact that they weren't taking care of the area they were supposed to be living in, and they smelled.
Yeah, because they wasn't quote unquote taking showers. I guess they was like bathing in the rivers and stuff like that. Which is, to me, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, I guess in his mind it was all on the, trying to not utilize anything from Babylon. But nigga, you could utilize soap. If you don't get a bar soap and go wash your ass in that river, I don't know what they were using or not using. Because water
How
by
you not
itself.
trying to use things from Babylon, but you out here busting it down with men and women? Ain't that a Babylon? Never mind. You know what?
No, but see, that's the hypocrisy of the movement that eventually became, because even learning through the let me see how many it is in totality, because I don't want to lie to y'all. It is 46 parts. I'm about to say 45. 45 parts.
Can you share it in the chat? Can you drop it in the chat so El Boogie
Yeah,
can?
sure
She's asking it.
Yeah, no problem. And one of the things, because there's another channel called The T, and The T is real good of like following all of like the members, like the Instagrams, like the Clubhouse and stuff like that. I was following her for a few years, but anyway, learned that from like some of the members, because they was excited to join the movement because they was like, yay, we get to live off the land, we get to grow our own food and blah blah blah. But they was like, Nature Boy wasn't trying to do that. Like, he was like buying pasta from the grocery store and was barely trying to grow anything off the land and things like that. So it was just kind of weird. I guess, just where he went, because I think the idea initially was, I want to say a positive one for what, they want to do. But I think a lot of times people like that, when they get, however, I remember hearing a part. Uh-oh. Hold on.
No, you good now. You're doing something good now. I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, maybe because I was dropping the link and opening in the window. But no, basically I was just saying, like, I think initially the movement was I don't even know too much about it. I just know when it came across my I guess my algorithm or whatever, there was something about it that I couldn't like get with. But it was just like, okay, it seems like a group of people that's trying to be sovereign, living off the land, blah 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 blah. But then, time went by and it resurfaced um for me around like 2021, and to see where they went from to where they were at when I came across them, back across them. I'm like, oh wow. So it really was like giving cult vibes, but I couldn't explain the feeling that I had at the time. It was just like, I don't know, something was just off, and it was coming from him. I just couldn't pinpoint it, but I think, once again, initially they had good intention for the people that was joining, but when you have one that put themselves above everyone else, and it was just a mess. But yeah, he's here in Georgia, locked up. He ain't going nowhere. But when he got locked up, now he went from the whole three guy persona, then made the girl convert to Islam with him in jail. So yeah, just
Wait, wait,
confused.
wait, 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 wait,
Just
wait,
confused.
wait. He's Nation of Islam right now?
The last time I heard anything, yes, because he had his
Oh.
women wearing the whole attire and stuff like that, covering the hair, the long attire or garment and stuff. So I'm just like, see, that's what that just tells you, right? How confused people are at times. Cause I get, people want answers to things and they try their best to, look at it, look for it by any means necessary sometimes. But that just like to kind of let you know that the movement overall it just become like this sex cult, and a lot of people, and I get like they say, well, adults can't be groomed. I get that, and of course the people that were attracted to that movement, of course, everybody broken or has something inside uh that are drawn to certain things or whatever. But it really what got me was the younger people, like that was under the ages of 25, like teenagers,
Well, I think
early 20s,
it's
that really paint that picture for me.
it's unfair to say that adults can't be groomed because most of the cults that have existed over time were filled with adults that were easy to be groomed. Like that's
Right.
that's kind
Well,
of
I
what
think
I was
I
getting
say
at
that because
here.
they will say like, "Well, how can an adult be groomed?" Because I mean, I think so in a way, right? Even though they may say they can't, but it's like past a certain age, how are you quote unquote easily led? But once again, you don't know what people have went through. You don't know if they might have went through a traumatic experience. Maybe they don't have the best life at home. Maybe you just don't know what scenario
And
somebody is living under
age doesn't
when they
always
may be
mean
attracted to
wisdom.
that.
You
Right.
you might have somebody who is 62 years old and still acts and thinks like a 17-year-old because they have arrested development. Age doesn't
Right.
always mean wisdom. You know what I'm saying? And you never know, like people go through mental cycles. You might be really strong, really good, everything's fine today. Let you face a couple of setbacks, a couple of deaths in the family, lose your home, become homeless. I'm sure your mentality may not be the same as it is right now today, you in your strongest form. So not to give excuses to people, but I'm just saying like there's no right or wrong answer as to how that happens. Just like when people get into domestic violence situations, it's real easy for everybody to be like, that could never happen to you or to me until it happens to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm again not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying that, it's easy to say what you will and won't do until you're battle tested, until you get tested in real time.
Right. Because like not saying like for example, like Velvet or some of the other members, some people may find it hard to have any kind of, I guess, empathy, not sympathy, but maybe empathy for them because they say, well, they're at an age, they're grown, they should have known better, blase, blase. But like, I want to use Velvet as an example because sometimes, she was young when she started with the group, and had a child and everything within it. So imagine the trauma that she went through inside of that so young. And then to come out, sometimes people continue making the same decisions over and over again and don't learn the lesson. And from what I witnessed in the comments, because I don't really follow like that, but from what I've seen, a lot of people feel like Velvet haven't really learned her lesson. She just kind of keep going from one situation to the other, repeating the same cycle, but end up with the same results, coming out pregnant. Just I ain't gonna say a mess, but I have to imagine the number that organ or that cult had done on the members mentally, and so like they really should, or I'm not gonna tell people what people should do, but it would be imperative for them to, go seek some kind of help, right? And maybe even step away and, try to refigure things out. But I know they gotten so used to be on camera, be in front of the, online, and a lot of them that's where their bread and butter is. That's all they know. And they're not gonna go nowhere else. So they're just, pulling from that and able to, I guess, capitalize within that. So
Good info. I didn't know. I didn't. I haven't kept up with the story since he went to jail. I kind of out of sight, out of mind with that whole group. But
yeah, it's just because that's something that I have in my algorithm on another channel or another page of mine. So every now and then something comes up far as the hood horror, and that's the only thing I have watched far as like over the past year and gotten more info other than what I already previously had. So, but then after me being in Georgia, it was kind of like, oh, okay, there goes the jail that he's in there. Okay. But then I heard that they moved him. I'm not sure where he's at now. But last thing I heard, I think he was in DeKalb. But I don't know where he's at now.
The other sister, the one that was just talking, I wanted to ask you, if you say you live in Georgia, I think that, especially in the ATL area, I think that probably has like the highest concentration of Black content creators. I mean, I think that's what I thought. That was my thinking because
you think Georgia? Because I would say Houston. A lot of content creators are coming out of Texas for real.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask this question though: is it possible to make Black YouTube great again? I mean, not trying to be cliche and nothing like that. But I'm like everyone else. I'm really tired of the whole gender stuff, and I mean it's like these age-old talking points that's been going on since I've been on this platform. Black men mad at black women mad at black men. You got the divestment and the manosphere and the red pill. You got black men talking about women's hair accessories and stuff. I mean, first of all, if you're a true man, why would you want to sit around with a group of other men, supposedly, that's what you call yourselves, talk about women's accessories? I mean, to me, that sounds a bit moist.
Moist, I haven't heard that in so long. I'm sorry.
That's a very good word to describe it, Aaron. I couldn't agree more.
I love it. Moist. It does sound moist.
Yeah, I mean, how come we can't? I mean, because people I follow folks like Underrated Darkness or Information Man, they on positive stuff. They talk about black issues, and I take and I talk about black issues too. But how many, how many dating doctors and dating experts we gonna have? I'm telling you, Kevin Samuels left a void. I mean,
All of these dating experts who are not dating, all of these dating experts who are not married, and not that marriage has to be the end all be all goal for everybody, but like it always cracks me up when you have somebody, when I see somebody shame someone for not being married and they're not married themselves. Like,
right.
Pot meet kettle, kettle meet pot. What are we talking about?
Y'all know who I blame. Y'all know y'all finna probably like kick me off for this, but it's okay because I don't know why I'm sleepy. Well, I've been up early, so let me not. I blame Hitch. This is Hitch's fault.
Hitch. The movie?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate.
In the movie, remember he was the date doctor or whatever, and it's now come to think about it, it's kind of the same setup, right? He was the quote unquote nerdy guy in school or whatever, and he meets this fine, woman, and they date, but he's overly, like, I ain't gonna say interested in her. Like, he really, I don't want to use this word because I think it really has been misconstrued, but a simp, right? He would consider what the Red Pill Manosphere would call a simp. Like, he was just overly, I love you, you are everything to me, I want to marry you, blah blah blah. And then she just like looking at him like, bro, if you don't just kiss me and like call it a day, like they're making out, but he's just in between every kiss, I love you, I can't live without you. Like, he's that guy, right? And then next thing you know, he finds her in the car with another guy in the rain, and so he's outside the car. Forgot what her name was, but let's just throw a name on there. Keisha. Keisha, what are you doing, Keisha? Like, literally pops up in the rain, finds her in the car with another guy, making out with him or whatever, and she just say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then I think that changes his whole outlook on dating women and stuff like that, though. It seemed like he went focused on himself, got his degree, got a good career in marketing, I think it was. And but on the side, underground, he was the date doctor. He was hooking up quote unquote men like him, or that was like him, the men that women don't see. What they call them, Candy, like the educated lanes, the ones the women that most women don't give guys the chance, right? So he goes out of his way, or not go out of his way, but basically it's a business, and it's a well-paid business along whatever else he does. And these men end up getting the women that they want, but in the process there's like some kind of manipulation going on, but it's the business. Like, one guy wanting I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I get your point. Like, it's the pickup artist part of it. Like, so I
Thank you.
think there's a difference too. Okay, so I was watching Unc B streaming. Unc B streaming reviewed the Dallas um Pop the Balloon. I think they did it over the Black Friday holiday, and I tuned in to check in and see what was going on with it. And we're watching it. One of the things that I noticed, that a lot of like problems that I saw that I would easily pinpoint things that could be corrected, people showed up to this thing, and I was wondering what they were wearing. Like, it's simple things like that. So like the educated lanes, for instance. While I don't agree with the pickup artist culture of it all, is there room for improvement? Yes. If you can teach some of these men how to dress a little better, to quote unquote increase their swag, it would it would greatly benefit them a lot. I personally do believe. I think a lot of that also has to do with being comfortable talking with people. Like, some people don't realize how awkward they are in conversation. Like, I've had people, not necessarily online, but like people in real life, say something to me, and I just looked at them like, what? Like, that was the first thing that came out of your mouth to say to me? I'm like, so I think people just, whether you need practice or the whole point of it is there are improvements to be made. I don't think that you should just expect people to take you as you are. That sounds good, but that's not reality. Um, and if you're not getting the desired results for whatever you're seeking, then you might want to switch up your formula and try something new. And if new means a new wardrobe, so be it. If you don't know how to dress, then maybe enlist somebody who you like their style of dress, or just try and imitate their style of dress. I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
Like,
isn't
as
that
far
what
as
Kevin Samuels was supposed to come in as the image consultant that he ended up calling himself? Because
Notorious
Kevin was a sham, though. He wasn't really an image consultant. He was a perfume sniffer. Um, oh, that was
girl,
that was
not a
me.
perfume sniffer. I thought like he was over there sniffing fragrance. It was fragrance.
Fragrance. Okay, that's better. He was
Yeah.
a fragrance connoisseur. I don't think he was truly an image consultant. Like, again, it was one of those do as I say, not as I do, because you can't really be an okay, let me just stop. Maybe he could be considered an image consultant.
I'll say
Who wants to jump in? Go ahead.
Big said it best in his song, in one of his songs, "One More Chance." In the verse, he says, "Black and ugly as ever," but instead he says Gucci down to the socks. So he made it clear.
Absolutely.
Pretty much like he
You
was saying, he knew he didn't look very appealing to the eyes, but he could still get some fine women like Faith and Lil Kim and stuff like that.
you
Because
got to pick a struggle. You can't be ugly with no money, bad built, and can't dress. You got to pick a struggle. So if you got 4 out of 4 of those things that you know are working against you, pick one of those things to work on and start to try and improve it. It's not going to guarantee you anything, but at least it will increase your chances. Hello. Does anybody disagree with that?
I
I
agree
agree.
100.
I agree.
I think if the manosphere, if most of these channels focused on, you would have better relations with women if you improve these areas of your life by X, Y, and Z. Because I think a lot of people just have been brought up, especially nowadays, to think that people are just supposed to accept you, show up, and you just, because you came to me with a penis, I'm supposed to like you back. Or the same
Yes.
thing, vice versa, with the vagina. Hold on, because I'm equal strokes for equal folks. Same thing, vice versa with the vagina. If I just show up one day and I'm like, hey, pick me, and you choose not to, you have every right to do that, right? So it's up to that person to make themselves the best possible candidate. That is not to be in competition with anybody. That's to be in competition with yourself. Go to the gym, work out, lose weight if you got to, gain some weight if you got to. I'm not saying completely change yourself, but if you have an area where you can improve on it and you know you're not doing the best that you can in that area, fix it. Like, at least you can eliminate that and say, well, at least it wasn't this. You know what I mean? Like, just don't, again, pick a struggle. For women, pick a struggle. For the men, pick a struggle. Like, the easiest thing that you can fix is your style of dress. And most people don't work on that. People don't even know how to dress for their bodies. Showing up in the most ill fitting clothes, that's for men and women. And then wondering why people off the bat will pop that balloon. Like, what? First impression is everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think the quarter zip young black men are leading in the quarter zip movement right now and dressing better.
Quarter zip. Quarter zip. Is that weed terminology? Am I hearing that?
Right. That's
Basically,
what it
what you're
sounds like.
saying,
Quarter
bas-
to.
No, the quarter zip shirts. Quarter zip quarter zip shirts.
Oh, I
basically
don't know.
what you're saying is if you're trying to get a modern woman, don't come showing up dressed like a goat herder from Albania.
Yeah.
Well,
See, and I don't
I
like
just
that
know
term
it's
modern
for the
women.
movie.
I get the premise of it, but I don't really like it because I don't know. But yes, no, put your best effort in. Like, I saw on the show, women were showing up and some of them looked like they were in costume. And I was just like, you left your house with that on, drove to the studio, got out the car, walked the steps through the door, however many steps it took to get into the studio where you would actually be filmed, looked yourself in the mirror and said, yep, I'm good. Like, you didn't have no friends, no family, your mama, nobody could stop you and be like, baby, you might want to go change. People don't do that anymore. Is that just me? Like, maybe I'm just like from the school where we're gonna tell you the truth on if it looks a mess or not. I don't want you outside looking crazy.
So, are you the Monique of the family that can come up
I
to
would
you?
be. I'm not gonna hold you, friend. I hate bonnets in public. To each their own, but you never gonna catch me outside like that.
My feelings. My heart. No, I get it. I get it. To each own. Absolutely. Absolutely. But no, I think it's absolutely a time and place for everything, right? I'm not gonna show up in a bonnet at a gala, right? Like, I mean,
Maybe
you know, give Burt Wayne, design me a bonnet, and then everybody gonna start wearing bonnets. Like, I got you.
well, hold on. Maybe she wears the bonnet because she's Amish. No, I'm just joking.
Cause she
I mean, good
Amish.
point. They wear bonnets too. They wear that
Cause she
little
Amish.
house on the
Okay.
prairie ass bonnet.
I think it's just real hood and real urban. And I think that's like the difference between like the whole everything is high value now, right? Since KS came on the
Okay.
scene, everybody wants high value. So they don't want the hood attire and look anymore. And so you see the quarter zips and things like that. So I just think people are trying to step into a higher level, higher class, even if, however they can. And I think your
Okay. So
style and your dress is the way. the
I'm gonna have to look
first
up
thing people
quarter
see
zip.
is how you look.
I never
Yeah,
seen
the
quarter
quarter.
zip before, but now you got me intrigued by it, and I'm gonna have to look it up to see what it is. Because I swear, when you said it, my mind, the hood in
Went to
me, my mind immediately went to, is that a drug paraphernalia term?
no, they going viral, right? Some guys talking about quarter zips and matcha, like that matcha green stuff that you
Matcha
drink.
tea, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they went viral for this, and they've been on the news and everything. And so that got black women talking about it, and black women like, oh, we don't like it. We think y'all trying to be like European or white boys or something like that. And so it went viral recently.
And a lot of these same women that probably divested in the first place, but they got mad at, they get mad at dudes for wearing quarter zips. What's a quarter zip
Right.
anyway? And a macho.
Quarter zips and matcha. They trying to be on a lifestyle type wave, you know what I'm saying? And the black women push back against it.
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with embracing something different as a black person. I don't like the boxes. I think we spend too much time like trying to fit each other into boxes that we don't give each other the space and opportunity to be who we really are. If you are an anime loving, matcha tea drinking, Hangugo speaking black person, I'm gonna salute you the same way I would if you listened to Tupac and was East Coast or West Coast rap all day long. Like,
Right. That's
Exactly.
because
let
that's
people.
fair. That's great. That's fair.
Shoot, where I live, shoot, you see a bunch of guys riding skateboards. Heck, I used to have a longboard myself. So
Yeah,
I live in
nothing wrong
Southern
with that.
California. I live here in Southern Cali, so you see brothers riding skateboards all day here.
I just brought it up because that was the last viral thing, in the black community that recently.
Yeah, I see stuff about that. Like they were saying, basically, like they're trying to act white. I think was the commentary that was going with it. I've always
Right.
hated that term, like that sort of thought process, ideology, whatever you want to call it.
I do too.
Anything that is considered positive or alternative is white, and anything that is urban or ghetto is considered black. And I want people to check their own biases and their thought process when it comes to stuff like that. Check yourself.
You Kennedy, I used to get it all the time when I was a little boy growing up on the south. I told you I'm from the south side of Chicago, and I talk
Hmm.
proper. And people say, "Oh, you talk proper. You talk white." I mean, so because I pronounce all my words, where you can hear the suffixes, I dot my T's and I's. So basically, if you talk like a mumbling idiot or walk around like you got a stick stuck in your ass, that means you black. Really?
Right.
But
I
but but
think
did
that's
you
the
but did you but did
stereotype.
you also listen to rap and play basketball, right?
Yeah, I did. I played basketball. I wasn't really good at it, but yeah, I did play basketball a little bit, and I listened to rap. Matter of fact, I was diverse though with my musical taste. I listened to anything from Run DMC to Metallica, something like that. I did.
Oh, okay. So you real diverse. Okay, so you you
And see,
you showing your
same,
real diverse.
same. Like my playlist includes country music. It includes top 40. It includes some soft rock. I can listen to it all. Same.
I got friends who was in humanities classes and smart and can talk well, but they still hung out and did, kind of like hood things still to a degree. But they real smart dudes, and you know what I'm saying, they was the one who went to class and was in the top classes and all that type of stuff. So, but it never stopped us from being friends and stuff like that.
That's the diversity of it. Like that's what I mean by not boxing people in. Let them live. Let them be themselves. And then that way you have more people who are out here confident as they moving about versus trying to be a faker version of you.
I agree. Definitely give people room to be themselves. I mean,
Yeah.
I think when you're young, it's more about peer pressure and trying to fit in and be with the in crowd. But I think things naturally just, you naturally grow into who you are and your family and your people. You know what I mean? And those who are outside of that, that's how you get your social group. I
Hmm.
think, as we get older, we're not looking to, make new friends and bring people in that aren't even, on the up and up anyway. You got to be good. And when you're an adult, you got to be a new friend. You got to be somebody that's really, worth it for me to be spending time with. But when we're young, we already worked out who our friends with, who our social group is, how we get down, the way we dress. And, you know, kind of when you become 21 and older, you're already set in that.
So let me ask you. Um, in regards, like taking it back to the title, is there any advice that you would give young men so they don't repeat any of the mistakes you might have made coming up?
Man, it sounds cliche, but stay in school, get a hobby, get an interest positively, of course, that you were into, and stay in your lane. You know what I mean? Don't try to be a follower. I would say those type of things, and kind of develop yourself. Learn more about you. Get into knowledge of self and who you are, so that you can stand strong around anybody.
That's good advice. What about Aaron, Sakpase, Tiff?
I would definitely piggyback off what Era was just saying. Stay in your own lane, stick to yourself. Now, basically, like when I was growing up, I was never part of anyone's clique. I was actually probably considered the weird dude, the wallflower kind of cat. But I've learned to embrace my weirdness and my oddness because it only says I'm different. And while a lot of these guys are probably out there just sleeping around with women and bragging about it, I mean, I wound up staying, I wound up staying single for a long time, and
Mhm.
but then some of these guys wound up getting sick and catching AIDS and what have you like that. But that's what I would say. March to the beat of your own drum. I mean, do you? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Be the if you a geek or a nerd, hey, be a geek or a nerd. Matter of fact, nerds is in these days.
Just so, and yeah, the thing is, they want to make it seem like nobody likes the nerds and nobody likes the geeks, but these are the people who are going to be your bosses someday. Like they're going to be the ones usually running companies and running businesses. And I don't know. I
Right.
don't think that we
Not
should discount them. Like,
at all. Not at all. I love nerds. I just love diversity. I had a friend when I was young. Like he was like wore glasses, tall African kid, quiet, didn't say anything to any, had no friends. And I would hang out with him. I learned he could draw his ass off. And I know today he's the head of some comic company somewhere. You know
mhm.
what I mean? But I would spend time with him and just chill. I didn't care if he didn't have, you know what I'm saying? I saw the talent in him and I befriended him. I never had nothing against people because of that they're into something else. If we can connect over it, then we just connect.
Exactly. I mean, I was never part of the jocks. I was never part of the cool kids. I was just Aaron. Come to think of it, I'm still Aaron.
And nothing's wrong with that. Like I would rather be loved for being who I am than hated for who I'm not. Or I don't even know if that's the way the saying goes. Don't love me for who you think I am, and I'm not that person. Love me for who I actually am. And
Right, right,
for the people for the
I'm glad
people
you said
who
that.
have a little bit of struggle because you might not be the quote unquote alpha or whatever. Most of these alphas are struggling, just so you know. But I'll just say, just embrace yourself. That's my advice to anybody who can hear me, whether you young, old, whatever. Let your quirks be your quirks. Your people will find you. Like your
right.
tribe will find you, and don't be ashamed about whatever these people online are telling you, because most of them are full of shit. These influencers are full of shit. They're bought and sold. They lie because they're paid to do so. And if I tell them today I'm going to send you a check to say this is great, and tomorrow I'm going to send you a check to say the opposite, they're going to follow it. So just do you'll live a much happier, much more fulfilled life. I promise.
I'm glad you said that because basically, like the way I am right here, that you hear me listening, they're listening to me now. That's how I am in
Hmm.
real life. If you were to see me right now in person, that's how I am. The way what way I look, that's how I look, minus the dreads. But that's how I actually look. My name is my name. My name is really Aaron Collins. That's why I'm the real Aaron Collins.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Sakpase, did you want to say something? I saw you came off mute.
Um, what I was about to say.
I had asked
Uh,
the question that I initially asked was, what advice would you give young men today so that they don't repeat any of your mistakes? If you wanted to give advice, what would it be?
Oh yeah. Shit. I'll probably tell them, take education serious, right? Take advantage of opportunities that you come across. Of course, do you. It's good to have close friends, but try to surround yourself around people who's going toward the direction that you're trying to get to. And I mean that's pretty much it for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like like how life goes. As far as like when it comes to relationships or whatever, like I'll tell somebody like whatever you're doing in life, try not to like find something that that you can do where you feel like you're motivated and don't like have to find somebody to give you any type of motivation. 'Cause I do think that'd be like another thing too. Like a lot of dudes sit around and wait for a lady to come by to push them to want to do better. But if you don't want to do better for yourself to begin with, then you really can't really get anything shaken. So just try to focus on yourself first, and then hopefully you come across somebody out and y'all can you know um do whatever y'all got to do together. So yeah, so that's pretty much it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was asking Tiff if she had any advice she wants to give to any like younger men today, like anybody who might come into contact with the manosphere, red pill, incel spaces. Like, do you have anything that you can offer them that you care to offer them?
Absolutely. I'm a follow in the steps of the Godfather, and just continue to wash your ass. Like he said, get that spray and get the soap, and really get in between the cheeks. You have to really spread them, okay? Because it's sad that a grown man in his fifties has to teach another grown man how to wash his ass, so he won't have doodle streaks in his drawers.
Well, he doing y'all a favor though too.
What?
He making sure y'all niggas ain't got them little the stains growing across the drawers. You know what I'm saying? When y'all doing the
Listen,
laundry.
because he knew women was tired of waking up and finding streaks in the sheets. He knew it. He knew it. He knew it was tired. No, but I guess the real on the serious note, like advice to men, like I feel so
To
old school.
younger men, like
Younger
because
men.
you have a son right now, right? And
I
he's going to be growing up in the same world that the children of the manosphere, children of the red pill, if they are having sex and having kids, um, he's going to be growing up in those same spaces. So, like, what advice would you give?
The advice I would give my son, right? Because I'm gonna put a lot of the what it is to be a man in the daddy's hands, right? Because I don't know that department, but as far as him being a quote unquote decent human being and things like that, just put you first, right? Because if you're not taking care of you, you can't care of anything. Okay, so you have to really focus or prioritize yourself. And then when it comes to relationships, I get like people, and even myself, I've said it a few times about being over the DNP and tired of the gender conversation and stuff like that. But I realized that relationships, this is like one of the ways that we come together. It just isn't romantic, it's friendship, it's online, it's people that we meet that can form bonds and relationships like that. So I don't think that's going anywhere, honestly. But far as wanting to be like in relationships, I think the young people, that really should be your focus. Honestly, it shouldn't be. But I get that everybody wrote it different. Some people start families early, some start later in life. Some people focus on their career first, some people want family first. But what I would say is that treat people the way you want to be treated, right? And don't ultimately think that you are given respect just because you're a man. Like, sir, sit down, tie your shoes, and get it together. Like, I will respect you as the person that you are, but you're not just gonna walk up to me, bulking your chest, thinking that I'm supposed to just bow down because of what you got a phallus, sir. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to think about it because it's like I wasn't even planning on being in this position. I will, I still can, but I was gonna be the child-free auntie. So having
No,
a
you
child,
can't be the child-free auntie no more, ma'am. Ma'am, you're a mother
I know
now. Them
that.
days
So
is
I have
past.
to reroute my whole thought process now when it comes to what I'm going to tell him because if I could, I would just, go buy one of those big old invisible bubbles and enclose us
You
all
are
in it
not
and
making.
just not even deal with nobody.
You are not making my nephew a bubble boy. We're not doing that.
Because sometimes people get on my nerves, girl. They get on my nerves.
That's
Okay, and I
crazy.
don't want
Listen.
to, corrupt
Yes.
my child with the nonsense. I don't. But it'll come to me right now. I'm just taking them one day at a time because I don't know if y'all know this, but when women have children, it takes more than 6 weeks for her to actually heal. Okay, it's like about a good 2 years, probably actually a little bit longer than that if you want to talk about mind body. Okay, and so, but yeah, so like it's different because like even when we were talking about the whole situation with the kids in Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
and it really put me in a place like I will fight a kid. Like if you touch mine, either I'm fighting you or you gonna get your parents, and I'm just gonna
Oh,
have to
she
take
joke.
my.
You laughing? She not joking. I felt that in my
Hey,
Shonda.
that's right. I went to hear from her want to be the child free auntie to want to slap these little kids around.
I will. I
I'm the
will. Because
listen. I'm the
kids are
child-free
mean.
auntie. I am the child-free auntie, and I'll still slap your kids around. How about that?
Hello. Like, okay, come
What?
on. So we all on the field like agree to some capacity that kids are mean or can be mean. Because we all was children at some point in time. So we
Yeah.
know how sometimes kids can operate. Um, so it's really like you mess with mine, like I'm gonna, have to pass down the good words, some of the good words that that my ancestors gave me. Like don't start no fight, but finish them. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
So it's
tell
like,
you, there was a lunch lady out of Chicago. I want to say she was out of Chicago. I think so because that was the Chicago move she pulled, right? So apparently there was some little girl that I don't know she got into it with or got into it with her. I can't really say, but she paid another student to whoop that little girl's ass. And when
oh,
I
see,
tell
I
you,
know that's
when I
right.
first heard of it, I was like, oh, that's wrong. Like, why would you do that? But then you see these kids today, like that thing that happened in Chicago where they terrorized that mama and that little boy. You think I wouldn't pay one of these little KK Keisha henchmen to go
Hello,
and tag your child? You think I
sure
wouldn't?
will, sure will. And can I address something? I know it's kind of off topic. But hold on, because I seen a couple of y'all, and it's always the men, right? And like I said, I really hate doing this, right? As far as
What
making it.
happened? Oh Lord, what
No,
happened, man?
I get sometimes because men don't know they don't go through it, so in their mind it's blasphemy, right? Um, but both Gabe and the King Picks was like ain't no way or 2 years for healing after a baby is not typical. And like, why would you say it's not typical? Because think about it. That the woman has grown a whole human being inside her body. Her whole body was rearranged on the inside. Okay, certain organs had to be replaced and or repositioned and stuff like that after she grown anywhere between, let's say, a 1 pound, because there are such things as preemie, a 1 pound baby, all the way up to maybe a possible 10 pounds, maybe even 12 pound baby. You know what I'm saying? And so you push that big headed baby out of the small hole, right? I like the compatibility of that. That shit is mind blowing to this day. But push them out, and so now like the hormones that were surging because like don't get me started on the hormones. It suddenly just drops, right? But yeah, mind, body, like I say average 2 years, or if you want to call your mama, no offense, I'm just saying call your mama, ask her. Maybe it didn't take her 2 years, but like average, like I know we were told by quote unquote society, yeah, 6 weeks, get your ass back at the woman, you can go back to work, which I think is crazy enough because that's not enough time for a woman to heal from any kind of maybe scars or even surgery she might have had. Let's not even talk about the C-section. If you had a C-section, I think it may even be a little bit longer because y'all don't even think about the pain that women go through these procedures. Okay, and I get out there. Well, if it's that bad, why do y'all do it? Because I really feel like the men in black come and neuralize our ass and make us forget about the damn pain. He does, don't he? I knew it. I knew it.
Twin, I don't have any level of expertise in this arena, so I'm not even gonna really comment on it. I can't even back you up on it because I haven't gone through any of this myself. So I will say, whatever your lived experience is, I salute it.
I mean, I get it. It's just sometimes it's just man, like it could be okay if you want to say okay, 2 years is a stretch. Say anywhere from 6 months to 18 months, because once again, every woman is different. You have to incorporate, like I said, the C-sections. You don't know the level of pain she may be feeling, the soreness, the bleeding, the fatigue. Okay, because just because women can and sometimes are forced to have to get up, because I knew one girl, she literally came back after 2 weeks. This was years ago. I was in my 20s. 2 weeks. Ain't no way. I'm basically fresh, after pushing a baby out of my, and, still over here smelling fresh off of postpartum. Ain't no way I'm going to be in somebody's workplace after 2 weeks.
Now, when you give your 2-year time frame, are you including postpartum in that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely 6 weeks is not long enough. But once again, in a society where you have to, make a living, and even with a man, women have to get up and go to work. So every woman, can't just be at home and take care of the house and the kids and things like that. We have to get up and go to work too. So, let alone not even properly healing them properly, because we're not, sitting our ass down for, the first maybe even the 2-3 months. When I say sit down, I'm not just saying sit down, do nothing. I mean, really, the first 3 months is like, when I look back on it now, it's easy peasy because like the newborn churches was like, damn, I kind of miss those days because we in a whole different ballgame now. But when you're dealing with having to wake up every maybe hour to 2.5 hours, and that's just the feed, change diapers, but it may not even be that because you're doing the process over and over again, off and on during the day and night, and that's why days for me blurred together after some time, because we were basically doing the same thing over and over again. But then when he was able to start moving more, and his waking window became longer and stuff like that. Yeah, but y'all don't give the woman enough credit for what her body goes through in order to bring life into the world. Y'all don't. And so that's why when you talk about the red pill and the manosphere and what you bring to the table conversation, I hate that question because it's like, what do you bring to the table, sir? What house do you build so I can put the damn table in? But nobody want to have that conversation. And And these are the individuals that want to quote unquote extend families and legacy and stuff like that, but don't even want to do the bare minimum to make sure the woman is, you know, taken care of during the times where she is extending your legacy, right? Adding on to your bloodline. But you know, whatever. It's just the kid. Just the kid. Anyway, my rant is over. I know we're probably going downstairs to get ice cream. I know. Have to go
Hey,
downstairs.
what we should bring to the table is our love, our compassion, our understanding that we are going to be the ones going through this life and going to raise this child. You know, be each other's emotional rocks and, you know, shoulders to lean on. You know, we got to go through life, so we got to support each other. And you know, that's what we should be bringing to the table is helping each other know and understand we are the ones that are going to do this. Love, you know what I mean? And just being that rock and somebody that's, you know, that's your family in life. At least that's what I bring to the table.
Well, I thank you for that. I was on mute because I was stuffing my face. It's getting late. Um, I thank you all for coming up. Because it's been already 5 hours now, I'm going to ask if anybody has any final thoughts and let you all get it off, unless you feel like you already have.
Can I get it off right quick one more time? Just one
Sure.
time.
Sure.
Because King Picks, like, this is the stuff sometimes that really gets me. He said, that's why I give guys like JP his props. I tune into those streams and see a full frizz. Thanks to the welfare, thanks to the SNAP benefit that he received, that the children had the full frizz. Because without those benefits, his children will starve, unfortunately. But you know, shout out to the SNAPs, you know, benefits for taking care of, you know, making sure there's food in the house. Absolutely, I agree. Okay, I got that off. Sorry, sis. Go on mute. Go on mute.
And King Picks, I'm eating a pizza.
Either pineapples?
Absolutely not. That's blasphemy.
Well, I just want to say, Candy, thank you for having me, and thank you for having me as a guest and let me speak. And shout out to everybody, Aaron, and everybody in the chat. And it's definitely been a pleasure, and hope to do it again.
Did you drop down in the chat? I don't think I saw you in the chat. If you didn't, can you, so that we can follow your channel too?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. So, like I said, do you have any last words?
I did think this was good live, interesting topic. Because it is like one of the talks of the space. About like the rebranding that's going on, and it is interesting to see. Like at one point, a lot of people was like real strong about their talking points and being labeled a manosphere, and now it's interesting to see that people now is avoiding that title. So that alone can let you know that it probably did more harm than good, in my opinion. So yeah, but so that's my final thoughts. Good live. Nice talking to everybody that came up. Because the ones that did come up, I don't think I talked to them before. So it's good meeting new
Yeah,
folks and stuff like that.
I was glad to have some new spaces in the new faces in the space, y'all. Appreciate everybody who came through and dropped either on the link or dropped down in the chat. Appreciate you all. Hopefully, this was entertaining enough that you took something away from it. If not, maybe next time when we come up with a new topic or something to converse over, maybe you'll hit the panel and join us. I'm always looking for new people to pop out because I was like you guys, once in the chat. Now I'm on my own panel, and occasionally when I'm feeling froggy and somebody hosts a panel or a channel where I feel like I can contribute, I'll pop out and join them. Tiff? Did you give
Final
last
word.
word? Mm-hmm.
This was a great stream, of course. Can't wait for the next one. I really don't really have too much to say. I do. I finally I'm gonna put it here in the back chat. Brother
Okay.
Sanchez. That name sound familiar?
Brother Sanchez. Okay, I do remember him. I remember.
Okay. That's
I remember him.
I finally found him because girl, it was wrecking my brain. I was not gonna rest until I found him. But that was him. But no, it was a great stream, great topic. Um I mainly just, sat and listened because, I'm not really too well versed when it came to like the Manosphere, Red Pill, as far as topic. As far as like y'all been here, for years, and I was even while y'all was talking, going in my Google Photos and just looking at some of the things that I came across, and it was crazy because I'm like, wow, like before I even came to quote unquote this side of YouTube, like the Manosphere was one of the first things that I ran into, and this some of the screenshot that I was able to collect around like the 2020,
Mm-hmm.
21, 22 era. I'm like, sheesh, no wonder. Like some of these, sometimes these people can leave taste in not a good taste in people's mouths, especially like I'm not saying men trying to make it a gender war thing, but what I'm saying, like a lot of screenshots that I collected under the channels of the quote unquote guys, the gurus, the red pill men, or whatever, the men that follow them or whoever, like some of the comments was just like ick. And so
Mm-hmm.
no wonder it can like kind of leave a bad taste in people's mouth, or especially women. So especially if you saying 11, 12-year-old kids, because I think Queen talked about that too. These young kids are hearing this rhetoric. So imagine a young boy walking up to a girl saying this, stuff to your daughter. Like, you're not gonna,
Right.
be okay with that. So I don't know. I just think, sometimes as adults we should be mindful as far as what we're putting out for, in the public and things like that. Because yes, or no, we can't control people and their kids or even what they watch, but we can't control ourselves. Like for me, I said most of my streams to like 18 and over. Like that's my channel,
Mm-hmm.
like 18 and over, because if I could go actually higher, I would, but I think it was like to 18. If I could go 21, I would, because it's like some conversation can be for quote unquote adults, and some things should be meant for, the quote unquote teenager, young adults. But if you are considered an adult at 18, so be it. That's fine. I play that game. But yeah, we definitely can control um ourselves as much as possible. But we cannot control other people's kids and what they watch and what they consume. But you can be uh reliable or even accountable for yourself. So, but yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
my final word. Great show. Can't wait to another one. The next conversation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming through. Thank you for helping me get that together with the whole having me on screen, man. I was like, what the heck? I couldn't figure it out. So
Yeah, no, I
always send my
apologize.
SOS.
I'm literally sitting here, like I said, with measure, trying to measure his feet, get him some shoes, and doing some other things. And I sat and I looked. I'm like, wait a minute, Candy supposed to be going live here soon. Like that, I'm like, oh my god, I'm late. So when I walked in, that's when as soon as I walked in, I heard, and when I said hey and everything, he was like, can you please come help me? I'm like, oh, I hope you wasn't live long, waiting for me to come up and take care of that, because that was my bad.
No, you were fine. I appreciate you coming through to fix it either way.
Okay, great.
Um, my final thoughts on what I would tell young men today, my very unsolicited, nobody cares about my opinion advice is number one, try to leave this place, this earth, in a better position than when you walked into it, however you found it. And then number two is to believe in yourself and don't let anybody tell you who you are. You set the glass ceiling, and wherever you think you can go, you are correct. For as he thinks in his heart, so is he. So, with that being said, I thank you all for stopping by. Anybody still in here? Again, if you are a content creator and you want to share your channel link, I have no problems with you doing that. We are still a growing channel, but if I can help you grow along the way too, listen, that's a benefit for us all. Like, my whole thing is everybody should have a space and a place, even the people I don't agree with. It just might not be the space for me. So you all have a good evening. I hope you have a great weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay warm because it's cold outside. And until next time.